ice water. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have Honorable Andrew Ogbonnaya Nwoba. Honorable Andrew Ogbonnaya Nwoba, the Clerk of the Senate. Please, if you're here, can you rise for recognition? And of course, Clerk of the Senate, Sylvester Mwakuche, MFR, MNI, the Acting Controller General of our Correctional Services. Sylvester, can you rise wherever you are? The Acting Controller General, please, you're welcome. Thank you. Aka, please, can you go ahead?
Thank you. It is my pleasure as well to say thank you to the traditional rulers here present.
Ladies and gentlemen, we told you that the Managing Director and CEO Southeast Development Commission will soon be here. And behold, Honorable Mark Okoye is very much around. A round of applause for him. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Mark Okoye, we welcome you.
Thank you. Let me join my brother to welcome this young man, the Chief Executive Officer and MD of Southeast Development Commission, Dr. Mark Okoye. I thought he would be a large man, but I'm seeing a humble young man that is going to lead the Southeast Commission. They say he's at 31, 32, 33 years. But there must be a reason. Nothing happens for nothing. If you don't mind, he's also exemplifying his humility here. And with all sense of purpose, may I request that we give him a round of applause. Thank you. The sharp way he's moving shows us that things will happen. And I'm very sure the way distinguished Senator Victor Ume is nodding his head, he will always give him the support. Senator Victor Ume, I salute you. You are the chairman, Senate Committee on National Identity Card and Population. If you don't have your NIN, the Victor Ume will be worried. Please welcome, sir. Thank you very much for being here. I am also very indebted to the all right. I have all the pleasure to welcome, on my own personal capacity, to welcome His Royal Majesty, Igwe Alfred Achebe CFR, the Obi of Onitsha. Obu onye mgbe ndụ dị mma. Ekene mi Igwe Oya Abale Dalo. Onitsha has a wonderful tradition and you're representing us very well. Let me also take my time to welcome His Royal Majesty, Eze Dr. E.C. Okeke CFR, Ezimo. Ezimo Ekenemi, the first time I saw you was when you were hailing my governor for putting up a hotel that has been left moribund. So I welcome you back to Enugu State again. You are the Chairman, Southeast Council of Traditional Rulers and Chairman, Imo State Council of Traditional Rulers. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. I am also delighted to welcome my own chairman, the chairman of Traditional Rulers Council in Enugu State, His Royal Majesty Eze Samuel Asado, Chief Samuel, the Asado of a man. He's a man who cares for everyone. I remember him for the food bank that he has in his community. We go there to eat, and you don't pay anything. I welcome you, sir. Thank you very much. He's the chairman of Enugu State Council of Traditional Rulers and former chairman, Southeast Council of Traditional Rulers. Please welcome. May I also take my time to welcome His Royal Highness, His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador LOC Agobos, CFR. He's even started from MON. Please welcome him. Thank you very much for coming, sir. I'm happy to see you. Thank you. You have been the chairman in Enugu State Council of Traditional Ruler at one time and handed over to another person. Thank you. We also have the joy in welcoming His Royal Highness Igwe Christopher Ago, is the senior one of Ure Edobala. Please welcome. His Royal Majesty Igwe Barrister Dr. Julius Nnaji, the first Deputy Chairman in Enugu State Council of Traditional Rulers, once again, welcome. Let me also welcome His Royal Highness Igwe, the traditional ruler who has been my friend for a long time, and I'm delighted that he's here today. Igwe Emmanuel, where are you, sir? I welcome you and thank you very much for coming. He's a man who represents even the police while he's Igwe. Thank you very much. Aha. Everybody knows him. Thank you very much and welcome. Thank you so much. Biko, ana m ekene onye ọbụla bịara ebe a n'aha Jizọs. Nke ọbụla ị na-ekpe, anyị na m ekene gị. Nwoke nwaanyị, onye ọbụla n'ebe a, eji m aha ndị Enugu steeti na-asị unu nnọọ. Ihe a bịara ime taata bụ ihe ga-eme ka obodo anyị niile dị mma, ka anyị nwee ike ọ dị mkpa ka anyị mata na ihe a bụ ohere anyị nwere n'ala Igbo ime ka obodo anyị dịwaganya mma. Onye ọbụla bụ onye Igbo ga-aghọta na ihe a bịara taata ga-emetụta onye ọbụla bụ onye Igbo, ma ị nọ ebe a ma ị nọrọ ebe a, ma ị nọ n'Enugu steeti, ma ị nọ Abia steeti, maọbụ Imo, maọbụ Ebonyi steeti, ebe ọ bụla ị nọ, ọ bụkwara Anambra steeti. Ihe a ga-emetụta anyị niile. Anyị ga-akwado ya ka esi akwado ihe ndị Igbo na-eme. Ịma na anyị nwere ihe dị iche o nwere Chukwu ji gọzie anyị n'ụdị a ka anyị na-asị Igbo ama adanata. O nwere ndị na-aza afa na-aza Chimamanda, mụnwa sị na Igbo ama ada n'aha Jizọs. Nke onye na-echu eturu m ọzọ ka m were anabata Right Honorable Dr. Somto Udeze, onye na-ekwupụtara ndị omebe iwu na Anambra State. Right Honorable Dr. Somto Udeze, anyị ekene nnọọ, ịmachachara mma. Daalụ, oji gị na-atọ m ụtọ, iwe onye Igbo. Nnọọ. Ka m kenekwa Right Honorable John Bosco, aha m Gobi, mba, enwetara m ya ọfụma. Mecha ka m chọọ ya ọfụma, biko. Right Honorable John Bosco bụ Minority Leader na Anambra House, onye House of Assembly. Onye ọzọ sokwa wee bịa bụ Honorable Nonso Mochukwu, onye dere ha. Ọ ga-ejegharị akwụkwọ ọzọ ka o nwee ike na-edere m ọfụma. Ana m asị gị nnọọ, biko ewere iwe m ga-ama ka m si mezie ya ọfụma. Let me as well welcome Right Honorable Anayo Ede, the former House of Rep member who represented Cano West and Cano East, one of the finest creations from Enugu State. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much for coming. I need to look to my left because I've cited Uganda, the barrister. I will have all the reasons to recognize people who are seated already. But my good friend, the Okulora of Imo State, have done a good job doing that. In time, we will as well welcome everyone. Dame Dr. Adora Umeoji OON, Group Managing Director and CEO, Zenith Bank PLC, represented by Mrs. Jane Naji. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome, please. I would like, thank you. I want to thank you so much because I nearly missed out on something, but he has helped me. His Royal Majesty, Igwe Chudubem Iweka, Eze Iweka the Third, Eze Obosi. Ana m asị gị nnọọ, Eze Obosi, ekene m nwoke toro ogo tofuo. Oya abalị daalụ, Chukwu gọzikwa gị. Ka nkene kwuo His Royal Majesty, Eze Linus Nto Mba, Chairman, Abia State Council of Traditional Rulers. Igwe, Eze ana m ekene mana ịbịa n'Enugu Igwe ka anyị na-akpọ ha bịatakwa bụ na ọ bụrụ eze. Pancha bụ ofu, ma ya bụ n'obodo dị mma. Ekene m nnọọ. Daalụ.
Biko Eze Linus Ntomba, Chairman, Abia State Council of Traditional Rulers. Eze biko feere anyị aka kedụ ebe ị nọ? Ọ nọ ebe a? Eze dị mbụ. Ọ nọ present at the Executive Council nke mekwara n'Owerri some time ago. I also understand that Dame Dr. Adora Ume Oji OON, Group Managing Director, CEO, Zenith Bank PLC, is ably represented by Jen Naji. Can you rise for recognition as being recognized? Jen and Naji. Thank you. We have also here the General Manager, the GMD and CEO UBA, Mr. Oliver Alaoba, every represented here by Mrs. Chioma Mang, Director Head Southeast UBA. Please, where are you? Director Head Southeast, representing Oliver Alaoba. Distinguished Senator, you can see that Alaoba is being represented here, and that is one of your boys in the financial institution. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend did recognize the MD as the Managing Director and CEO, Southeast Development Commission, Honorable Mark Okoye. Your presence underscores the significance of this event. As a matter of fact, we have echoed your name time and again, and your members are here vibrating, men of goodwill, vibrant charisma, and of course, dynamic inhibitions, with dynamic inhibitions. And you people are going to hit the ground running without any equivocation. And I'm sure you're going to succeed and give us the needed equitable distribution of amenities that will sustain our people. You're welcome. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. DJ. Ice water. Ice water. Honor the and the first class information. Maka, we are privileged to have very men and women in the Senate with that senatorial comportment, reach and contact. It is my singular honor and privilege to recognize once again Senator Victor Ume, OFR, Chairman, Senate Committee on National Identity Card and National Population. Honor census. There is every likelihood that the census we hold, His Excellency, just as he approved the acts into law of the Southeast Development Commission, is also at the verge of approving that census must be conducted this time around. And we know that in no distant time also, Ezonobo, Senator Ositis Nassau, who have advocated for a new state in the Southeast for equitable distribution and making it fair. For that fairness, we will soon smile that proposal and advocate will come to friction and will come to pass. And the moment a new state of an state is granted and established, you will see that they will complement the efforts of the Southeast Development Commission. And we pray that God will grant us the creation of an state as put together, proposed and being pursued by a number of our sons in the National Assembly. Distinguished Senator Ositis Nassau is also in the forefront of that crusade. Thank you. I have also here Right Honorable Dr. Somto Chukwu Udeze. Somto Chukwu Udeze, am I right? The Speaker of Anambra State House of Assembly. That's interesting. You're black ebony, as a matter of fact. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the entire area is agog. I wish we commence immediately, but I still have Professor Nena Oti, the Voiceophorus Vice Chancellor, the woman that is whose boldness have always been a voice for the marginalized, the downtrodden, and even the oppressed. And she is a woman of significance who played catalytic role in the last election of Abia State. Madam, your presence is captivating. Put your hands together for her, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Aka, what can you say?
I can say a lot of things. Thank you. Let me, first of all, welcome the Vice Chancellor of University of Nigeria, my own brother, Professor Oguejofor Ujam. I have not seen where he's seated, but if you raise his left hand or right hand, oh, thank you, sir. I can see you. I thought you were reading as well, always reading like a professor that you are. Please welcome. I'm glad to see you. I would also like to welcome and once again recognize this man who has struggled to keep workers at their best. Dr. Emeka Nwogo, I know you as a man who can bargain for the government and for the people. Today you have been given a cap that you have to wear for Igbo people as Chairman SEDC Board. So I'm glad to see you here because you radiate confidence for all of us. So thank you very much for accepting this onerous job, and I hope that you will keep the flag flying as usual. Welcome, sir. Thank you. It is my pleasure as well to welcome. Let me welcome these men of God. And thank you. I had a paper all right here, but it appears the misplacement has made me feel that I am not as careful as I should be. But be that as it may, I will go back again. But it will be nice as well to announce to you that this occasion, the grand reception in honor of the pioneer members of the board and management of Southeast Development Commission, SEDC, is taking place here. And our host, the chief host, as indicated, is Prince Engineer Arthur Eze, OFR. Thank you very much, sir, for the worthy cause of representing us and also hosting us in this Oranto International Hotel. I don't know. Oranto International Airport Hotel, Enugu, is something new to all of us, but it has just sprung up. Thank you. We are to start the event. If we have not recognized you, please don't be offended, but permit me to recognize Right Reverend Dr. Christian Onyeka Onya. Welcome, my bishop, the Bishop of Nike Diocese. Thank you very much for coming. I did not recognize you earlier because we were praying when I was calling others, so I didn't want to disturb you. Let me also welcome Right Reverend Dr. Obiora Uzochukwu, Bishop, Diocese of Niger East. Please welcome my Lord Bishop. Thank you. We will start this event now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please guard your loins and put on your seatbelts as we are about to cruise this event. On that note, we will keep at abeyance the national anthem until the Executive Governor of Enugu State arrives. But we go straight to the opening prayers, and I have the singular honor and privilege, Aka, to please invite the Bishop of Enugu Anglican Diocese. Am I right? Please come forward and give us the opening invocation.
Please, with all due respect, we need to start this event, and I'll call on everyone here to please help us rise for the opening prayers so that when His Excellency and others come in, we will do the needful and keep on with the track of the event. My Lord Bishop, please pray for us. Thank you.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. For every season, there is a reason for the season. And no season is as important as the reason for the season. Thank you, God Almighty. In your wisdom, you have laid it in the heart of our president in a time like this to appoint some men as the pioneer members of the board and management of Southeast Development Commission. Amongst them are brothers Emeka, Mark, Stanley, Toby, Cliff, Anthony, Sylvester, Daniel, Ifeanyi, Oke, Ugochukwu, Hyacinth, Chidi, Edward, Inima, Nasiru, and Hama. Also, our sister Adejoke. You have chosen them not because they were the most qualified, but when you choose a man, you qualify him. Therefore, we plead with you, God, to make available, to endue these men, to saturate them with whatever they require to carry on this stewardship, having in mind that at the end of the day, What is required of a steward is that he may be found faithful. Thank you, because you already know without you, they will end up doing nothing. Help them, and they will achieve great. Thank you for Enugu State. Thank you for our dear governor. Thank you for the bundle of gift you have given to humanity in the person of Prince Engineer Ato Eze, who has served you and humanity selflessly and have put in his all to make sure all is well. You will keep him alive. Not just that he will live in good health, and he will live long to long enjoy the fruits of his labor. Thank you for the leaders of the Southeast. Prominent amongst them are our traditional rulers who have gathered here, who have always stood out, staking their necks to make sure things are done in the proper way. May you continue to keep them for us and make them to live long. Thank you for all that have gathered this evening. Lead and cause us to follow you. In the end, this gathering will glorify you, and it will be a blessing to each and every one of us. In the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, my Lord Bishop. Please may we take our seats. Thank you. Once again, may I welcome everyone to this gathering today. This is an important ceremony, and I will go out of my way to plead that our phones should be on silent mode, if you don't mind. May we keep our phones on silent mode, because this interface is a serious one. And when we do that, we will thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now call for the presentation of kola nut, because ebe na ndị Igbo nọ ọjị ka a ga-eji wee mee ya bụ mmemme gosi nọ ndị Igbo mịma obodo ndị ọcha mịma obodo nke anyị ọjị na-akọwa na anyị bụ ndị Igbo, omenala jikọrọ ndị Igbo ọnụ. Ana m ayọzi ndị ga-eweta ọjị ka ha weta ọjị ka eme ya bụ mmemme ka ọ gaa ọsịsọ. N'ebe a ọ bụ na eweta ọjị, onye bụ onye na-asị anyị nnọọ dịka host bụ Prince Engineer Ato Eze OFR ga-anọdụ n'elu ya kwuo ofu okwu maọbụ ịbụa. Ọjị agabago ka o si na-aga. Ọjị agabago ka o si na-aga. Ndị be anyị, unu n'anya, Ato Eze ebunigo ọjị. Ọ na-agazi ibunye, amarọ m onye ọ ga-ebunye, epeka m ikwu maka ya. Dubi of Onitsha, Agbogiti, mmemme dị n'ọjị karịrị. Agbogiti si na ọ bụrụ ka ya nwa ga-awa ọjị, na onye nwe anyị ga-awa ọjị. Ọ mara omenala ọfụma. A ga-egosi ndị igwe niile ọjị ka ha fụ. Onye olulu ọ na-ewe, onye isi ndị igwe na South East. Agbogide ewerugo nke ya. Ogidiga ndị igwe, ndị eze, onye ọbụla ga-ewetacha ọjị. Ọjị dị n'Enugu steeti. Ato Eze nwere trela ọjị o ji bịa. Anyị si ahapụgodo ka anyị ụzọ nke anyị wetara, so ọ ga-eruche onye ọbụla ofu ofu. His Royal Highness Igwe Imaogwu, iwerugo nke gị? Agbogidi, nye gị microphone, ịkọwa onye a ga-enye. Ka ọ dịkwa ka azụ eme.
Buko nubanye nkochi azeno anyị nọ n'omenani na ojeze kana na akeze na ọ bụ chairman Enugu State Council of Traditional Rulers agọla anyị ọjị nọ na bie ka anyị nọ.
His Royal Majesty Igwe.
Thank you, Abogidi. Thank you so much. Because I gave me a chairman I our leader. So I make a Southeast chairman on Eba, Anambra State chairman, Abia State chairman, now other traditional now Agabos. Can you open a naked Prince Guinea was able for Ajo with the line? Because Kuman is bossy, the argument from microphone to the son of the soil. Bigwe Imaugu. One of Zimbabwe, Nike Kingdom. When you have one Nike, if I know beer, say near microphone, I pass that to him. Thank you so much.
His Royal Highness Igwe Imaugu JP. On your PR on Digwe Enugu State. Igwe. Thank you.
Ibobi Igwe kele munu.
Igwe.
Anyị na-ekele Chukwu okike abịa ma. Anyị na-ekele Chukwu na-emere anyị ife ọma. Anyị na-ekele Chukwu n'isi aka na-achị Nigeria bụ onye mere Igbo ihe. Ka Chukwu okike abịa ma jiri ọnọdụ o nyere anyị wee jikọta Igbo ka Igbo kwuo n'ofu, ka Igbo na-aga n'ụzọ dị mma. Chineke ha ga-abụ ihe ọma, ọ ga-abụ ihe mbuli elu n'ala Igbo. Ọma mbutere anyị ekworo, ọma mbutere anyị ọnụma. Chineke ọ bụ ndụ ndị Igbo na-eke, ọ ga-abụ ndụ anyị n'oye, ọ ga-abụ ndụ anyị n'afọ, ọ ga-abụ ndụ anyị na nkwọ. Chukwu jikọtara anyị ọnụ n'uche ụmụ anyị bụ ndị nke itinye na kọmishọn a. Ka Chineke nye ha akọ, nye ha uche, ka ajị wee jikọta anyị ọfụma. Ka ọ bụrụ mmepe ala Igbo ka a tinyere anyị n'aka. Chukwu anyị ebunye aha asọga elu ma kweta na ọ ga-agaziri anyị, ọ ga-abịa ihe ọma n'ụmụ anyị ma ndị bịagolo ma ndị ka ga-abịa abịa. Ka ọ gaziela ụmụ Igbo na Jizọs Kraịst bụ onye nwe anyị.
Amen. Eziokwe nke mbụ n'okwe kingdom. Anyị ekele gị. His Royal Highness Igwe Imaugu. Ndị be anyị na ọjị ezuru bụ na mbụ aka adịrọ, ọ ihe ndị Igbo na-ekwu. Anyị ga-achọ ndị mmadụ ka ndị na-ese foto nọdụ ofu ebe ana m ayọ ayọ ka anyị ghara ijegharị na kịta. Anyị ga-ayọ onye bụ onye na-anabata anyị ọfụma, the host of the event, Chief Engineer Atọ Eze MFR, ka ọ bịa gwa anyị okwu. Ọzọ Igbo ndụ anụ karịrị enyi ka ewu. Ọzọ Igbo ndụ
ibe anyị ekene m unu, ibe anyị ekene m unu, Nigeria ekene m unu, ndị ugwu Hausa ekene m unu, ndị Yoruba ekene m unu. Na Chineke we are united for first time. Okay, well, the governor is coming.
Because
The governor is coming. The chairman, Southeast Commission, the managing director, my son Okoye, Obi Bonisha, Ekelenge, Obi of Imo, Abia, Ezedike, Imugu, even in Abia, Ekelemuno,
Ọzọ Igbo ndụ.
Because I know my Agabido, I used to declare the Republic of Biafra, a House of Assembly. I drove my father was member House of Chiefs, Eastern Nigeria. No, we were a refugee for 3 years. But also, many people died. Okay,
Ọzọ Igbo ndụ enyi gị nwoke nọkwa n'ụzọ na-abịa.
the governor.
Ọ bịa anyị sị ya
I enjoy the civil.
ị ga-ekwukwere ọzọ.
Yes. Let us go and receive him. Okay, it's a very
Ọzọ Igbo ndụ
onwe Igbo character.
Bishop
Onwe Igbo
Kike.
character.
Anyị na-atụ anya na gọvanọ na-achị Enugu steeti ga-abata kịta
ka anyị na-eche gọvanọ ka ọ bata ka m na-anabata Senator Patrick Ndubueze. Senator Patrick Ndubueze, Senator representing Imo North Senatorial District. On ever, a true son of illustrious eminence, Senator Patrick Ndubueze, you're welcome. Thank you.
Agopos, Owunechendo, CFR, MON, Ambassador, LOC Agopos, Igwe, Ogaragi, Igwe. Umeburu ndị ogbenye igwe asado igwe Agbogidi Obi of Onitsha Ogbu onye mgbe ndụ na-atụ ya ụtọ egbukwana m Agbogidi egbukwana m Hoya Eze ndị Igbo gburugburu Dr. Isi Okeke, CFR. Ezudo. Ezudo. Yeah? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ozibondo. After 1 period. Victor, man. Oh yeah.
Distinguished Senator Patrick Ndubweze, Aina Nabatagi.
Thank you.
Thank you. Biko.
The governor is still coming. It's
All
on
right.
his way. I want to thank everybody. Everybody who's here. I want to thank you for coming. Thanking my brother from North, my brother from Southwest, my brother from Southeast, my brother from South. God brought us together for first time.
Thank you.
I was about 19 years when Civil War started. I came to the 1st Battalion Nigerian Army, Konakaha, to join army. We were told not to go. They were fogging us out not to come. We ran away. Some of my friends who joined army died. And 76 years, I visited all the battlefield. All the battlefield in the Republic of Biafra. It's everywhere. By then, I have no fear about death. After the war, 2nd Battalion Nigerian Army commanded us from Umuaha to Bukuru. I drove Mercedes 911 to Bukuru. I have no fear. God let us brought me back. But after the war, my brother sent me to America to study because hardship was too much. No food. People were dying everywhere. Collapsing, dying. Nobody remembered the boat until Tinubu came and remembered us. Tinubu came and remembered the people who had suffered. Because if you are witnessing the civil war, it's so with your head what happened. Women were dying every day. Hunger, disease. I'm a living witness. I lost several of my brothers in civil war. My father married 7 wives, 4 died. Refugee. I'm grateful that we are united for the first time here. This is Okoye, the managing director. The senior brother to his father. Major Okoye was commander, Biafra Army, army engineers. Emeka, his father was his orderly. Emeka, his father was orderly, army engineers. And then God remembered him through Tinubu and all of us. Only Tinubu did everything. Nobody did what Tinubu make sure we don't cry again. Change our life. It's a different human being. It's a different human being. But whatever happens, those who fought us, we are forgiving them. With a light heart to forgive, so we can live in peace. Because I find Tinubu is a different human being. When I met him with Tony Moye, he told me that Buhari contested first time, didn't succeed. Contested second time, didn't succeed. This third time is my turn. He told us, ask him. And then God gave him that power to change Nigeria. He changed Nigeria. We change Nigeria. Rejoice. We shall never suffer again. This commission is to change Igbo life. But after the war, we are given 20,000 pounds. What shall I do with 20,000 pounds? My brother had 6 million pounds. First bank, there, the money perished. Money perished. All of the church people to rent hospital on it. Perished. We are forced to go away. He called Dr. Okabue, Pansek, economic planning, during time of Ogowa. He found me visa. I went to Germany, from Germany straight to United States under hardship. Oh, because of hardship, people survive. Because we suffer, we survive. But we shall never go to war. Don't fight anybody in this world life. When I came back from Europe, America, I went to Abakadimi. I have nothing. By road. I came there, opened the door for me, gave me Cano TV, 12 million. I went to Casina. Lawrence Onaja gave me Casina TV, 12 million. I went to Mbako gave me more. Kifo Kilo gave me Casina, all the TV stations. God tended to change my life. To change my life because I suffered. I know I suffered. Now we shall learn how to forgive. The best thing to thank Tinubu for what he has done to us. For future generation, because we are dying away. I'm 76 years. I may have 4 years or 5 years. I've seen power. I made him Badinju governor. Cano governor Borno. I made you about the governor of Borno. Koni Bama, Adamawa, Oji Gombe. Anambra, Mbaduju. Your brother, state president. And when I made him state president, I've seen power. All the power God gave to me to help people. We shall never fight anybody. Anybody who is here will fight for Tinubu to compete. It's 80 years, so we can have peace. No matter party belong to. No matter party belong to. Tinubu must compete 80 years, so we can have peace. If we don't do that, we have pieces. I don't want to witness another civil war. I don't want another civil war. Thank you.
He said he suffered so much. Please, a round of applause for him. This is an exciting moment for all of us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is nice for me to announce formally that the chairman of this occasion is His Royal Majesty Igwe Alfred Nnemeka Achebe Dubiofonisha. And in that regard, may I therefore request that His Royal Highness Igwe Alfred Nnemeka Achebe Dubiofonisha will now be given the microphone to make an opening remark as the chairman of this occasion. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, Your Majesties, let me observe all protocols, but let me particularly recognize the members of the Southeast Development Commission, starting with the chairman, managing director, all the other members of the board of the Southeast Development Commission. I'm humbled to be the chairman of this very auspicious occasion. It's a very unique occasion, and it's a great historic occasion. I think I'll pause.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may we rise to welcome. Thank you. All right, you will continue, please. Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellency, we welcome you and thank you very much for making it. Thank you so much. We are delighted that you was able to make it. And he has requested that His Royal Highness, the Chairman of the occasion, will continue with the speech. And so we'll abide by that. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
To start with, I'm very humbled to be here, to be in this position today. But then, even the I'd like to start by thanking Prince Engineer Ato Eze for bringing us together today on this historic occasion. Ozigbondo, you're a man of the moment, and you're a man of vision. You've seen your vision, and Kalaka Kineme, Kamo, Kamado, Amanara Pena, no Chukedi, thank you very much for bringing us together. Already, you expressed gratitude to Mr. President for creating this Development Commission, and I think we'll all join you in thanking the President and the government of Nigeria for this occasion. I don't think we've had an opportunity of this magnitude and of this conception since the government of Michael Opara in the old Eastern Nigeria. And as I whispered to a couple of members of the commission who came to say hello to me, this is an opportunity for us to revive and continue from where Michael Opara and his team started. I have not been privy to the strategy of the commission, but I know there was a presentation in Abia State a day or two ago, and I'm privy to the presentation there. And I'm most excited and most thrilled of the conception and the dream that this team have for us. Many of them I know personally, and I can vouch for their competence and their capability, and I'm sure we can all vouch for them. So we look up to them, and our expectations are very high. Besides the funds from the government, I believe that you create the enabling environment for a lot of investments to come in from outside into the southeast zone. And also, please, may I ask also that we don't only focus on infrastructural development. We have to focus also on resetting our minds as Ndigo. We have to focus on going back to our core values as Ndigo. It's very, very important. And we all have to work on that. But you give us the lead, and we'll come to that. Buko, I cannot say much more than I've said so far, except to wish the Southeast Development Commission the best of luck. All of us will have to work with you and support you. And I'm asking all of us here, and those who are not here, to commit to the success of the Southeast Development Commission.
That was the voice of the leader of the Southeast Traditional Institution, Abogidi, the man with sustained high-rising traditional profile and consistency, and of course, who have excelled in diverse fairs, traveled diverse fairs, and excelled in them all. Your Excellency Igwe Obi of Onitsha, Aine Kenegio, for that wonderful chairman's opening remarks. But permit me to welcome the Pro-Chancellor of University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Chief Olubumi Ojo. Please, wherever you are, just wave your hand. And the Pro-Chancellor, UNIZIK, Olabinga Kukuyi, please, wherever you are, wave your hand. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now hurriedly invite for his keynote speech. And of course, they said declare the event open. Well, let's have it that way. But I know that His Excellency the Governor is here. His presence signifies that the event is declared open by him. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Maurice Nnamdi Mba Eri, OON, Permanent Secretary, General Services, Office of the Government of the Federation, representing the Secretary to the Federal Government, our own. Please, if you're here, can you rise and come forward and give us the keynote speech? is representing our own Akume, the Secretary to the Federal Government. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Enugu State, the performing Governor, Mr. Peter Mba. Your Excellencies, distinguished senators and members of House of Representatives here, the most strategic and distinguished son of the Eastern Extraction, Prince Engineer Dr. Ato Eze Ozigbondo. Your Royal Majesties here, led by the most distinguished Obi of Onitsha, Your Majesty Alfred Achebe, leading the very distinguished Royal Highnesses here from the Southeast Extraction, the Chairman and the Managing Director, as well as members of the Southeast Development Commission, representatives of other governors from the Southeast geopolitical zone here, distinguished members of the Enugu State House of Assembly that are here, other distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am here to give a goodwill message on behalf of my principal, His Excellency, Senator Dr. George Akume, CON, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, who would have loved to be here in person, but for the exigencies of his office, has asked me to represent him and present his goodwill message. Dr. Mberi Morris Namde, permanent.
Welcome back from the live telecast. We'll now continue with our regular programs. Stay tuned. At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
and welcome to another inspiring episode of NYSC Half Hour. I am Nkem Agunwa, and today we bring you two remarkable stories of corps members who turned their service year into a launchpad for success. From a fashion entrepreneur in Abuja to a tech innovator shaping the future in Kogi State. These stories highlight the power of the NYSC Skill Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development Program, SAID, and the impact of corps members in their communities. Stay with us. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Youth are pivotal to the development of any country. The National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, is at the center of the promotion of national unity, integration and development in Nigeria. I encourage corps members to remain disciplined, patriotic, committed to the love for country, and participate positively and actively in all community and national development initiatives of the scheme and government. The government will continue to do the best to provide an enabling environment to foster and support you as active participants in national development and in rewriting Nigeria's story for good. God bless the youth of Nigeria. God bless the NYSC. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Welcome back. Remember, you can catch us on NYSC TV on free-to-air satellite and NYSC Radio 88.3 FM. Our first story takes us to Abuja, where a former corps member turned her NYSC experience into a thriving fashion and beauty empire. Latifa Mayowa Abdulatif, a Kwara State native and a graduate of Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto, was mobilized in 2017 to Edo State, where she found her biggest inspiration in the NYSC SAID program. During her NYSC camp, she joined the Graduate Entrepreneurship Program, underwent business training, and successfully secured funding to launch her business. Today, she is the CEO of Lady May Beauty Emporium and Plush Casuals, two thriving businesses in Abuja's fashion and beauty scene. Hey, let us meet Mayowa.
My name is Latifa Mayowa Abdulatif. I'm from Kwara State, of our local government to be precise. I graduated from Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto State, where I studied computer science. I was then mobilized for NYSC in 2017. I was posted to Edo State. Camp was fun. Camp was really, really fun. I met people from different places. I met people from Edo, people from even northern states, all in Edo, and we coexisted together. I had a very, very fun camp experience, enlightening one to be precise, and I loved every bit of it. The SAID program was particularly one of my highlights. I got to learn a lot. I've been in the fashion industry for a while, even while I was in school, but in NYSC, I got to spread my tentacles more. So while in camp, with the SAID program, I noticed that NYSC is giving young people the opportunity to become CEOs. They mentioned something about BOI, Graduate Entrepreneurship Fund, and I was very, very interested in that program. So I made sure to keep up with the program, and in fact, it has gotten me to where I am today because I enrolled in the training. I was shortlisted to be one of the people that will go for the 4 days training. Eventually, after the training, I was able to actually get the Graduate Entrepreneurship Fund from BOI. For the BOI program, we had this 4 days training where they coached us about how to be an entrepreneur, what you should do, how you should structure your business plan, how to get your business plans done, how to also get your costing right, how to get a forecast for how the business is going to go. You do like a 3 to 5 years business forecast to know how it's going to be. So yes, after the 4-day program, we wrote a business plan. That was like one of the requirements. And after the business plan, you have a lot of series of sessions with BOI, and eventually they disburse the loan to you based on what you have written. So for mine, aside from the business plan, I actually wrote certain things that I wanted them to do for me. Of course, I had my space already, but then I needed to renew my space. I needed to also get raw materials. What I applied for under BOI was my business that I started a very long time ago, Lady May Beauty. I started in 2012. I started with makeup and anything that has to do with beauty. But then along the line, I fell in love with fashion because my family has been into the fashion business for a very long time. So with the fashion business and with BOI loan, I felt that this is an opportunity for me to expand. So yes, BOI got me they renewed my shop rent. They got me raw materials to make my wares. They got me fabrics. They got me rhinestones. They got me so many things to make sure that the business comes to life. I've actually gotten a lot after the BOI loan. It has made me spread, like I said. At first I had my shop, but now I have a store where my tailors are residing, where we make our products before the end products you're seeing behind me. We make fabrics, we make dresses, the high-end kind of dresses. Then we make simple ready-to-wear dresses like this. Then we also make for brides and grooms. Now with BOI loan, I've been able to push my makeup business to the next level. My makeup game has changed totally. Then the fabrics I design also have changed totally. I have actually moved from the small end to the high scale kind of fashion designing we make at Lady May Beauty. And I've also been able to train a lot of people. We trained up to like 500 people. Aside that, I also had like 2 people that were attached to me to actually mentor. And even till now, we have some trainees and other people that are still training under me.
I am Moses Juliana by name. I'm a staff of Lady May. I've learned enough from her, including makeup. I also do makeup for people. I can do it for myself also. I can embellish fabrics such as ashoke, design clothes, and also I can dress all types of material at all.
I'm learning how to be a professional makeup artist from my mother, from Lady B Beauty. My thought was to be a professional makeup artist, but I'm also learning this also. I'm not here for this, but I'm learning it also because I see that it's very important also. She's a very good madam to me. She's very lovely and kind.
My name is Hamida Abdulatif. I graduated from the University of Ibadan in 2019, after which I was posted to Akwa Ibom State from my NYSC. While there, I also participated in SAID, where I learned photography, and it has actually helped me up my photo skills, which is something I enjoy on a personal level. I want to say thank you to BOI and NYSC for bringing about this amazing initiative. It has really helped us Nigerian youths know that the sky is the limit. There is nothing you cannot achieve with the right dedication, hard work, resilience, and of course, amazing investors behind you that will back your dreams, like BOI and NYSC have done for my sister. Thank you so much.
It all started from Lady May Beauty into makeup artistry. We are professional makeup artists. We do makeup, we do gelatine, and anything that has to do with beauty. Then we are Plush Casuals now grew from there. Plush Casuals is a ready-to-wear brand. We do bespoke tailoring. We also do bridals of your outfit. So you can get your ready-to-wear by us, or you can also bring in your fabrics to have them tailored to perfections by Plush Casuals. We design ashoke for bride and groom. We design ashoke for event guests. So you can bring in your ashoke or you get from us. We design and embellish them to suit your needs, just like what I have behind me here. Then we also make rhinestone motifs. For people that want to get rhinestones, you don't know how to build your rhinestones, we have the motifs and the templates, and that is order made NG. So you can reach us on Instagram. We're on Instagram as Plush Casuals, we're on Instagram as Ashrebiome, we're on Instagram as Lady May Beauty and Made.ng. Reach us on Instagram, then you can reach our contact details are also there on Instagram. I would like to say a big thank you to NYSC and BOI for helping me to actually form my dreams. I'm still growing, I'm still getting there, and with their help I've been able to even make it this far. So I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart, from all of us at Lady May Beauty, from all of us at Plush Casuals, Panasheyu by Ashrebiome, May.ng. We say thank you to NYSC and BOI.
From a core member with a dream to a successful entrepreneur, Latifa's story is a testament to the power of the NYSC SEED program. Up next, we meet a core member whose tech skills transformed his alma mater and are now shaping the future of African tech talent. Hailing from Edo State, famous Onyema Emeka studied computer science at Kogi State University, Ayingba. During his service year, Famous developed 4 essential software programs for his university, streamlining processes and enhancing learning. Famous didn't just serve, he innovated, creating real solutions for his institution. Let us meet him. It is a really, really inspiring story. Don't move a bit.
Hello viewers, my name is Onyema Emeka Famous from Edo State, Borno local government area. NYSC mobilized me in 2018 and I decided to settle here and establish this organization that is impacting lives today. Come, let me show you what we have. And over here. Okay, so we also accept IT and CWS students. These are a collection of our CWS and IT students here. We train them for 6 or 3 months depending on their stay. And also, let me show you this place. This is our classroom, our big classroom here. We have a number of students here studying. For today, for instance, today we've had like 2 sets. This is the 3rd set of students that are coming in. These are all our students. We take in coppers and non-coppers. And these are also students. This one are for digital literacy. These ones are for data analysis. And of course, the other ones here are for web development and design. These ones here are for Python programming and data science. This is one of our tutors. His name is Elijah. Elijah holds MSc in mathematics. And of course, this is Brainpass Code Academy. My orientation at Asaya Camp changed my perspective about patriotism and nation building. I met with a lot of persons from different ethnicity, different religion, who were able to coexist together, who were even able to form a team, like within the platoons, at the man of war level, and even within our hostel at Dormitory. Of course, Asaya is a very lovely place, so we had access to different kinds of foods and all of that. But most importantly, with my team at the Asaya camp, we came up with an idea of what we're going to do to foster national growth in Nigeria. So it's one thing that has kept us going, basically in terms that it brought me to see the nativity of our country, the culture, the heritage we'll have, and all that encompasses within nature. So for me, it was a wonderful experience. It was a wonderful experience at the orientation course in Asaya. When I got to the camp and I noticed, following the order, there's supposed to be this Sahi training. I quickly looked out for ICT. ICT is something I've had passion for even before I studied computer science. So I was very eager to be a part there to learn. For the 5 days of learning or thereabout, it was quite intense. We had different Sahid trainers coming to talk to us about tech, giving us hands-on section at the camp, teaching us how we could design website. It was quite fascinating because these are things, even though I read computer science, it's some things you hardly see in the classroom. But of course, with the Sahid, I was able to say my manual experience was awesome also. Although at the point I decided to, more like escape from attending, but it was wonderful seeing all the drills, all of the exercises that comes with all of the learning that comes with it, teaching you how to self-defend yourself in case of emergency or threat and all of that. So it's something that has built my morale personally and has shaped my perspective about the way I respond to things. Of course, the manual also taught us how to be patient. Patience is one virtue in life that you cannot do without. So I learned a lot at the side camp, especially as regards to all of the activities in the camp. Okay, students, we want to quickly look at something interesting on data analysis using Excel. For instance, these are the list of students we have from the course lecturer. These are the list of students that registered on the portal. Our job is to allocate this score and match them to the owners here, the student, based on their matric number. Now, we can do this using a number of methods. One of the ways we can use to achieve this is by using a special function called index and match in Excel. Now, watch me. With all of my side experience, the moment I was done with Sedc, during my service year, towards the exit period, I decided to found this organization called BrainPower's Innovation and Technology Limited. And so our goal is basically to be a net exporter of tech talent. We decided to come up, bring hands together. It's called BrainPower. So it wasn't just me. I had about 3 of my friends who were together. We came together with different skill sets and we started training. Although eventually some of them had to leave and all of that and left the show for me and some new experts to run now. So that was the original idea of BrainPower. We started in Kogi State University, now Prince Awudu Abubakar University. And within a space of 2 years, it wasn't easy. I mean, getting to train people, you practically have to beg people to come and learn a tech skill. You will have to plead. Even for computer science students, you will have to plead. We're often trained as low as 5,000 naira for a 3-month course. That was far back in 2000 and I think 2019, 20 or thereabout after my youth service. So within the space of 5, 6, 7 years, we've been able to train more than 6,000 persons in different talent. But you know what interests me the most is the fact that a good number of these persons are either out of the country doing very well. We have people who own their tech firm. I have extended about 4 of them. They own their tech firm today and they're doing very well. We have notice of people who are working in different places remotely and locally, doing something. And for us, that's the joy. We are happy to see our students doing extremely well. This institute at the moment has 11 staff. 11 staff, and we train both corpers and non-corpers and all of that. We've had partnership with a lot of organizations within Kogi State, outside of Kogi State, and the good news for us is that the academy is growing. There's a demand, a huge demand. Our target is to see how we can extend from where we are now to other places. Kogi State is made up of 3 senatorial districts, the East, the West, and the Central. And so for now, our focus is mostly on this axis of the Central. When we relocated to Kogi State, that's Lokoja precisely, I met with the Sahid coordinator for the state, and I showed them what we are into and our passion to train corpers at a subsidized rate with quality training. And we met with the team, they interviewed us, they came to the academy and checked our facility. They were quite impressed. I must say, we have the materials, the methods, and of course the manpower. This is perhaps the only tech institute in Kogi State that has on our own about 40 computers. So our students can come and learn even without their own set of computers. So it's not like they have to have computers to come and learn. So they came, they inspected the facilities, they were quite impressed with what they saw. In their words, they had not seen something similar around. So they instantly granted our approval after all of the assessment to become a Sahid facilitator and a trainer. The total number of corpers we train is about 620 altogether, but the total number of students who graduated is about 6,000. So the corpers have been very few, not too much, but they are coming gradually. They are coming up gradually, and we hope that the number will increase with time. I'm going to do an index, and then I want the matric numbers, and then I'm going to match it, match this matric number, selecting any of this matric number, and of course, I want an exact match, and doing this alone, I should be able to have my value. Now look at it. I have my value. 18 has been allocated to this student, and if you check for the admission number of this student here, and you search for it here, you find out that 18 is the actual CA score here. So this is a simple demonstration of using index and match to allocate the appropriate test score or marks or whatever the case would be to a student from another set of data. Hope you understand.
My name is Adebisi Abosede Felicia. I'm from Osun State, and the reason why I chose ICT for my side class is because actually I studied computer science, but in school I couldn't have the technical skills and all of that, and I saw this my NYSC service as an opportunity to build myself and do well in my course of study. I'm here as a student of Brain Passport Academy. I am doing UI/UX design, and the reason why I chose the course is because I am interested in the creative aspect of tech skills as I study computer science. So I started to choose UI/UX.
I'm learning business analysis and intelligence. That is because it goes in line with my course. So what more if I study economics and I can't put it into action? So basically, NYSC is not a waste. It has a whole lot of benefit, just like the side program that is inculcated. I had friends who have served and all. So yeah, I knew there was going to be skills acquisition. So I already prepared to go into tech right before coming into service. So it was like an added advantage.
But getting here, it was totally changed, and it has been so good since then. I've been able to know the basics here, and I know that there's a lot of in-depth to go with this. So I plan on going furthermore what I've learned here and able to go into the system by then, into the economy by then, to make use of it.
Before now, I had no innate knowledge on coding and all of that. But all thanks to NYSC side, I've been able to get the understanding of what coding is all about, what tech as a whole is all about, and where like the future is heading towards tech and all. Yeah, so I thank NYSC side for the opportunity to be part of this program.
I used to use the system, but then when I open the system, I just go to where I want to go to, that is to watch film and other stuff. But then when I came here, I noticed something normally I didn't know about before the program. So I want to specially thank the CEO of Brain Pulse Academy for making me choose digital literacy so that I can further understand computer.
My name is Alasan Sekinat Ojoneko. I'm from Kogi State, and I finished from GYB Model Science Secondary School, and I'm one of the students of Brain Pulse Code Academy. I'm a coding student, and I've learned HTML and CSS. Anytime I see a core member, I'm always happy and I'm always proud of them. And I want to use this opportunity to promise my parents that I'll work hard and wear the uniform some days.
NYSC has helped greatly. During the orientation course in Asaya, the facilitator for the CDS group, that's the ICT CS group that I joined, spoke a lot about the importance of ICT and the opportunities that are valuable. And that again spawned my interest. Yeah, I've had the interest before, I started doing something on my own, but that zeal was going to die off without much motivation. And so I was really motivated by the Sahid team at the camp, and that kind of like heightened my belief in the nation and also in tech and the opportunity to be able to give back to our own nation. So NYSC has played a crucial role as far as I'm concerned in what we have become today and of course where we are heading to. Nigeria serves, Nigeria we serve.
What an incredible journey from fashion to tech. These stories prove that the NYSC is more than just a service here. It is a launching pad for success. Here is where we draw the curtain on today's episode of NYSC Half Hour. We always love to hear from you. Connect with us on social media and on YouTube. Our online handles are displayed on your screens. And don't forget, you can always catch us on NYSC TV on free-to-air satellite and NYSC Radio 88.3 FM. Remember, the safety of core members in our communities is the responsibility of you and I. Until I see you next time, I am Nkem Agoa. Stay inspired.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
The Inspector General of Police has met with senior officers to review the state of security.
We are continuing our coverage of the arrest of Godwin Emefiele.
The Senate has summoned the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria to properly brief the Senate regarding the state of the economy.
What I will never take is threat.
Let's now bring you more development from Ibadan, the Yobe state capital, where an explosion has taken place. Tell us about this incident.
TVC News, first with breaking news.
The TVC News at 7 and the TVC News at 10 are not like any other news broadcast.
It's the big news hour, the hour for the big breaking stories.
We've got some of the best reporters on the field,
taking you through as it happens.
It's fast-paced, hard-hitting,
with investigations that matter.
bringing in news that affects your life.
With sport, entertainment, and business news, so you don't miss a thing.
Experience resourceful coverage with depth
every night.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV Station of the Year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
The growth of any society depends on the level of education of its citizens. The education sector in Borno has been devastated by over a decade-long insurgency, thereby forcing thousands of children to be out of school. But the Zulum administration came in with a 10-packed development agenda, which revamping the education sector is part of it. Hello and welcome. This is Borno Restoration. I am Jessie Tafida. Today on the program, we will bring you up to speed on effort made by the Zulum administration to revamp the education sector. First, let's bring you the latest on Borno Today. It's another phase of palliative distribution exercise by Governor Babagana Zulum. This time around, the gesture is meant for victims of the Maiduguri flood as they prepare for Ramadan. 100,000 beneficiaries in Maiduguri metropolis and environs are to benefit, while the remaining 150 from 26 local government areas. Young and old all waited patiently for their turn to get their share.
Gathering is driven by two key concerns. One, our ongoing efforts to support flood victims in Maiduguri and Jere, helping them rebuild and recover. Because people of Metropolitan Council and its environs, Jere also, were severely affected by the flood. And then secondly, the imminent arrival of Ramadan, a time of reflection, generosity, and renewed faith.
The governor appreciates the support of President Tinubu for making this program a success.
We'll continue to invest in agricultural inputs, infrastructure, and support programs that will enhance the sector and drive sustainable economic growth. This approach will not only empower our people to become self-reliant, but also significantly reduce government spending on palliative.
We took wards that are big and gave them a larger number. Smaller wards, but no ward received less than 3,000 to 3,500. 3,000 is for the people that are here that we selected. 500 is for special intervention.
The distribution was done in an orderly manner, devoid of stampede. These food items are expected to sustain the beneficiaries through the month of Ramadan. It is part of Governor Babagana Zulum palliative exercise to cushion the effects of the flood disaster that has ravaged millions of livelihoods of Maiduguri, Mafa, Kondiga, and Jebe residents. Governor Babagana Zulum is sure to continue this exercise until the end of his tenure. As the holy month of Ramadan starts, government and development partners have rolled out some humanitarian interventions to citizens across the country. And today, the Northeast Development Commission is giving out these food and non-food items to people with disabilities, widows, and orphans. NEDC State Coordinator Muhammad Umar notes that the move is to give such groups a sense of belonging.
We touch various facets of the community in periods like this. It's not only these people that I've enumerated that were affected. Even the state government benefited from this gesture so that they can extend it to also other communities around. Because as NEDC, we can only identify few. What the state government being the giant one, they can identify as much as, and it will go the nooks and crannies of the states. Last year, what we did was to get some few numbers. But this time around, we expand our horizon of need assessment and we get more beneficiaries. And today they are here benefiting from this.
Beneficiaries of the gesture thanked the Commission for the initiative, which according to them would go a long way in alleviating their sufferings.
On behalf of the school, Borno Special School, I really want to appreciate what Northeast Development Commission are doing, because impacting the lives of those vulnerable people or people living with disability. And the inclusion is very, very paramount, though they will be forgotten before, but now everything done, inclusion is there. So I really want to say kudos to Northeast Development Commission. And for how we are going to use it, it has come at the right time, because as you can see, we have entered the Ramadan period, and the children also need a higher nutritional food. So definitely we are going to use it to change their food or dining timetable, so that they will be able to hear there's a different diet than what we have been serving them before.
The Northeast Development Commission assures that the same gesture would be extended to other states in the region. The Borno State Governor, Babagana Zulum, has launched the first phase of a teacher training initiative with about 2,000 teachers found trainable after sitting for a competency test organized by the state government. This move, according to Professor Babagana Zulum, is geared towards improving the education sector. The event took place at Biu Local Council area of the state. 1,949 teachers from across 27 local council areas of Borno State. They are part of those who need further training as teachers following a competency test conducted by the state government. In spite of their test failure, Governor Babagana Zulum does not intend to fire them. He still wants them to be on board, but after they undergo additional training.
It is with great pleasure and a profound sense of accomplishment I stand before you today at the commencement ceremony for the training of 1,949 teachers from 27 local government education authorities across Borno State, taking place here at the College of Education, Wakadu. This number that are to be trained here in Wakadu form part of the 6,227 teachers that were considered trainable during the last competency test analysis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you may recall the needs assessment carried out in 2021, which prompted the competency test for teachers across the different local government education authorities that took place from the 5th to 20th January 2022. The outcome of the test revealed that 5,257 individuals passed, and they were since receiving the minimum wage. 6,227 were considered trainable, and that is why we embarked upon a training exercise to train those 6,227 that were considered trainable. We have divided the figure into three. The first batch of about 2,000 of those trainable teachers will be trained here in Wakadu. While the second part, also comprising of over 2,000 teachers, shall be trained at the College of Education, Bama. The last batch of about 2,000 again will be trained inside the former Sarkashan College of Education, Maiduguri, by the Teachers Education Institute that is under the purview of the Borno State University. The aim of the government is to ensure that all these 6,227 trainable teachers shall be trained concurrently at these three different places. And they should be trained for a period of 3 months. At the end of the 3 months, they will undergo another competency test that will determine whether they are fit to teach in primary schools or not. If at the end of the training exercise, it was determined that all of you have passed the examination, then we have no any problem. We shall include all of you to the number of qualified teachers that we already have in our master list. And if at the end of the training exercise, none of you have passed the examination, all of you shall leave the academic sector. So I advise you to study very well, write the examination. We don't have any business in failing any teacher. And we don't have any business. We don't have the intention of retrenching any teacher. But what we want is that only qualified teachers can teach at our primary schools. And there's no going back. There is no going back. It may surprise you to Not that during the last exercise, about 4,339 so-called teachers were found to be untrainable at all. Some are having NCs, and they cannot even write NCE. If I will not allow my child to be trained by somebody who is not qualified to teach, to train, then how will I allow children of the masses to be trained by an unqualified teacher? But I believe the last competency test has shown that almost all of you that are here can be trained, unless if you don't work. So here is an opportunity for you to be trained here. And at the end of the 3 months exercise, you take your examinations, and once you pass the examination, Borno State government is willing to implement the new minimum wage immediately in your table. Expanding this initiative during the inauguration of the Local Government Education Secretariat on March 19, 2024, government approved the allocation of 1 billion for the training of 2,730 teachers. These teachers will undergo training at both the College of Education Worker and even Ibrahim El Kanani College of Education, Science and Technology, Bama, for a 3-month sandwich program for 1,884 teachers and a full-time NCE program for 846 teachers that don't have the educational qualification to teach at the primary school. They have SSCs. Some are having SSCs for the last 20 years, and they are still teaching at the primary school level. This is not acceptable. But we have given opportunity to all those that are having SSE in Borno State, that are working in the primary education as teachers, to come and to be trained here in Wakabio. Let me bring to your kind notice that all the 27 local government areas of Borno State are represented here. What do we intend to do? We intend to promote peaceful coexistence amongst ourselves. Whether you are from Borno South, or from Borno Central, or from Borno North, the most important thing is that all of us are from Borno State. This issue of discrimination, this issue of disparity between ourselves within the same state will never be tolerated again. And what we are doing today is a deliberate attempt to enhance peace amongst ourselves. We are all the same. So, a Kanuri girl in Mongono Kukawa will be trained here in this school. A Chibok teacher in Chibok will be trained in this view. That is what we want. While some of you that are here in Biu and other parts of southern Borno will also be trained in Bama, which is Borno Central, and some will go to Mutu. And likewise, I want to direct the Ministry of Education and indeed the provost of this very important college to henceforth admit candidates from all over the state to this very important school. That was the practice that we had before. Our fathers and our senior brothers have school here, have school here. Why not we? And Government Girls Secondary School Wakabi, Government Girls Secondary School Biu, Government Secondary School Shapa, amongst others, were chosen as our centers of excellence. That is why these schools were renovated and government will inshallah complete all the renovation exercise in these two schools so that girls all over Borno State will come here for the secondary education. At least 30% of the admission of the government girls secondary school bill will come from northern Borno and Borno Central. While those from Biu and Hawi and other local government areas in southern Borno will also be trained within Maiduguri and northern Borno, like Mongono and others. And we shall reintroduce payment of transport allowances for them to be returned back to home during their holidays. Commissioner for Education has to take note. The primary objective of this training initiative is to tackle long-standing issues surrounding remuneration, retention, and most importantly, the competency of teachers in accordance with national standards. Participants will receive this training free of charge, along with a monthly stipend of 30,000 naira, in addition to the regular salaries. All the trainees will receive 30,000 naira on a monthly basis. For the 3 months, and even those that will be trained for 2 years will receive an allowance scholarship of 30,000 naira on a monthly basis. That means government will be spending 300 million naira on a monthly basis for this training. So what we are given is more than what the commissioner has said also. But what I want is to see the teachers that are on the payroll of the local education authority in Borno State are well qualified to teach at our primary school. I urge of you to approach this opportunity with utmost seriousness. A successful completion of the program, coupled with passing the competency test at its conclusion, will lead to a watch review, inshallah. Furthermore, the Ministry of Education is directed to release an additional sum of 50,000 naira to all participants to ensure adequate preparation for the program. That means, in addition to the monthly 30,000 naira that will be given to the teachers, additional 15,000 naira will be given to all the 6,227 teachers for them to make necessary arrangements for their teachers.
1 billion naira has been released specifically for this initiative, and teachers enrolled in the program are tasked to take it serious.
The problem facing basic education in our states escalated since the discontinuation of direct absorption of primary school teachers from their respective teachers' colleges. With no structured replacement, with no structured employment approach in place, the indiscriminate replacement of teachers has resulted in several challenges, including salary scale discrepancies and the hiring of unqualified persons, among others. The consequences of this practice were highlighted through the verification exercise conducted in 2019 and the competency test in 2022, the result of which are in the public domain. The situation has resulted in long-standing issues that have plunged education sector for over 3 decades of stemming policy neglect, questionable action from education administrators and politicians. This situation has further led the Borno State government to be grappling with challenges surrounding the recruitment, remuneration, and retention of teachers. Your Excellency, Your Highness, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to address some significant emerging issues. 1. Concerns regarding salary disparity circulation on social media platform. As I earlier mentioned, the ongoing practice of indiscriminate teacher replacement at the LEA level has undermined conventional salary scales. This has led to certain local government areas issuing insufficient salary. The concerning trend has emerged where salaries of well-paid, experienced teachers who retire is divided into 5 or 6 apartments, which is subsequently sold. This illicit practice has left these illegitimate appointed individuals with no record, no defined salary structure, or any mechanism to monitor their work progression. 2. Discrepancies in the salaries of the 3,000 newly employed teachers and the existing staff on minimum wage. The newly employed teachers underwent a formal application process, including examination, interview, which culminated in an enhanced salary package of minimum of 52,000 naira per month for professional teachers. While the existing teachers were replaced through an informal process, resulting in incomplete documentation and appointments not at the proper level. These deficiencies in record hampered promotion opportunities and other benefits. However, the Borno Subeb is in the process of formulating recommendations to address these issues, which will be presented to Your Excellency in due course. 3. Salaries of teachers serving in the Senior Secondary Education Board. Concerns have been raised regarding significant numbers of teachers in the Senior Secondary Education Boards who are not receiving salaries. In response to this concern, the ministry organized a meeting with the Biometric and Data Capture Office, where I would like to disclose the following information. 1. Contrary to circulating information, a total of 796 teachers have been consistently receiving their salaries. However, some of these teachers have chosen to claim non-payment and have abstained from their duty posts. We have distributed the list of these teachers of over 20 primary schools in Biu Emirate.
The Zulum administration has seen
in Biu Emirate.
The Zulum administration has since inception promised to revamp the education sector, and this initiative is seen as a vital step towards improving the educational system.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And that's our package on this episode of Borno Restoration. Many thanks for watching. I am Jessie Tafida. See you next time. Bye-bye.
I'm Nifemi Oguntoye, news anchor with TVC News.
My day is usually busy and it's difficult keeping up with breaking news stories, trending stories, business news, stock exchange and what have you. But with TVC News on WhatsApp, I'm able to catch up with all the breaking news, real-time updates and trending stories on the go, right on my phone, no matter where I am. It's quick, easy and always on. And here you can join us by scanning the QR code or using the link on our X and Instagram. Why wait? Come to the side of news that keeps you ahead. TVC News, first with breaking news.
It's the month of March, the month of women. Here in TVC News, we'll dedicate this period to celebrating the gender with the theme Accelerate Action. Throughout the month, stay locked to this channel as we take you through the International Women's Day on the 8th and highlighting all the female-friendly issues, special reports, personality and live interviews of great women, both celebrated and unsung heroes. Stay with TVC News for all these insights and analysis.
TVC News, first with breaking news.
Every second, every minute, every hour and every day, time doesn't just tick away. It's a countdown to political decisions that shape our world.
This country must move.
Imagine the impact these decisions have on our lives. Some are consequential, others may leave us intrigued or baffled.
You will have no better friend and partner than Nigeria.
Step in and feel the frenzy like never before. Join me every weekday for an hour of fact-finding interviews where questions cut to the core.
How would you say your administration has fared in these sectors?
I will dig in to get to the heart of issues, from local politics to global insight. Join me as I unearth the power plays, jaw-dropping revelations and the unfiltered truth. This isn't just politics, it's unraveling the stories that matter. Brace yourself for Politics Tonight every weekday at 8 p.m, where every decision echoes along the corridors of our lives. Politics Tonight, only on TVC News.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV Station of the Year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
In the spirit of giving to the less privileged and vulnerable persons in the month of Ramadan, the governor of Yobe State, Mai Mala Buni, has launched the distribution of Ramadan palliative to 30,000 vulnerable households across the 17 local government areas of the state. Addressing the beneficiaries and the invited guests, the State Commissioner for Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management, Mero Amshi, said the gesture by the state government is to ensure that residents are not left out in the ongoing fast because of lack of food to break daily. She urged the beneficiaries to use the given food items for the benefit of their families.
This initiative is part of our collective commitment to ensuring that no family goes hungry, especially during the blessed month of Ramadan, a time of reflection, sacrifice, and generosity. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Yobe State, has demonstrated unwavering dedication to the welfare of our people, prioritizing humanitarian support, food security, and resilience building for most of our vulnerable members of our society. The distribution we are launching today is not just about providing food. It is about restoring dignity, strengthening community resilience, and ensuring that families can observe Ramadan with peace of mind. The government understands the challenges faced by our people, particularly those affected by food insecurity due to poor harvest, displacement, economic hardship. Through strategic interventions like this,
areas. Of course, this is in tune with the policy and character of.
I would like to express our profound gratitude to our development partners, local and international humanitarian organizations, and all stakeholders who continue to support the government's efforts in addressing humanitarian needs. Your partnership remains invaluable in achieving our shared vision of a food-secured and resilient Yobe State. To our esteemed beneficiaries, we urge you to make the best use of these provisions. This is part of a broader strategy to support household food security and improve the well-being of our communities. Be assured that the government remains committed to implementing sustainable solutions that go beyond immediate relief and promote long-term resilience.
In his remarks, Governor Boni stated that the distribution of the Ramadan food basket to the vulnerable household is an initiative that testifies to the policy of compassion and commitment to the well-being of the people, particularly during the holy month of Ramadan.
This initiative is a testament to the policy of compassion and commitment to the well-being of our people generally, and particularly during this holy month of Ramadan. This in addition to the annual Ramadan feeding centers we have across the state. I am glad to state that the government is expanding the sum of 297 million to provide food to less privileged persons at the Ramadan feeding centers. Government has also increased the feeding centers from 85 to 102 this year, with additional locations situated mostly in health institutions. Under the Ramadan Food Basket Program, government has procured over 35,000 bags of rice and condiments worth about 2 billion naira for distribution to 30,000 vulnerable households, internally displaced persons, 1,500 teachers and junior staff of the Teaching Service Board, Science and Technical Education Board, 500 resident doctors, flood victims, farmers affected by poor harvest, and other disadvantaged persons in the society.
The governor explained that his administration is determined to ease the burden of insufficient food and provide support for families who are struggling to meet their daily nutritional needs.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our commitment to the welfare of the people of Yobe State goes beyond seasonal interventions. We have always remained responsive to the plight of our people. In the wake of the devastating 2024 floods, the state government, in strategic partnership with the federal government and the development partners, provided emergency relief, including food and non-food items. We equally allocated 1 million naira in emergency support to the most affected local government, 100 million naira in emergency support to the most affected local government areas to provide the much needed relief as we work on more sustainable and long-term approach to help our people rebuild their lives. Today, we are constructing the erosion, flood, and water harvesting project in Damaturu and Bunyadi to curb the menace of the floods and to harvest the water for irrigation. This will be replicated in other areas of the state with flood challenges. You recall that as part of our administration's continued commitment to resilience and economic empowerment, we launched 2 major initiatives in November last year to restore livelihoods and foster sustainable development across Yobe State. These are the 1.4 billion naira support for 25,500 flood victims and vulnerable groups who receive 50,000 each, and 1 billion naira empowerment to 10,000 small business owners who receive 100,000 naira each.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your Excellency continues to play its role in supporting the most vulnerable members of our society. We all have a collective responsibility to complement the government's efforts to see that your neighbor does not break his fast or go to bed on an empty stomach. We should remain committed to the values of kindness, generosity, and solidarity that define us as a people. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless this initiative and grant us a peaceful and prosperous Ramadan, and continue to guide us in our efforts to build a stronger and more inclusive Yobe State. I wish to end my address with a call on those vested with the responsibility of distribution to have the fear of Allah in the distribution exercise to ensure that these interventions reach the intended beneficiaries efficiently and transparently.
Geshua, a community in Yobe State, is known for its prevalent kidney failure cases. Neighboring communities have had their own fair shares of deaths as a result of the deadly kidney failure. In its efforts to provide solutions, the state government is not relenting to come to their rescue. Now, 50 health experts are deployed to Geshua town to investigate the root causes.
This is a special intervention project funded by the Yobe State government under the leadership of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Yobe State, Honorable Maimala Buni. And the general idea around it is the fact that we know for probably over a decade now that there is a rising case of kidney disease, especially in the Bade Emirate. 2 years ago, His Excellency visited the United Kingdom, during which we had a meeting with some of the world top scientists working in this area, following which His Excellency now advised me to lead a team that will work both with these local and international scientists to understand the root cause of this problem. And as part of that, we are here in Geshua with a team of medical doctors, nephrologists, nurses, lab scientists, environmentalists, including chemists, GIS specialists, etc. So it's truly a multidisciplinary endeavor. And to the best of my knowledge, this is the largest state-funded investigation on a single health issue that I've come across in Africa. What do I mean by that? Most health challenges are funded by international organizations. I've never come across a single health challenge that is fully funded by a state government of this magnitude.
It may interest you to know that the Yobe State government, under the able leadership of His Excellency Honorable Maimala Buni, has established a dialysis center at the hospital, and then dialysis is being done free of charge for all the indigents of the state. And we've been running this program for the past 8 years, 7 to 8 years, without any interruption, courtesy of His Excellency. So I think we need to appreciate that first. On the average, a majority of our patients are from this emirate. Okay, monthly we do about more than 600 sessions of hemodialysis. When we say sessions, we are not talking about number of patients, but the sessions, one patient can have 2 or 3 sessions in a week, and roughly about half of our patients come from this emirate. So if you look at it, and then we conducted a survey sometimes last year, in which we look at all the hemodialysis center in Yobe, Borno State and Jigawa State at Specialist Hospital Hadejia, and we identified hotspots from where these patients come about. We found out that majority of them come from Bade and Jakusko local government areas of Yobe State.
Some residents share their experiences with TVC News.
I lost 6 of my family members in the span of less than 2 years, including my father.
Local government or Bade Emirate has got problem of kidney maintenance. We have lost a lot of lives. As I have already said earlier, I myself have already lost about 6 of my blood relation. All of them has undergone dialysis before they lost their life. But by having this, the executive governor of Yobe State, we must appreciate him. We must to thank him. We must to say a lot on him. It seems he's a leader. He's a leader. We must to say he's a leader because he has sent professionals to us. They are now investigating the main problems in the town, and they are doing their work. His Royal Highness, the Emir of Bade, and I myself, we have already sat together and put our head together. We have already discussed, and we are going to give them maximum cooperation to do their work successfully. And they are on the work now, and there is no any problem. We are hoping, we are praying, we are hoping, we are praying to Almighty God that that what they have here to get the problems in our respective local government.
Many residents are now happy with the state government initiatives.
We are very proud. We really and sincerely appreciate the effort of the government.
After the collation of 20,000 samples from the people in Bade and Damaturu local government areas, the team of medical experts are expected to conduct medical interviews to determine whether the causes are environmental, style-related, and generic. Farming is the mainstay of Yobe states. No doubt, Yobe has suffered more food crises due to conflict occasioned by Boko Haram insurgents.
1, 2, 3.
As a way of providing solutions to the food crisis in the region, officials of the World Food Programme, African Development Bank and MasterCard Foundation visited Yobe State to launch a solar-powered farm in Mamudo community.
What we have behind us is solar production, which is powering irrigation for what is really a centuries-old challenge for fruit and vegetable production here in Mamudu. Now, this is part of the solution to increase productivity, and I'm so delighted here to be with my colleague from the African Development Bank and from MasterCard Foundation, because as you said, we are working together collectively across northern Nigeria. Now, I'm not sure you have your numbers quite right in terms of the collaboration, but what I can tell you is that we're on a mission. We started in Cano on Monday. We were in Jigawa yesterday with the Minister of Agriculture looking at wheat production supported by the African Development Bank. Really impressive, going to scale from the dry season wheat planting. And then we also talked about some MasterCard World Food Program activities up in Bade, in Jigawa. And then today we're coming across to Potiskum. We stopped at the market to see the production potential within the Yobe state, and we're here looking at this project. Tomorrow we're heading towards Maiduguri in Borno state, and MasterCard and WFP will be going all the way to Ngala on the shores of Lake Chad, along with African Development Bank. So we're just going across the region looking at opportunities for co-investment, working also with our government partners, but also engaging with private sector partners for a new approach to humanitarian solutions.
Farming tools were distributed to farmers to ease their work. The efforts are to strengthen food system and promote increased value chain employment opportunity for youths.
We are doing $134 million in all the northern states. So in Jigawa alone, yesterday we were there with the governor and the Minister of Agriculture. We saw a lot of sites that have really made fantastic progress with dry season wheat production. I think the target for all the states, if I'm not mistaken, is around 300,000 hectares, which is going to make a significant dent, on addressing the national wheat self-sufficiency, which is a longer-term target. But on this trip, very specifically, it's a learning process. Our colleagues want to understand how we are approaching on the development side. We also want to understand on the humanitarian side so that we can develop an approach that looks at the entire value chain, not only production, but its aggregation, its processing, transportation, but also all the issues of seasonality. Of course, in Potiskum today, we visited the market, as I was saying earlier, and we also spoke to the market people because we are looking at a comprehensive solutions that will go just beyond, looking at vegetable, maize and wheat and so on, that will address the entire food system.
And so this is unique that the three of us come across this region together, and it's showing that we want to do things differently. We want to be more effective with production led by the people of Nigeria, in this case Yobe State, and particularly the youth and women. And I've been so impressed to see the engagement of youth, young farmers in this initiative, as well as so many important women, including women-led enterprises that we just met here in the region.
The officials who carried out the interventions say they are planning for a comprehensive interventions beyond farming in the coming years. The Yobe State Governor Malabuni has reiterated the willingness of the state government to provide funds to ensure sustainability of the Biomedical Research Training Center at the Yobe State University, Damaturu. The fund will cover equipment, maintenance, and research projects to enable the center to meet the desired international standards. Governor Buni, who was represented by his deputy, Idi Barde Gubana, made the assertion during the opening ceremony of the 14th Conference and General Assembly meeting of the Nigerian Young Academy held at the Yobe State University in Damaturu. The director and founder of the center, Mahmoud Bukamena, who doubles as the special advisor to the governor on research, science and innovation, speaks more about the events.
It's historically considered the birthplace of science innovation. The first stone tools were discovered in Africa, showing that Africans were the pioneers in this area. But yet, Africa is lagging behind. And as a result, we have brain drain. Talented African scientists leaving the African continent, going to the global north in search of better opportunities. And of course, this presents a highly problematic challenge because we need them to solve our local problems. And this is exactly why, with your support and the enabling environment provided by the Yobe State University, we established the Biomedical Science Research and Training Center 3 years ago here in Yobe State. And with all sense of humility and gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this center has, at the moment, equipment worth over 2 billion naira. We have some of the best equipment in the entire country, including 2 confocal microscopes, which are only a few in the entire African continent. And of course, Your Excellency, when you launched this center 3 years ago, we made it very clear our mission is bold, which is to train the next generation of African scientists. Make this center open access so that Yobe would become a beacon as well as a scientific hub of excellence within the African nation. And already we have trained over 450 doctors, scientists, and other professionals, not just in Yobe State or in Nigeria, but from Cameroon, Ghana, Egypt, the Gambia, and other parts of Africa.
In his remarks, the State Commissioner for Higher Education, Bello Kawua, described the partnership between the state government and the research center as essential.
Also is to appreciate the founder of BioRTC, Dr. Mahmoud Bukramaina, for the foresight and the ingenuity in identifying the need to have this unparalleled resource center in our university. At BioRTC Center in Yobe State University leads in cutting-edge research, especially addressing our local medical challenges. We look forward to further partnership with the center to build the capacity of our academics in the state tertiary institutions, especially in science and biomedical research, for our academics to be able to be in tune with the use of AI and the standard modern protocols in science, research, innovation protocols.
I want to assure you that your efforts are not in vain. The work you are doing today, the questions you are asking, and the problems you are solving will resonate far beyond the walls of your institutions and boundaries of this country. They will shape the world for generations to come. For those of us in Yobe State, we are happy that what we are doing within the four walls of Yobe State University has gone beyond Yobe State, has gone beyond Nigeria, has gone beyond Africa. We are all over the world. I'm grateful for that. Only 3 years. I'm sure in the next few years, Yobe State University will be a university of recognition across the world. Last week, I was with a group of students at the University of Maiduguri, and they're talking about analysis of their data. And they mentioned Yobe State University, that they have the equipment. Then they quickly said there is something called BioRTC. I started laughing. I said, this is in my university. Please come.
In his speech, Governor Boni pledged continued support for the university's Biomedical Research Center.
I gladly wish to welcome all our distinguished invited guests, participants, and everyone to this significant event. Earlier, I was made to understand that this meeting is going to dwell on matters relating to biomedical science, research and training center by RTC to achieve appropriate response to the existing and emerging challenges that affect citizens' health and well-being. As we may be all aware, the RTC was conceived by its founder, Dr. Mahmoud Bukar Maina, with the objective of inducing science, research, and innovations for speeding up growth and development within the state in particular and beyond in general. Therefore, there's no gainsaying that the fact that this common drive of ours is geared towards serving humanity in its entirety. Obviously, our august visitors from across the country and even beyond may have similar belief and equal zeal in promoting knowledge and progress of all people, and this is underscored by their presence in our midst today. Yobe, as a state that was inflicted with over a dozen years of incidency, with devastating consequences on all facets of our lives, needs a deliberate and concerted effort to ensure quick recovery.
Ignorance is the mother of personal destruction, a voluntary misfortune, and it is worse when you are ignorant of your ignorance.
You and Your Health with Dr. Richard Okoye is brought to you by Dr. Civilite Foundation as he uncovers the mystery behind most deadly diseases, their causes, prevention, and latest treatment. Sending your comment and health-related questions. Together, let's liberate Africa from health ignorance.
Hear this, you are ignorantly awaiting the arrival of your wife's menopause. If you have low sperm count and ignore it.
Join Dr. Richard Okoye every Sunday by 3:30 p.m.
The TVC News at 7 and the TVC News at 10 are not like any other news broadcast.
It's the big news hour, the hour for the big breaking stories.
We've got some of the best reporters on the field,
taking you through as it happens.
It's fast-paced, hard-hitting,
with investigations that matter.
bringing in news that affects your life.
With sport, entertainment, and business news, so you don't miss a thing.
Experience resourceful coverage with depth
every night.
For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in shall not perish, but have everlasting life. In Proverbs 28 verse 13, the Bible says, he that covereth his sin shall not prosper, but whosoever confess them and forsake them shall have mercy. Unbelief is sin, unforgiveness is sin, selfishness is sin, insincerity, disobedience, blasphemy, anger, envy, speaking evil of other people, backbiting, murmuring, cursing people, swearing with heaven and earth. All these are terrible sins. You must confess them, renounce them, and promise God no more.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707 272 8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
On Saturday, February 15th, 2025, history was made in the ancient city of Kaduna as over 50 leaders of different political parties led thousands of their supporters to the ruling All Progressives Congress during a rally attended by top party officials. The impressive performance of the Kaduna State Governor, Senator Ubasani, saw the gale of defections of leaders of the People's Democratic Party, New Nigerian People's Party, Action Democratic Party, Labour Party, and many others into the APC along with their supporters. The epoch-making event was witnessed by thousands of APC supporters who rolled out their drums to welcome the new decampees. The arrival of Governor Ubasani at Murtala Square electrified the cheering crowd and also signaled the commencement of the rally to welcome the defectors. The caliber of the defectors include the former governor of Kaduna State, Mukhtar Ramadan Yaro, a two-time former senator from southern Kaduna, Danjumala, 3 serving PDP members of the Kaduna State House of Assembly, a serving PDP member of the House of Representatives, Amos Magaji, Senator Shehu Sani, former member of the House of Representatives, Yakubu Barde, and former PDP National Organizing Secretary, Alhaji Abubakar Mustafa. Others are the governorship candidate of the NNPP in 2023 election, Senator Suleiman Hunkwi, governorship candidate of Action Democratic Party, Honorable Sani Sha'aban, deputy governorship candidate of the Labour Party, Zangwang Aya, former local government chairman, and former commissioners. One by one, the defectors make their speeches, citing the outstanding performance of Governor Ubasani and his inclusive governance style as key factors determining their decision.
A yau 15 ga wannan wata ta February.
Today, the 15th of February, history has been made. Since the PDP was established, there has never been a defection of this magnitude, as you have witnessed here today. History has indeed been made. Southern Kaduna, known as the PDP's greatest stronghold, has seen a significant shift today. The names and faces we have seen defecting from these three zones are enough to make history and affirm the governor's impact. As you know, distinguished governor, the chairman of the Northwest Development Commission is here. The founding members of the APC are aware that several of us were asked to step down after the leader stopped the car and asked us to drop in the bush. We complied, but today, by God's grace, you have picked up everyone who was once sidelined. I celebrate with you, Senator Shehu. I am happy for you, and I am happy for myself. Mr. Governor, after we were asked to step down, they mocked us, saying we had been retired. But here I am today, with my white beard, standing strong. Shehu has not lost his hair, and even Shettima has left his party to join yours. I pray that God continues to guide you and grants you greater victories.
The entire APC team across wards and local government levels sincerely appreciates Governor Obasani for his efforts in transforming the party and making it a welcoming home for all. Under his leadership, the APC has become the party of choice for politicians across the state. I have been a member of the party for quite some time now, driven by the confidence and trust I have in the governor's vision, and that is why I am joining other stakeholders here to welcome newly campees into our party. More people are eager to join APC and our doors remain open. We are committed to strengthening the party and contributing our efforts to ensure resounding victory in the 2027 elections. I also want to make it clear here that the PDP, the party we left, is still making efforts to win us back. Even recently, as at yesterday, some of their officials visited me at home. However, I made it clear to them that we will never turn back. And by 2027, our goal is to ensure that APC remains the only viable political force in Kaduna.
He's almost 2 years on the seat. But what he has done today is much more than somebody that spent good 8 years. We are proud of him. I will continue to be proud of him. You know, we are colleagues, but the colleagues were different. I will do it, and I promise we shall continue to do it with all my supporters. For those that are here today, I'm telling you, you've not seen people. People are yet to decamp from the PDP, as I've said. I will take a complete whole week to receive all the decampees from PDP to APC. I promise my followers must come, and I will reserve a day, particularly for only Southern Kaduna, for you to come and receive them in person. I'm proud to be a member here, and I continue to be a proud man because I am not out of the game.
We want to send a short message to our northern brothers. If God has given you Kaduna, He has given you everything. Kaduna, since history from Ahmadu Bello till today, is a state known for its unity. There are no sections. God in His justice brought us together again in Kaduna using His servant Obasani. Look at the past administrations of leaders of the North, from Ahmadu Bello, Aminu Cano, Malam Aminu Shehu Idris. Whatever they did, they never brought ethnic or religious divisions. They didn't show affinity for any particular group or persons. They never said this is a male and this is a female. We need to tell ourselves the truth, the people of Kaduna. In the last 8 years, did the last administration embrace the people like that? Today is exciting. People from north, central and southern part of Kaduna have now come together. There is no difference. Malam Obasani This good spirit that God has gifted you, I pray God sustains it. You have led for 2 years, remaining 2, and then remaining 4. May God continue to give you this kind of insight. The years that are ahead of us is to correct what has happened in the last 8 years. In just 2 years, Obasani has almost corrected everything that went wrong in the last 8 years. This kind of good spirit God has given you, the humility that God has given you to honor those ahead of you and respect those beneath you, this is what has brought you to this place. Don't allow the pride that has ruined others affect you. May God continue to bless you and protect you and give you the wisdom to remain focused on the mission ahead of you. Our eyes are on ground. Our ears are also on ground. We are following closely. Any step we take, we are still turning behind to look.
Your Excellency, you are a man of honor. And I want to first appreciate your deputy, who has been working very amiable with you. The Speaker, including all the House of Assembly members in Kaduna. Because without their cooperation, there won't be progress. And I want to thank your staff, like the Chief of Staff, the SSD, and all others that have helped you to attain this remarkable progress. Your Excellency, you have done it well. I want to speak in Yoruba. I want the people in the southern part of Nigeria to hear me. It was said that the North will not vote for Tinubu in 2027. Your Excellency, with the help you are receiving from His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of Nigeria, we will continue to vote you, and 2007 we will vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Can I hear a yes for that? Yes. He has helped our governor, and the money anybody who says our governor has received, we have seen the evidence. He has worked in different parts of Kaduna State. He has reconciled the state. Today, Kaduna State is one. Your Excellency, let me speak in Yoruba so that our people in the south will know that we in Kaduna State, if Bola Ahmed Tinubu is in the ballot, we shall vote for him. Mo fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ní èdè Yorùbá tí ń sọ pé àwọn tó ń sọ pé àwọn àtàwọ̀ ní north àní dìbò fún Bọ́lá Tinubu a máa dìbò fún nǹkan tó jẹ́ máa dìbò fún wípé ó ń ra ọ̀gá wa gómìnà wa ó ń ràn lọ́wọ́ ó ń bi ó dẹ̀ ràn lọ́wọ́ ó dẹ̀ owó tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ń fún àní ó ti fi ṣiṣẹ́ tó bá jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni 2027 àrí ẹni tí wọ́n máa dìbò fún ta ló máa dìbò fún o ṣebí Tinubu ní ṣé Tinubu la máa dìbò fún ẹ̀ẹ́dáhùn lọ́hùn mo ní ṣé Tinubu la máa dìbò fún ẹ̀ṣọ́
Our amiable Executive Governor of Kaduna State, Your Excellency, Comrade Dr. Senator Obasani, Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Kaduna State, Dr. Hadiza Sagwa Balarabe, our former Governor of Kaduna State, Alhaji Ramadan, all present former members of National Assembly and State House of Assembly and their leadership, party faithful supporters, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Your Excellency, sir, as we mentioned yesterday, your numerous achievements has set a platform for some of us to come in. Your magnanimity has brought us into APC today. We have come to build, not to tear. We have come to increase, not to reduce. We have come to improve and not to divide. Your Excellency, now APC is the party in Southern Kaduna. Thank you for giving us the platform. APC!
The main highlight of the rally was the decoration of the decampees with APC attire by Governor Sani, marking the end of the journey in their former parties and their glamorous entry into the APC. It was a significant political shift in Kaduna State as opposition leaders not only declared their membership to the APC, but also unanimously endorsed Governor Ubasani for a second term in office come 2027.
From NNPP, today we are great members of APC. And I want to tell His Excellency and assure you that we are going to contribute morally, energetically, intellectually, and to the best of our ability in order to make APC better, even better than the way we made it today. I know APC is a strong party, but we are going to contribute immensely to make it much more stronger in Kaduna State. And I assure you that by the grace of God, all the members of NNPP will come and we will be on board. We will be on the board of APC in Kaduna State. There is no one that will be left behind.
There's a saying that anyone who trusts in God will find rest. Anyone who follows God will find peace. But anyone who fights against God will not find rest. When you observe Ubasani's journey, it is clear that he is moving with God. He is a man who has allowed God to lead him. Anyone who loves Kaduna, understands its history, and is aware of its present situation can predict what will happen tomorrow. Those who know Kaduna's past and the challenges we have faced and where we stand today can foresee a brighter future. A songwriter once said that the voice of a true politician can be likened to the voice of God, and that is Ubasani. His voice aligns with the will of God. Some may call it politics, but if you study Ubasani's leadership, you will see that he is being guided by God. Ubasani, do not be afraid and do not bury your head. God will help you and lead you. Anyone who challenges you, challenge them back. We are with you and we will stand by you. In Kaduna today, there is no division based on religion or ethnicity. We have been living together peacefully because of the wisdom God has given you.
While welcoming the new members, Governor Ubasani gave the message of unity of purpose, equity and fairness. The governor said he was not surprised with the caliber of the defectors because his leadership style places APC as the party to beat in Kaduna State. He appealed to them to support the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration and also vote for the APC from top to bottom in the 2027 election.
Amma babban abin alfahari a yau shine waɗanda suka dawo jam'iyyar mu ta APC.
What I want to say in summary today is to assure those who are defecting to the APC that we have now become one from today. There's no difference between those who are joining the party today and those who joined 10 years ago. For us, those who joined the party today, as well as those who were the first to join the party when it was formed, are one. No difference between us. From henceforth, we will work together. Those that are joining the party today can tell their friends still in other political parties that our doors are open. Just as those who spoke before me earlier stated, this great move, which is aimed at moving our party forward, is a result of the fair and just leadership by our administration. Since our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took over national leadership of the party, I want you to know that by the grace of God, in these our states, Kaduna, and the North, and in the entire country, APC is strong and has come to stay by the grace of God. In 2027, we are going to vote our president, our leader, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and APC from top to bottom. This leadership God has given us is for us to be fair and just to everyone, not to favor one religion or ethnic group. Today we are gathered here as members of the APC, but when we leave this place, we will only concentrate on moving the state forward. All the work we have done in the different regions of the state are not tied to politics. Politics and leadership are different. For those who voted for us, and even those who did not vote for us, we are going to be fair to them. The responsibility God has given us is to be fair to everyone. Today is not a day for long talks. It's a day to celebrate our brothers and their followers who are defecting to our great party. What is before us now is how to learn to be fair and just to everyone and treat everyone with dignity. Distinguished Senator Hunkwi made an important point. He said we should get a pension account for the founding fathers of this party. So from that, we will create a pension account. The first chairman of this party in the state will be the chairman of the pension account. Our priority is to ensure that we don't forget anyone, especially those who formed the party. We will not forget anyone by the grace of God. It is now our responsibility to be fair to everyone, lead everyone correctly. Those of us who are leaders are not here because we are wiser, smarter, or more intelligent. Neither do we know everything. Please, wherever we are getting it wrong, kindly tell us. And wherever we are getting it right, encourage us to work harder.
And the minority leader, the Kaduna State House of Assembly, Barrister Emmanuel Kantiok. As opposition political heavyweights and their supporters have now joined the All Progressives Congress, it is a testament to the momentum APC is gaining ahead of the next general election.
Where elected members of the House of Reps and elected members of the State Assembly and all the major party leaders from PDP, NNPP and Labour Party have become APC. What I can say here is that this is just to show that we're doing something right. Our government of inclusivity, carrying everyone along, even those that don't support us at the beginning, they are all now becoming NYSC. And of course, the support we are receiving from Ebola has also played a major role in what is what has happened today. Like I said, since I was elected, Ebola has supported me tremendously. Just like it supported water supply across the country, we try as much as possible to take development in Kaduna to all parts of the state. And most of these people that were elected from the political party, they listened to their followers. And they told me, their followers have told them to become to our party, simply because what is happening in Kaduna is unprecedented. When you look at the development in the area of agriculture and sport, in the area of infrastructure, as well as our effort to stabilize the state in the area of security, where our people can now sleep with their eyes closed, everyone feel a sense of belonging. We have tried as much as possible to carry everyone along with party affiliation, religious differences. That is the reason why other leaders of political parties have now decided to come back to our party. And like I said, we'll continue to run an inclusive government in the state. And in the next few weeks, after that in Mumbai, other elected members of PDP at the national level will return to our party because I told you. So today is just first batch. In the next 2 weeks, we are going to receive the second batch by the grace of God. Someone told me that with the way we are running the state, we are running a one-party state. And I told them what is more important is development. What is more important is acceptance. What is more important is running the state on the basis of fairness, justice, and equity. You know, Kaduna is a very complicated state. When I was elected, I made it clear to everyone, we need to calm down, be humble, reach out to everyone. And the progress today, I can say, is as a result of our deepening citizen engagement, where we carry everyone along. All the supporters, they supported us, they contributed to what we've done, and credit must go to everyone.
Governor Ubasani has assured stakeholders that his administration will leave Kaduna State better than they met it as they continue to attract interventions from the federal government and development partners.
We will invite all Akwa Ibomites to arise to the faith of greatness with our Rise agenda.
The sun is rising, the land is peaceful. It's so amazing that I can see. I want you to fly, yeah. Oh, say, I am the future, yeah.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move weigh in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty, erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
welcome to Labor Lens. I am Sharon Ijason. On this week edition of the program, we'll be focusing on the prospects and challenges of healthcare workers in Nigeria. We also have news stories for you. We will be right back.
These 10 CNG-powered buses now belong to the 6 states that make up the Northeast Zone, as donated by the federal government to ease mobility challenges. This is part of the agreements reached between the Nigeria Labour Congress and federal government following subsidy removal. Speaking at the inauguration ceremony, the Nigerian Labour Congress president asked both the federal and Adamawa state government to do more, emphasizing the need for additional buses. Mr. Ajaero also commended the Adamawa state government for its cooperation with the Nigerian Labour Congress and its commitment to workers' welfare.
As we are commissioning this one here today, just like other states, there are no filling stations where CNG is being dispensed. And now the essence of having CNG buses will be defeated if there are no CNG filling stations where we can refill it. We'll go back to square zero, buying PMS at the cutthroat prices. So I plead. Governor
Amadu Fintiri of Adamawa, represented by his Chief of Staff, Edgar Amos, welcomed the initiative and called for more CNG buses to be deployed to the region. Chairman of the Nigeria Labour Congress Adamawa chapter, Emmanuel Fashe, believes that the newly introduced CNG buses would help alleviate transportation challenges in the state.
Call on the federal government to be more sensitive in the formulation and implementation of its policies and programs to ensure that they do not cause more pain to workers or ordinary Nigerians. You will agree with me, today's occasion is unprecedented, of course, as far as I know, in the history of labor women as far as the state is concerned. And of course, I dare say in Nigeria.
The Nigerian Labour Congress president also shares the outcome of the meeting with the communication service providers.
Came out from engaging them, and they agreed to reverse to 35% from the 50%. We were told that they asked for 100%, and the federal government gave them 50%. And to them, it is Bible, it's not anybody can do. But so far, we've been able to engage them to 35%, which is to take effect from March 1st.
The move has been commended by residents of the Northeast region, but wants the federal government to increase the number of buses.
Nigeria. The Director General of the National Directorate of Employment (NDE), Silas Agara, has reiterated the commitment of the agency to collaborate with the armed forces in providing specialized skills for Nigerians. He made the commitment during a visit by members of the Advisory Board of Operation Safe Corridor to the management of NDE, in recognition of the agency's immense support over the years.
To support the 3 stages of what we are doing, the reintegration, de-radicalization, process of these repentant criminals is what we stand to do with you. We have the capacity, we have the manpower, we have the facilities that will enable smooth operation of those processes. And I want to assure you that not just because we are part of the Operation Safe Corridor, but the fact that you are doing a very big tax that is adding value to the system will make our facilities open and available at any time that you will need the support of NDE.
Members of the board, led by Brigadier General Yusuf Ali, want a better collaboration on the future of the rehabilitation and reintegration of repentant insurgents in Nigeria. Since 2016, both agencies have been involved in structured pathway for former combat to disengage from armed groups through de-radicalization, vocational training, and psychological support to help them build their lives and reintegrate into the society.
The mindset needs to be reprogrammed and changed so that they can see alternative and better ways towards pursuing their aspirations and violence. Then, whilst there, we also try to make them useful to themselves and to the society at the end of their stay with us, thereby providing skills for them so that they can be of use to the society.
For the doctors, they probably feel that if they go abroad, it's a better place for them and all that. But like what we heard today, especially from Mr. Leke Alda, we are a blessed nation. The only thing we need to do is come into the terms that we need to change our minds and help make our country great. That's all I can say. That's all. I don't support it. We should stay and work on what we have and do well with what we have and make sure that Nigeria is greater than what we have now. We can't be thinking that what we have now is not good enough, so we could just go. The doctors and all. Even talking about everybody, people are jackpying. Everybody feels that it's better for them to move to other countries to be able to do well. But we need to change our mind and believe that our nation can be better.
I may intend to go leave the country to do something, but while getting there, my whole trajectory may change, or I may want to be or become something else. So personally, on a personal level, I wouldn't say I support or I did not support, because decisions are individualistic and we tend to want to do something else, even if we started with a different purpose at the beginning. So on the context of health workers, I think we are just following our individual paths, and when someone can get there and choose to come back or may not want to come back. So it's personal bias and decisions.
For the younger ones leaving Nigeria, probably going to the health workers rather, leaving Nigeria to go to other countries, I rather advise that even if you want to leave, acquire the knowledge and bring it back home so that yes, it can be useful and relevant to the upcoming one. Instead of just living permanently, why not come back and repair your own country and make it a better place? Or what you see over there, why not come back home and replicate that? And yes, definitely, I believe Nigeria will be great one day.
Condition in Nigeria is not very favorable for any worker, even medical workers. So it's completely irrational for them to want to move out to find greener pasture. But the thing is that for Nigeria to be built, we have to have our brain people in this country, the medical workers and other people, to be in this country to work with the country to make it work out. But then the environment is not very favorable because the governments are not really doing well. So I think for we to really work well, the government has to provide an environment of opportunity that will help the country to be favorable for workers to work well. And I think that's just the key to the question. For the government to come together and make the country favorable for opportunities, possibilities, innovation, so that even every worker will want to come here and make it work out.
On the Profile Interview segment this week, I'll be speaking with the President of the Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria alongside the Secretary General of the Union. They both will be sharing their expectations from various stakeholders in the healthcare sector as regards the well-being of their members. It's good to have you on the program.
Thank you very much. My pleasure having you.
Yeah, so talking about the world of work, when it comes to the health workers, there are reports of infectious diseases around us as we speak, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa. When it comes to the welfare of health workers, as a leader of workers, what would be your recommendations to government and relevant stakeholders in the industry?
Thank you very much, Sharon. I think let me begin by saying the issue of infectious diseases suffixing in Africa is very natural. There is no way you can do away with infectious diseases. Professionally, we call them communicable or transmissible diseases. Once there is a life, human life or animal life, there must be an issue of diseases. Coming to the issue of what relevant governments will do to address the issue, I think this is a very, very serious one, because our government tend to be very lazy in aspect of health sector. You can agree with me that a reasonable portion of percentages is coming from donors, while I think if there is any health challenge, before you know it, international bodies are donating a reasonable amount of funds to probably address the issue. So what I'm trying to say is it is high time for government at the African level origin to be on their feet financially. You can also agree with me, just of recent, I think the President of the United States of America decided to opt out from WHO, which there is no way it might not affect the health system in African countries, because America is playing a very significant role financially, materially, and even with the equipment to help African countries to address their health system. Therefore, it is a high time for the African leaders to start somewhere. Then on how to address it, this issue of welfare or good packages of health professionals must also take a look, because now if you take an instance of Nigeria, so many health professionals are moving outside the country, which I assume we call it JAPA of health professionals. That is causing a lot of harm, that is causing a lot of injury to the healthcare delivery in the country. So I think the welfare of the health professionals need to be readdressed with all seriousness.
Talking about adequate infrastructure, would you say that we have enough infrastructure in place in the country? And what more needs to be done to ensure that the workspace is safe and decent for an average worker?
Well, I think if you talk about African context, it's a broad discussion, but let me probably talk about Nigerian context. Well, I think it's very alarming and disheartening. If you go to any of the community now, you can see overcrowded population of patients that are going to that hospital to access healthcare services. So to me, even the hospital infrastructure is not even enough. Then talking about the manpower, you will agree with me, most of these hospitals, they lack manpower. Is looking at the WHO provision that each and every doctor is supposed to, medical doctor is supposed to see a patient of 200 per day. But nowadays, I am very much sure none of the medical doctor is seeing patient not below 500 in a day. And I think this is a very serious issue. We need to take it with all seriousness. Then the issue of 3 tiers of health system. Government must pay positive attention to the primary healthcare health system. Once primary healthcare system was given proper attention, I'm very much sure even the secondary and tertiary level will not have much difficulties, because most of the cases going or looking at tertiary hospitals are primary cases, which are, if they were taken care in an appropriate way at the primary level, I think there is no need of going to secondary health system and even tertiary health system. Then I think the issue of training at our institution, health and medical institutions also need to be adjusted, because the world is changing globally. And I'm very much sure if you take a look at most of our curriculum now, I think is very, very quite challenging compared to what is happening in other parts of the world.
Recently, the president approved an extension of retirement age for healthcare workers from 60 to 65. What's your take on this? Owing to the fact that we know that we have lots of health workers that migrated out of the country, and we still have to keep some of this experienced hands in the system.
Well, thank you very much. Let me start with the issue of extension of age retirement of health professionals by the federal government. I'm not bragging or rather proud, but Nigeria is blessed with a talent that you can't compete with Nigeria in all other countries in the world when it comes to issue of intelligence, when it comes to issue of talent. I can tell you, go to US, one of the biggest hospitals are managed by Nigerians. So I think when it comes to issue of talent, we are blessed, we have them, and God has provided for us. Then the issue of age retirement, to me, is a very welcome development, because health system is a system where you need to groom those who are coming up. For example, if you have 10 medical doctors that are retired, that are engaged or employed for 20 years, the experiences, the skills they acquired in the process of the daily service delivery, I think cannot be compared with the one that probably employed 5-10 years. And most of it is not about theoretical aspect, it's more a practical aspect. Therefore, those that has the experience, those that have the skills, honestly, they need to be in the system. Then secondly, the issue of retirement, you will agree with me also, anybody that attend 35 years of working experiences, that is when he has the full technical know-how of that profession. But once in the health industry, if you elongate it to that period, it will enable that personnel to give or to groom up those who are coming up, and I believe the health system will be better. Then issue of migration to outside the country, let me be honest with you, the basic factor is about welfare or the packages that Nigerian government decided to pay to health professionals. Once there is a better package, everybody will decide to remain in his country. So I think let me use this opportunity to call on federal government as a matter of urgency to do everything possible to adjust as well as improve the welfare packages of health professionals.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
It's good to have you on the program.
Thank you very much.
Yes, a lot is happening in the world of work and in the healthcare sector. And the number of health workers that are migrating from Nigeria to other parts of the country, to other parts of the world, to seek greener pastures seems to be increasing. As a leader of workers in Nigeria, what would be your reaction to this development?
Well, I think this is not the first time we discuss on this issue. It's like it's a recurring issue in this country. This issue of Jaffa syndrome, a lot of health workers ranging from all professions are living out of the country for greener pasture. Why I think is attributed to so many reasons. The first is the condition of service, and the second one is the environment. If you look at the way the population of this country is growing day by day, there is need for more health workers. But unfortunately, because of the remuneration, workers decided to move out of the country, and there is inflation day by day. So these are some of the reasons why this issue needs to be urgently tackled by government and all stakeholders. So part of what is supposed to be done is more recruitment of health workers, more remuneration and incentives to the health workers, and a lot of things that will attract even other health workers from the neighboring countries to come and work in this country because of our population. But I think there is need for more collaboration between the federal government particularly under the Federal Ministry of Health and all other stakeholders, so that we can equally deal with this menace. If not, I think there should be a time when even the health workers in this country cannot be able to treat our patients.
According to the World Health Organization, Nigeria, not even just Nigeria, most African countries, they are faced with chronic staff shortage. What would be your take on this? Even before the Japa syndrome, we know that there was this ratio between patients and workers that was very wide, not up to the standard by the World Health Organization. What do you think government should be doing at this point in time? Do you think a portal should be open for health workers that probably are in the private sector? Maybe they should join the public sector to strengthen the institution? Or what do you think can be done to ensure that we manage the situation accordingly?
Well, I think this is also very important, not only on the issue of migration. If you look at the issue of retirement, workers are retiring day by day, either by age or by service years, and there is no replacement and there is no recruitment. So obviously, you will encounter shortage of manpower in our health facilities. We have been receiving so many complaints from our health institutions, from our leadership across the country of non-recruitment of staff. And just last year, there was a waiver to Federal Ministry of Health to employ more health workers. But I think up to this moment, that issue is going lightly. So I want to seize this opportunity and urge the Federal Ministry of Health and all those concerned to immediately start recruiting health workers across the country, ranging from all the professions, because seriously there is lack of these health workers across the country. And the best way is for them to recruit new staff so that along the line they will also build on their career, so that they will become specialists, they will become consultants to replace those who have retired from the service. So I think this is very important also. And this lack of manpower in our health facilities is what brings about stress on duties. And at the end of the day, probably you will have an error. So obviously there is need for government to also come to this kind of issue, so that at least we will equally address this issue.
Talking about stress, like you said just now, what is the union doing towards enhancing the well-being of its members, owing to the fact that it's a peculiar situation we're faced with at the moment, and they actually have to still go about their day-to-day activities? How is the union assisting members at this point in time?
Yes, as I said earlier, error in medical profession is a dangerous issue, because with little error, we can lose life. So as a union, what we are doing, especially to our members, is sensitization. To ensure that we sensitize, we train our people on stress management, and at the same time to ensure that they should be calm whenever they are on duty, so that they can do the right thing. Because it's not about how many people you have seen or what you did during that long hours. It's about to provide efficient and effective service delivery. So we usually engage specialists to go around sometimes on zonal level to have sensitization and so on. As I'm talking to you now, we have a zonal women leadership workshop in southwestern part of this country, which is holding off in Lagos presently, with renowned specialists that will sensitize our health workers in that zone, especially on the issue of stress management and other issues related to their capacity building. So as a union, this is the only contribution we can give to our members.
Yeah, also the Deputy President of the Nigerian Labour Congress, and you're also leading the JOESO Front. What's your take about workers being part of the managerial board, which is the board set up to manage the affairs of parastatals across the country? Specifically to the healthcare sector, you're supposed to be part of the NHIS board. You are not part of it. Do you think the Nigerian people are suffering in one way or the other for workers' input not to be part of the boards that have been constituted already?
Well, as part of the agitations of the health workers, particularly, that's why I belong to, I could remember at the Joint Health Sector Union, which I was opportunity to be leading, one of our agitation is for the Federal Ministry of Health to reconstitute the Federal Ministry of Health or Federal Health Institutions boards, which is very important because our members are also part of the boards, and those boards play a vital role in checkmating the management of the health facilities to provide effective services to our citizens. So I think it's very important, and as a labor, I remember during our last or recent engagement with the federal government, this issue was raised, that there is the need for the federal government to reconstitute the statutory boards, especially the pension trust fund board, because a lot of money were being lost as a result of non-existence of that board. And we also agitate for the need to also inaugurate the National Labour Advisory Committee, which is very important to the labor movement in this country, especially when there is need for peaceful industrial harmony in the country. So this is very important, and I have to lend my voice to call on the federal government to reconstitute these boards at the federal government level, statutory boards, and especially at the health sector level, at the federal health institutions, because they are very important and they can also improve the services of health delivery in this country.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
And that's all we can take on today's edition of the program. Join us next week for a fresh edition of the show. I am Sharon Ijason. Thanks for watching, and remember that labor creates wealth.
We love our food, parties, and the good time. But how do we feel afterwards? However these 7 symptoms of heartburn and indigestion feel like to you, all 7 symptoms are caused by stomach acid. So Gaviscon Double Action acts in your stomach to neutralize acid fast and forms a raft to prevent contents from going back up the food pipe. For long-lasting relief, for any of these 7 symptoms, think Gaviscon.
A guide to get boosted.
Or don't you want to enjoy premium entertainment this new year? Look at this lineup.
Yay! First, UFC.
Ovie, no spoil my glasses, so.
Next, Niger Entertainment.
Are you telling me you won't watch top quality Niger series? I go fit if you miss out.
You can enjoy romance and action movies.
I beg, who dey support Arsenal here? What's the New Year resolution?
To stop bottling the league.
Oh yeah, I catch her.
Yeah. Oh yeah, don't follow. Who go chase you the last goals if you don't upgrade?
Step up and boost now with DSTV. Upgrade your DSTV package and get boosted to the next higher package. Offer valid for a limited time.
Boosted. Six signal. Level don't change. No.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news. Stay ahead with the
It's 10 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 9 p.m. in London, 4 p.m. in New York, and 5 a.m. in Beijing. This is TVC News at 10. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight on TVC News at 10. I am Abosede Adeniro Adiremi. And this edition of TVC News at 10 features Flashback, a recap of stories that made the headlines in the course of the week. Today is International Women's Day. Nigeria's Minister of Women Affairs, Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, has emphasized the need for swift policy implementation to address the challenges facing Nigerian women. She spoke in Abuja at the commemoration of the 2025 International Women's Day with the theme, Accelerate Action, calling for urgent steps to advance gender equality in Nigeria. Maria Mohammed has the story.
At this event, the Minister of Women Affairs, Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, disclosed that while Nigeria made significant progress by enacting gender-responsive laws like the Violence Against Persons Prohibitions Act, VAP, and the Child Rights Act, a full implementation remains a challenge.
We are pushing for a review of the Child Rights Act and VAP Act and to create safe spaces across the country. This is not just a women's issue, it's a national crisis that undermines our collective development. A country is being judged by the way they treat their most vulnerable population. Fourth is the political representation and leadership. Women remain vastly underrepresented in decision-making spaces. In our 10th Assembly, only 4 out of 109 senators and 17 out of 360 House of Representative members are women. With 15 states lacking any female representation, this stark imbalance is not a reflection of a progressive democracy. We must accelerate efforts towards political inclusion, ensuring that women have a seat at the table, not as token, but as equal partners in governance and development.
She also explained that women drive Nigeria's informal economy and access to finance and other issues hinders their progress.
Women drive Nigeria's informal economy, owning 41% of micro, small, and medium enterprise. However, access to finance, markets, and digital literacy remains a barrier to scaling their businesses. More than 94% of women still lack access to formal credit despite their proven ability to invest in their families and communities.
She assured Nigerians that the federal government will intensify efforts to simplify and educate Nigerians on existing laws to improve awareness and compliance. Maria Mohammed, TVC News, Abuja.
Now, Governor of Ondo State, Lucky Aiyedatiwa, has unveiled the Odatiwa Women Initiatives Grant, a financial empowerment scheme designed to support 1,000 low-income women across the state. Governor Aiyedatiwa launched the distribution of the grants during the 2025 International Women's Day celebration held at the International Culture and Event Center, popularly called The Dome in Akure. Our senior reporter Ayode Jimoradio has details.
The 2025 International Women's Day was celebrated in a different style in Ondo State with empowerment of some women. A total of 1,000 women, mostly traders, market women and others, benefited from the government gesture. The event, with a theme for all women and girls, rights, equality and employment, highlighted the importance of gender equality, inclusiveness, and women's empowerment in society. Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa reaffirmed his administration's commitment to prioritizing the welfare and development of women, particularly the underprivileged. He emphasized that economic empowerment is a key strategy for ensuring that women thrive in business leadership and other areas of life.
We shall give room for our women to unveil their full potential in attaining unlimited heights in both political and economic spaces with a view to unleashing their God-given talents.
The special advisor to the governor on women affairs described the initiative as a major step towards closing the gender gap in the states.
Today in Ondo State, we have an administrator who does not only have the capacity, but is also willing to place women in positions of authority. We have an administrator who does not only wish for women to be positioned.
The women leaders stressed the need to empower women for national growth.
We are not pleading. We want to be by your side. We are not going ahead of you. We want to be by your side. Or if you want us to be behind you, we will be behind you. But recognize us.
And we perform our duties. Go out there. Women doing very well in all areas. We are very serious-minded.
Government officials say more steps will be taken to better the lot of many women in the state in the days ahead. Ayodeji Moradeyo, TVC News, Akure.
Now, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, has extended his felicitations to all women as the world celebrates this year's International Women's Day. The IGP recognized invaluable contributions of police women to the safety, security, and overall effectiveness of the Nigeria Police Force. On this significant occasion, the IGP reaffirmed his unwavering commitment to promoting equality and fostering a more inclusive environment within the Nigeria Police Force. The IGP acknowledged the unique skills, effort, and dedication that women bring to policing, particularly that of the Force Gender Advisor, AIG Aishatu Abubakar Baju. As the world celebrates International Women's Day today, TVC News, as part of its series to dedicate demands to the gender, brings the views of experts in different fields who have been speaking in earlier bulletins to highlight the theme for the year, accelerate action. In a male-dominated profession like tech, the call couldn't be more apt than now. The reproductive health of women was also a topical issue, with attention to alternative means for women trying to achieve conception.
A lot has gone on in advocating for women in technology, and we are seeing that, women are becoming to adopt technology, right? But there's still a gap, and I believe that we are going to talk about that later. But to achieve the gender equality and inclusion, we still need to talk about it, apply more pressure, and advocating for women and telling them that we are not at the end road yet. We've not achieved that goal that, we need to achieve. So
every woman can be a mother, but it's sad that a lot of women still do not have the information and education and awareness that they need. IVF is a bypass technology, meaning that it's not particularly treating, it's bypassing every other obstacle that might be on the way and helping you to get results. But in some cases, that particular obstacle can be reversed or managed or cured or treated. And so how many people have this training, this resource at their fingertips to help the women in their communities, the health centers now, to help the women in their communities to have education and awareness and information so they don't keep flogging a dead horse.
Despite increasing data of women making incursion into position of leadership in the last 4 years, the gender gap is still huge, thereby the need to accelerate action. Women participation in politics continues to resonate every year, including this year, 2025.
When we talk about we want to accelerate action, that means there has been something that we have been doing and we now want to accelerate.
So what are those things?
Fine, yes, thank you very much. One, equal opportunity. This is not the time that you will look at a woman and all you see is just the physique of a woman. These are the times that you look at a woman with what she brings, which is what? Problem solving, creative thinking.
Any woman out there that wants to get into politics, I know for the African continent, most especially Nigeria, the space is not still too healthy. It's not so healthy for women to be accommodated without a lot of rancors. But I will still encourage any woman that wants to run for any elective office in Nigeria, as far as you are convicted about what you have in mind and what you want to achieve for your people from any level of government office, that you should just go out there and take action.
We'll be continuing our coverage of the International Women's Month in the days and weeks ahead. Now, in a major political shakeup, the All Progressives Congress has welcomed new supporters as key members of the Atiku Abubakar support groups from the 19 northern states officially defected from the People's Democratic Party. The grand reception was led by APC National Chairman Abdullahi Ganduje and the Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin at the A-Class Event Center in Abuja. TVC News' Tijesu Adeoye reports.
His Excellency, the Deputy President of the...
It was a day to remember for the ruling All Progressives Congress as hundreds of former Atiku supporters pledged allegiance to President Bola Tinubu's government. Speaking on behalf of the defectors, Abubakar Malami, coordinator of the coalition of Atiku support groups, explained their decision.
We are expressing our allegiance to you and the APC in general, and we salute you for keeping the party united, violence-free, and acknowledge your effort for promoting the party and the country at large, especially recent developments of agricultural employment.
For Senator Barau Jibrin, who played a crucial role in convincing the group to join APC, this defection marks a significant political victory for the governing party.
I am glad that we are receiving this strong coalition that supported Atiku Abubakar in the 2023 general elections. It's a big catch. We are making a big catch today into our party. To have
the APC's national chairman, Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, did not hold back in his remarks. He outrightly said this defection signals the downfall of the PDP.
We invite Mr. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and the Vice President himself to formally receive all your members in order to register the death, the collapse, the disappearance of the PDP in Nigeria, not only in the northern part of this country.
With the 2027 election on the horizon, these former PDP loyalists are now set to work for the success of President Bola Tinubu and the APC across northern Nigeria. With this defection, the APC has strengthened its grip on the north, while the PDP may see this as yet another setback. The battle for 2027 is already heating up, and all eyes are now on how both parties will navigate the road ahead. Tijesu Adeoye, TVC News, Abuja.
Still ahead on TVC News at 10, Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Umueno, right there, dismisses allegations of fraud against his predecessor, Udom Emmanuel, calling them baseless. We'll be telling you more about these allegations and these defense, as well as bringing you other stories when the News at 10 returns. Please stay with us.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707 272 8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Many thanks for staying with us on TVC News at 10. The alternative bank's investment product called Alt Invest has again been introduced to women who may wish to improve themselves through investing in the instrument. We turn now to Effiong Ekop for detailed reports.
On this day of International Women's Day, a group of women gathered here in this building in Lagos to know more about All Invest, which is an investment product of the Alternative Bank.
We have discovered over time is that women do not invest, and we want to encourage investment in particular for the women segment, and that's why we're holding this today, to commemorate the International Women's Day. Get on the app and make your investments. And as is advised, you must have diversified investments, and so the investments are diversified on the platform. You can invest in gold, you can invest in real estate, you can make liquidity investments just using cash.
The company, it really makes it accessible.
A full seminar involving lectures and long panel session on finance and management exposed these women to financial literacy, investments, and business administration. As investment product, All Invest provides windows for anyone to invest in 3 basic financial instruments of gold, sukuk, and real estate.
You can download the app Alt Invest. It's available on your Google Play Store or on the iOS App Store. It's a digital investment product where you can invest in diversified portfolios, including sukuk, real estate investment, as well as commodities like gold.
When you touch a woman, you are touching families, you are touching institutions, you are basically influencing your community. And so when you have an institution that is built around the purpose of creating wealth, but you are not speaking to a major sub-segment of your entire space, then that means you're not being inclusive in that discussion around wealth creation. And so for us, yes, there is Women in Wealth today under the Alt Invest initiative, but there's also a lot more that we're doing that's female-focused.
Managers of the Alternative Bank say they developed All Invest to be able to create wealth for their customers. Effiong Ekop, TVC News, Lagos.
To other stories now. Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Umueno, has dismissed allegations of fraud against his predecessor, Udom Emmanuel, calling them baseless. He made the statement during a town hall meeting and empowerment event in Abak local government area. TVC News' Miriam Daniels has details.
Governor Moino is taking his town hall meetings across the state with Abak Ika and Etemekbo Federal Constituency as the first stop.
Abak Federal Constituency. Thank you very much.
But it's more than just speeches. Hundreds of people are receiving business grants and essential facilities to help boost the local economy. From agriculture to small businesses, the governor reassures residents that his administration is committed to empowering them and keeping business thriving.
To regularly meet with our constituents and submit ourselves for scrutiny in an atmosphere of transparency, we have come here to Abak Federal Constituency to present our scorecard to you, and at the same time listen to your concerns and areas where we may improve on our deliverables.
On another note, Governor Eno has come to the defense of his predecessor, Udomi Mano, following recent fraud allegations. He condemns what he calls a media trial and urges for fairness.
When a man has served his state meritoriously, like Governor Udomi Mano did, honestly, it should be honored, it should be respected. And so I don't see a place for this kind of vilification that is going on. It's not correct. I don't believe it should go on.
Meanwhile, community leaders in Abak have shown strong support for the governor, officially endorsing him for a second term. They also presented a charter outlining their community's most pressing needs.
Your passion for agriculture, rural development, infrastructural expansion, security management, and educational advancement, the core pillars of your Arise agenda, has driven holistic growth and inclusive governance. And by extension, this gathering today, Your Excellency, do move a motion on behalf of all the leaders of Etimekpo, Abak, Etimekpo, and Ika people, that we extend your tenure by our votes come 2027 to 2031.
Your Excellency, our distinguished guest, Mr. Speaker, having listened to the motion as so eloquently moved by Right Honorable Frank Irong, representing a Etimekpo State constituency, I rise and stand to second every element of that motion, that you be returned to office in 2027 through 2031. I so second.
And this is just the beginning. Governor Eno plans to take this initiative to 9 more federal constituencies across the state, all aimed at strengthening the economy and improving lives. Miriam Daniels, TVC News, Uyo, Akwa Ibom State.
Establishment of the Southeast Development Commission marks a deliberate political effort to ensure the region is fully integrated into Nigeria's core developmental agenda. This was a key message from members of the SEDC board, who paid a courtesy visit to Governor Peter Mbah in Enugu State, emphasizing the Commission's strategic vision for regional transformation. Senior correspondent Bamidele Ajayi reports.
For the newly inaugurated commission, this marks the first official visit to Enugu, a region at the heart of the mandate. On July 24, 2024, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu signed into law the Southeast Development Commission Act, establishing the commission to accelerate socio-economic growth in the region, aligning it with other existing regional commissions.
The SEDC was established to address the socio-economic and development challenges facing the Southeast region, which comprises Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo State. Our mission is to move beyond words.
With a clear and ambitious vision, the agency is set to drive sustainable development, economic prosperity, community integration, and empowerment.
SEDC is championing several high-impact programs, including Southeast Security Intervention Program, Regional Economic and Industrial Program, Regional Railway, Imo River Basin Gas Pipelines, Independent Power Projects.
You can look at the zone as a market.
In his response, Governor Peter Mbah welcomed the delegation, commending President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's appointment of key figures into the commission. He emphasizes that the SEDC project should complement the effort of the Southeast governors, especially in the areas of economic integration and infrastructure expansion.
So I'm hoping that the SEDC would help with the realization of that common market concept. Because if we treat the Southeast as a common market, then we'll begin to ask ourselves the critical questions. What are those enablers we need in order for us to be able to move seamlessly from one city to the other?
With a landmass of less than 30,000 square kilometers and a population of over 27 million, the SEDC is set to implement high-impact programs aimed at boosting security, agriculture, recreation, and economic investment.
The Southeast Development Commission outlined some of the strategic program they intend to actualize. One, by ensuring they collaborate with the Southeast governors to create a 200 billion economy by 2035. By also creating rail network that will connect the 5 Southeast states in making sure there is business-friendly environment, technology, energy, and also making the Southeast the hub of investment, tourism, and living for businesses and people. Bamidele Ajayi, TVC News, Enugu.
We'll take a break now. When we return, TVC News at 10 continues on TVC News and our other platforms, but will be off TVC Entertainment to bring you some other programs. Please stay with us.
Every weekday on Business Nigeria, we uncover the secrets of the financial world.
We analyze the stock market, shares, bonds, and the thrilling world of cryptocurrency.
Facts matter. Our team dives deep to separate fact from popular opinion.
We simplify complex government policies as it impacts your everyday life, helping you navigate the ever-changing financial landscape.
Watch Business Nigeria every weekday at 2 p.m. only on TVC News. First with breaking news.
TVC News at 10 is back. Thank you very much for staying with us. The Southeastern executives of Ezendigbo have described the death of the Afenifere leader as a big blow to the nation, saying his immense contribution to the growth of democracy will never be forgotten. This comes as the group paid a condolence visit to the family of Pa Adebanjo at their home in Lagos. The visit of the group adds to the list of dignitaries that have come to condole with the family. Speaking on the life and times of Pa Adebanjo, the Ezendigbo group described him as one who thoroughly believed in the prosperity and unity of Nigeria. They say Nigerians will miss his dynamic contributions to nation building.
Pa Adebanjo believes in Nigeria run properly. He believes in Nigeria. He is focused on Nigeria as a nation, but not a Nigeria where the place is in a mess. That angers him. That makes him very unhappy.
I can't even begin to count how many times I was present in this very room, attending one committee meeting or the other, battling with the issues of national unity. We work behind the scenes. When people see us before television screen, they don't know how much work goes into trying to build a platform of mutual understanding that is so necessary to develop a larger platform of national unity and understanding. As where men Adeba of Pa Adebanjo are absolutely indispensable to the progress and development and future of a country like Nigeria.
The work Pa Ayoa Adebanjo did and the special efforts in bringing people together. The old cliche, some people call it the handshake across the Niger, but it extended way beyond the Niger. He was for product Nigeria, the diversity as our strength and true opportunity.
Let's bring you other stories now. The Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, says Nigeria is on the right path to economic prosperity. The minister was addressing journalists in Iragbiji, Osun State.
It's the first 10 days of Ramadan, and the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy,
Adegboye Gaitola has invited Muslim faithful to the inauguration of a mosque built in honor of his late mother, Ulaima Arike.
The Honorable Minister's speech, he decided to build this mosque based on what the mother told him. Now, he doesn't want anything for herself, but what he's looking for is what will be a legacy that she will inherit in the heaven. And Arjuna Sisaparao, she is there now, and this one will be a prayer to her. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. This is what was emulated by all Muslims all over the world.
In a sermon, Sheikh Imran Abdul-Majid urged religious leaders to ensure unrestricted access to mosques and to promote moral values in their preachings and teachings. The minister, Adegboye Gaitola, stated that there are clear indications of Nigeria's economic improvement and urged citizens to use the Ramadan period to pray for the country.
Ramadan is a month of peace and a month of forgiveness. We should ensure that we keep peace with everybody, with our neighbors. We want to pray for our leaders. We want to pray for the country. We continue to pray for the president, for the governors, for the ministers. We want everybody to live in peace.
A special prayer had earlier been held in honor of his late mother, where dignitaries were in attendance.
You have a good parent, as a good entity of that parent, good for you to remember them.
Elsewhere, a special prayer was organized for the President, Bola Tinubu, the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboye Gaitola, and the leadership of the APC in the state.
I feel it is very important to help our leaders with prayers during the holy months like this. Because when the leaders get it right, all the followers will also get it right, and the economy will be very comfortable for everyone.
This Ramadan prayer today underscores the commitment of our people, underscores the commitment of the people of Federal Land to the development of Nigeria.
A lecture was also delivered at the event on the topic, Islam and Democracy, an Obscure Relationship. Rafiu Hamid, TVC News, Oshobo.
Rector of the Federal Polytechnic, Ayede, Oyo State, Taufik Abdullah Hamid Taufik, has emphasized the need for Muslims to embrace the true essence of Ramadan to foster positive change in Nigeria. He made this call while delivering a lecture organized by former Governor Adebisi Akonde in Ilarongo.
The 7th Ramadan lecture brings together Islamic scholars, imams, and religious leaders to strengthen spiritual bond and promote unity. The guest speaker, Dr. Taufik Abdulhamid, emphasized that Ramadan is not just about fasting, but also about fostering generosity and communal harmony. He stressed the need for both leaders and citizens to uphold the values of Ramadan to contribute to national development.
My message is that our leaders, they should be well focused, imbibe the spirit of Ramadan, the spirit of generosity, the spirit of kindness, the spirit of magnanimity, the spirit of being dutiful. So once they are able to do this, I want to believe Nigeria will move forward.
Sincerity, of service to Allah and humanity through perseverance and charitable activities to others. So this, I believe, if we can do all this, the spirit of unity and love will spread all over the world.
In his remarks, Chief Adebisi Akonde encouraged Muslims to remain committed to their faith and service to humanity.
This is a time when people value money than anything, particularly the youth. So it's to remind them that it is not money alone that they're supposed to commit themselves to the service of their community, their church, their mosque, to grow spiritually.
The guest lecturer actually gave an insightful and thoughtful lesson or lecture for every individual here assisted to benefit.
As part of the lessons of the month, a fast-breaking initiative has been organized to provide meals for thousands of less privileged individuals in Oshobo.
I would call it a legacy. I was a very young boy when my dad died, and from the history, I was told this is what he does when he was alive. So we are trying to bring back the legacy. So on a daily basis, we cater for more than 3,000 people.
The donor urged wealthy Nigerians to support the needy, especially during this period of economic hardship. Rafiu Hamid, TVC News, Oshobo.
Away from that now, President Bola Tinubu has congratulated his longtime ally and friend, former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo on his 68th birthday. Professor Osinbajo was Vice President of Nigeria from 2015 to 2023. President Tinubu says Yemi Osinbajo, a professor of law and senior advocate of Nigeria, worked harmoniously with President Muhammadu Buhari to deliver good governance and critical infrastructure projects for the country. President Tinubu recalled how Professor Osinbajo proved his mettle when he briefly acted as president while President Buhari was on a medical vacation in the United Kingdom. Describing him as a close ally, friend and brother, the president affirms that as Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in his administration as Governor of Lagos State, Professor Osinbajo partnered with him to institute many political and judicial reforms in the state using the instrumentality of the law. The president says Professor Yemi Osinbajo will always remain his friend and associate. Wishing a very happy birthday to Professor Yemi Osinbajo. Outside Nigeria now, Ukrainian officials say at least 25 people have died in Ukraine in the latest wave of Russian strikes as the conflict shows no sign of easing. Local officials say one attack on the Donetsk region killed at least 11 people and wounded 40 others, including 6 children. Homes and infrastructure were hit in other regions, including Kharkiv and Odessa. Russian attacks have intensified in recent days as the U.S. paused military aid and intelligence sharing with Kyiv. It followed last week's Oval Office clash between President Donald Trump and Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky. After the latest Russian strikes, Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk said, quote, "This is what happens when someone appeases barbarians," end quote. Meanwhile, Ukraine has continued to target Russia, whose defense ministry said its forces had intercepted 31 Ukrainian drones overnight. Let's now bring you some sports updates. Leaders Liverpool have opened a 16-point gap atop the English Premier League after coming from behind to defeat Southampton. Title holders Manchester City missed an opportunity to move into third after losing 1-0 away to Nottingham Forest. Brighton beat Fulham 2-1 and Crystal Palace defeated Ipswich 1-0. And Brentford lost at home 1-0 to Aston Villa. It's been a day of fun and action for tennis players on the International Women's Day at the Amazon Tennis Championship. More than 70 players from more than 20 clubs across state converged on the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club for the championship. They are joined by their family members as they played for top prizes in commemoration of the 2025 Women's Day. Titled Accelerate Action, the Women's Day Amazon Tennis Championship also aims to bring awareness and motivate effort to help in solve women's health challenges.
First of all, championing, an Amazon tennis tournament on International Women's Day, I think is a way of bringing women together. It's also another way to champion, healthy living. We're told to exercise a lot more, and it's amazing to see the amount of women who have chosen to be a part of this amazing tournament.
So the theme for this year's International Women's Day is Accelerate Action, and I'm happy that the ladies are encouraged to, continue in, playing tennis and also, coming out to engage with other, tennis players from other, club here. So I just feel by the time they go home, they will take this up, they will continue.
I think we have seen in sports that the women have been coming on in leaps and bounds in the past few years, particularly. So this is an event that I must say, I'm totally astonished at the number of people. The gravitas that they've been able to pull has been amazing, being the first edition for that matter. So I think it's really wonderful.
Welcome to Flashback, a recap of stories that made headlines during the week. On Monday, Mudashiru Obasa re-emerged the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly following the resignation of Mojisola Miranda. After her resignation, Mojisola Miranda was then re-elected as the Deputy Speaker of the House.
For 49 days, the Lagos State House of Assembly was embroiled in an intense power struggle. But now, the impasse appears to be over. Security was heightened once again around the Assembly premises, a now familiar scene since the leadership crisis erupted on the 13th of January. Lawmakers had sent out a notice of plenary, and this sparked palpable tension on who will preside over the plenary, with recent events that had two people claiming ownership of the seat of the Speaker of the House. As lawmakers and observers waited for hours, the sound of the bell finally rang, signaling the start of plenary. Journalists were granted access. A tense meeting was underway outside the chambers with 39 lawmakers in attendance. Moments later, Mudashiru Obasa joined the discussion while Assembly staff stood by watching. Just when we thought plenary would begin, 3 ranking members of the House went into another meeting, this time with APC Chairman Cornelius Ojelabi, the State Attorney General Lawal Pedro, Mudashiru Obasa and Mojisola Miranda. Minutes later, lawmakers proceeded to the chamber. Mojisola Miranda walked in and took her seat as presiding officer, marking a pivotal moment in the crisis. The session commenced with an outpouring of commendations for her leadership during the turbulent 49-day period.
I want to thank you for your sacrifice for the state. I want to thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
In 49 days, you have given me the peace I have lost for a year and a half in this house.
I'm not surprised about you. Your character has spoken a lot about you.
We were able to show that together we remain strong. We're able to show in love. This is the first time, madam.
The commendations were followed by resignations done by all principal officers of the House, but some were renominated to assume new roles. In response to the accolades, Mojisola Miranda formally announced her resignation as Speaker.
Once again, history beckoned on me to make personal sacrifice towards resolving the steaming, implacable leadership crisis rocking this assembly of patriots. It is with every sense of responsibility that I hereby give you notice of my decision to resign as the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly with effect from today, 3rd of March 2025. And I value and cherish the solidarity freely given to me. I am sincerely grateful to each of you for your support and collaboration. At this point, I take a bow as your Speaker.
She stood up from the Speaker's seat to join the rest of the lawmakers amidst loud applause from the gallery. Shortly after, she was nominated as Deputy Speaker and sworn in immediately. The floor then turned to the selection of a new Speaker.
The good people of Intiosa Constituency 1 rise this afternoon to nominate Right Honorable Dr. Mudashiru Obasa.
Rise to second the motion as moved. Thank you.
Mudashiru Obasa was nominated and he appeared, then returned as the Speaker, after which the House adjourned indefinitely.
The next day, which is Tuesday, the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Jumoke Odowole, said President Bola Tinubu's foreign investment drive accumulated $50.8 billion in proposed investments. She said this at a ministerial press briefing in Abuja.
This ministerial press briefing, the Minister of Industry, Investment and Trade, Jumoke Odowole, explains what the ministry has done so far since she came into office.
I commenced the review of our trade policy. Now this is kind of a timeline of the major interventions. So from November, the AFCFTA Council of Ministers met, and immediately Nigeria registered its interest in digital trade championship at that time.
She
disclosed that Afrexim Bank set up a system to ensure trade in local currencies across Africa to support MSMEs.
Afrexim Bank actually set up a payment system that makes sure that traders can trade in their local currency, so I can pay for something in South Africa with Naira.
She also talked about the $50 billion investment and trade.
Well, we track the investment flows as they come in from the CBN per quarter. We also track what the Bureau of Statistics releases. Our role as Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment is to handhold those businesses, to remove the regulatory and bureaucratic bottlenecks, to share information, the transparency and the efficiency of public service delivery, to support them in whatever incentives are possible for them, and to bring that money home.
The minister reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to accelerate economic diversification through strategic partnership and policy-driven initiatives.
Let's take you back to Wednesday when Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan submitted a petition against President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, accusing him of sexual harassment, abuse of office and obstruction of legislative duties. Although that same day the Senate committee dismissed her petition, insisting it was dead on arrival.
Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan arrived at the National Assembly in the company of her husband, walking straight to her newly assigned seat, one she had previously refused to accept. Before the start of plenary, the President of the Senate alongside all the principal officers arrived and the lawmakers all stood up to acknowledge their presence, a long-standing tradition typical of the Senate and the House of Representatives. But Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan refused to stand, again going against the tradition of the hallowed chamber. Moments later, the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, began presiding, and he firmly dismissed all allegations against him.
While I am aware that the matters are in court, however, I would like to state clearly that at no time did I ever attempt any sexual harassment on the said distinguished Senator Akpoti-Uduaghan or any other woman.
After Senator Akpabio's denial, Senator Natasha rose under Order 40 of the Senate Standing Rules to formally present her petition against Senator Akpabio. Right in the presence of her colleagues and a visiting delegation from the UK House of Commons, Senator Natasha stood up to submit her petition against the presiding officer of the Senate.
The petition is in my name against the President of the Nigerian Senate, His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, for sexual harassment, abuse of office, and malicious obstruction of my legislative functions.
This petition is hereby referred to the Committee on Code of Conduct.
The petition was accepted, ruled on, and referred to the Senate's Committee on Ethics, Privileges, and Public Petitions. But senior lawmakers swiftly challenged the decision of the President of the Senate. The Chief Whip of the Senate, Tahir Mongono, alongside the Senate leader, Okweyemi Bamidele, cited sections of the Senate rules that renders the petition null and void.
This matter is sub judice, and therefore the Senate is stopped, doesn't have the jurisdiction to entertain this matter.
The essence of this rule is to allow us as elected representatives of the people, senators, to present and lay petitions on behalf of our constituents. The alternative to that is the matter of privilege, or that 10. That's what we can do, not to bring a petition.
The opposition aisle pushed back, urging the Senate to let the committee complete its investigation before any decision is made.
Close the matter, hand over to the committee, then the committee will be privileged to look into the rules and then take whatever decision is appropriate under our rules. So there is no need to extend this issue.
On Thursday, the Senate suspended Senator representing Kogi Central, Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, over a gross violation of its standing orders. The resolution follows a report by the Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions Committee.
The Senate's Committee on Ethics and Privileges presented its findings on the alleged disorderly conduct of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan But even that process wasn't without chaos. As the committee chairman, Senator Nedai Maswen, attempted to present his committee's report, he was interrupted by Senator Akpoti Uduaghan, whose newly assigned seat is right next to him.
All she got to tell me was that she knows, she can see how friendly I am to women by doing my work as the chairman of the Ethics Committee. When a senator is speaking, no senator may converse aloud or make any noise or disturbance to interrupt him. This is a rule. So, distinguished Senator Nedai Maswen, you are protected by the rule.
With the chamber finally settling down, Senator Maswen outlined the committee's findings, accusing Senator Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan of displaying unbridled and uncouth behavior since assuming office. She was also found guilty of violating Senate rules and bringing the presiding officer and the entire Senate into public disrepute.
Senator Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan had openly engaged in verbal altercation with Senator Godiya Akwashike and Senator Patrick Ndubeze, in which the President of the Senate and the entire leadership intervened in the interest of peace and harmony.
Her colleagues also publicly expressed deep disappointment, condemning her behavior, which they insist has tarnished the image of the Senate.
All those who are served in the Senate or in the House of Representatives and who felt that their achievement should be measured by the number or the volume of content they created on the social media, who felt their achievement should be measured by the number of followers they had on social media, all those who felt grandstanding should be the order of the day.
The Senate upheld the committee's recommendations, approving a 6-month suspension, barring her and her staff from entering the National Assembly.
Finally, on Flashback, the Rivers State House of Assembly on Friday extended the deadline of invitation to officials of the State Electoral Commission by 72 hours. The chairman and commissioners of RISEC were to appear before the House to answer questions about the rescheduled local government election. The House reconvened on what was meant to be the first day of its 12-week recess with just one item on the agenda: to receive the management of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission at the expiration of the 48-hour ultimatum to appear before them. Well, that is Flashback, and that is TVC News at 10. Thank you very much for spending your evening with us. Remember to get updates on the stories we're monitoring here on our website, www.tvcnews.tv. Join our online community. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and X at TVC News NG. We are streaming live on YouTube at TVC News Nigeria, and we have updates on WhatsApp at TVC News Nigeria. At the top of the hour, we'll be bringing a repeat of political standpoint we held earlier in the day. From all of us here, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Again, happy International Women's Day. Have a great evening.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to Journalists Hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays, 1:30 p.m.
The government still needs to do more so that people can eat I believe we're clamoring for is more responsible use of social media. Not that people just go in there and think that they can say anything to anybody.
Tinubu is not one who believes in the same thing. I mean, he wants to get it done. He will face it. He will get it done.
Yes, the president, from inception of his administration, focused squarely on diversifying the economy and driving in investments to, cushion the effect of everything that we've seen, ranging from COVID-19 to the global commodity shocks, global financial crisis, and all of that.
I was privileged to have worked under a governor who believed in the system, who also built up the system, and I'm going to do the same.
All right, that's our show today, everyone. Thanks for being a part of it.
TVC News, first with breaking news.
I'm Nifemi Oguntoye, news anchor with TVC News.
My day is usually busy and it's difficult keeping up with breaking news stories, trending stories, business news, stock exchange and what have you. But with TVC News on WhatsApp, I'm able to catch up with all the breaking news, real-time updates and trending stories on the go, right on my phone, no matter where I am. It's quick, easy and always on. And here you can join us by scanning the QR code or using the link on our X and Instagram. Why wait? Come to the side of news that keeps you ahead. TVC News, first with breaking news. At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Controversy trails the Senate suspension of Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan for 6 months. And later on, in this discussion today, we'll unlock the benefits of President Tinubu's proposed tax reform bills as the bills advance to the final passage. Good afternoon and thanks for joining us on today's edition of Standpoint. I am Kemi Foladiemo. In a new twist to the lingering clash between Senate President Godswill Akpabio and Kogi Central Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan over seat arrangement, the Senate has suspended Senator Akpoti-Uduaghan for 6 months over an alleged violation of Senate rules. The suspension was effective on March the 6th and based on the findings of the Senate's Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions. But this decision has sparked intense scrutiny as critics raise previous court judgments on similar suspensions, saying the Senate doesn't have the power to suspend any of its members for more than 14 legislative days, which translates to a maximum 5 weeks. The People's Democratic Party has also condemned the suspension of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, saying it's an attempt to cover up the issue. We have details of this report.
The Senate's Committee on Ethics and Privileges presented its findings on the alleged disorderly conduct of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, but even that process wasn't without chaos. As the committee chairman, Senator Nedai Maswen, attempted to present his committee's report, he was interrupted by Senator Akpoti-Uduaghan, whose newly assigned seat is right next to him.
All she got to tell me was that she knows, she can see how friendly I am to women by doing my work as the chairman of the Ethics Committee.
When a senator is speaking, no senator may converse aloud or make any noise or disturbance to interrupt him. This is a rule. So, distinguished Senator Nedai Maswen, you are protected by the rule.
With the chamber finally settling down, Senator Maswen outlined the committee's findings, accusing Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan of displaying unbridled and uncouth behavior since assuming office. She was also found guilty of violating Senate rules and bringing the presiding officer and the entire Senate into public disrepute.
That Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, after being sworn in as a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, began to display unbridled and uncouth behavior amongst her distinguished colleagues, thereby creating constant conflict and disharmony. That from his investigation, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan had openly engaged in verbal altercation with Senator Godiya Akwashike and Senator Patrick Ndubeze, in which the President of the Senate and the entire leadership intervened in the interest of peace and harmony.
Her colleagues also publicly expressed deep disappointment, condemning her behavior, which they insist has tarnished the image of the Senate.
All those who are served in the Senate or in the House of Representatives and who felt that their achievements should be measured by the number or the volume of content they created on the social media, who felt their achievements should be measured by the number of followers they had on social media, all those who felt grandstanding should be the order of the day. I'm sure you can begin to name them in both houses. Where are they today?
The Senate upheld the committee's recommendations, approving a 6-month suspension, barring her and her staff from entering the National Assembly and stripping her of all privileges, including security details. However, in a rare show of leniency, the Senate exempted her aides from the stoppage of salaries and also gave a caveat for a possible reduction of her suspension if she tenders a written apology.
If they are not allowed to come within the vicinity of the National Assembly because they are here only at our instance, but that their salaries should be spared. Those who are in support of the amendment, that the salaries of the aides be spared, say aye. And those who feel that their salaries should also be withheld by the Clerk of National Assembly, say nay. The ayes have it.
Injustice will not be sustained. The pursuit for justice.
But Senator Natasha remains defiant, rejecting the suspension and vowing to fight back. As she walks out of the chamber, her colleagues hope that time away from the Senate will allow her to study the Red Book, which is the rule book of the Senate, and understand the legislative conduct expected of a lawmaker. TVC News, Abuja.
Joining me now from our Abuja studio to give more insight on this is Honorable Cletus Obun. He is the former chairman of the Action Congress of Nigeria in Cross River State. Thanks a lot, Honorable Obun, for joining us on Political Standpoint on TVC News. What do you make of this turn of events at the Senate?
Well, let me say to Nigerians that our democracy is metamorphosing, and this is the true test of democracy, that the majority will have their way and the minority will have their say. What is playing out in the Senate is a complete undermining of the principles of plural democracy by a select few who decide to dramatize their rights. It is within the right and purview of all legislators to aspire to come to the office, but what they become thereafter is a matter of privilege provided by their colleagues on the chambers. There has been a circus show in the last 1 week about what happened, especially culminating in the suspension of the senator you mentioned. But let me say that attention has been taken away from the main issue. From all the discussions you have had, nobody has undermined the fact of the allegations she made. Those allegations only came in when the issue of changing of seat, a regular and routine activity within the purview of the presiding officer of the National Assembly. Therefore, the issue of sexual harassment does not arise at all. It was never the issue. It has never been mentioned. As a matter of fact, what Nigerians must know from today is that once a matter under Section 60 of the Nigerian Constitution, not the Act of the National Assembly, the Nigerian Constitution, Section 60, the Senate and the National Assembly, and indeed all legislative houses in Nigeria, are to self-regulate themselves. The right to make those rules are enshrined in the Constitution. Until you amend that section of the Constitution, whatever rules that any chamber of the National Assembly makes, in this case the Senate, are binding on all members. So when the rules are violated and the appropriate sanctions are delivered, it becomes an aberration. It becomes diversionary to introduce any other topic, to introduce any other allegation, which are criminal in nature. And the rules of the House indicate that once a matter that is within the legislative competence, legislative jurisdiction of the Assembly is under deliberation, no court in Nigeria shall interfere. You can only interfere by way of asking the court to either vitiate that decision, that ruling, or that law which the National Assembly is to make. But the process of making it, the courts are stopped from interfering in it. So when the matter of misconduct arose, it became sub judice in the case of the courts to interfere. So Nigerians must get to know clearly that there are distinguishing factors. So the sexual harassment matter is even in court. That means even the National Assembly can no longer discuss it. So as she laid it there on the table, it is dead on arrival because it is already in court, and not by a member of the National Assembly, but by somebody who is not a member of the National Assembly, but who has sued the National Assembly as well. So in that case, that matter cannot be discussed by the Senate of the Nigerian Senate as it stands today. So what is at issue is the issue of misconduct, disobedience to rules, and which all senators, all without exception, the committee members, including the chairman, House Committee on Women Affairs, Senator Ireti Kingibe, and of course, even the minority leader who sat in session that day, nothing, no vote. No vote didn't come in her favor, in the favor of the senator. So the issue of misconduct should not be swept under the carpet because somebody's emotions are hot. I know, as Shakespeare has put it, that hell knows no fury than a woman scorned. A woman has felt scorned and she feels the roof must come down. It is within her right to be angry. It is her right to ventilate her anger, either by law or on the floor. But that must follow procedure and all the rules. Nobody is exempted on account of gender. This is Women's Day. And some people have gone to social media to say that I said elsewhere that women should have their mental stability test before assuming office. I said all public officers must undergo this test when you see this type of conduct in a hallowed chamber like the Senate of the Nigerian Senate, the Nigerian Senate, and that somebody now believes that a shouting match on the floor of the House is part of the legislative duties. If the others now feel that, yes, you have a right to shout, but we have a right to also sanction you, why do you think that your right is sacrosanct and overrides other people's rights? Some people in a group, in a platform, in a Senate for that matter, that makes laws for Nigeria, if you can't obey your laws, your own rules, why do you want to make laws for the entire country? How can you make laws for the good governance of the country when you are lawless? This is exactly where we are. It is the lawlessness that is at issue, never the allegations. Those allegations are an afterthought, diversionary, and completely amusing, intending to engage in the melodrama that is playing out today. The courts will take a decision on that.
Absolutely.
But on the matter of misconduct, the Senate is right, the Senate is correct, and the introduction of emotions into the matter should definitely not sway Nigerians into believing that somebody is being undermined or that there's suppression or repression on account of gender. This is not the first woman in the Nigerian Senate. People like Florence Itegiwa have been there. Senator Lujibi has been there. Senator Oluremi Tinubu has been there and even assaulted on the floor of the House. On the floor of the House. Which was worse than sexual assault. It was on the floor of the House she was assaulted. Heavens did not fall. That Senate did not stop. We didn't even see a court case on that matter. The Senate within itself ruled and contained itself. Why is this one different? In any case, like we said, The senator involved has a right to ventilate her anger, but must do so within the procedure and laws to a chamber she swore an oath to uphold. And as making laws for Nigerians, she must obey the very rules that govern her procedure for making the laws. So it is unfortunate that Nigerians are now discussing the allegations and leaving the major issue of misconduct, that our own Senate should not be undermined and make us look like a banana republic. Nigeria has come of age. And
so you say
its laws
right.
and its own constitution.
You say that the misconduct, the issue of misconduct is a larger issue there, apparently maybe due to the fact that you are talking about respect for the Senate as an institution. But in terms of a better way that incident could have been handled rather than where we are now, what would it have been like? What better way would you think that the matter ought to have been handled by Senator Natasha?
Yes, I think Senator Natasha's outburst, given her age and her temperament, it is her nature to be so. And I think that is why most of the time you are asked to have consultants and psychologists some of the time, especially when you know your own weakness. And she would have been better off if she had listened to those elders and those senior legislators who have been in that place. Ranking senators ran to her. If you watch the footages of what played out on the Senate, everybody ran to her. If as humans, you do not have a man in your life, you do not have a woman in your life, you don't have a person in your life that says to you, stop, and you stop. If you don't have such a person in your life, you are as good as dead. Because of all of us humans and in our conduct, there is a time and there's a place, and there is a voice that must call you to stop in the height of your own madness, in the height of your own anger. To be angry is not in itself a vice. It is human. You cannot say no human should not be angry. She has a right to be angry, but she also has a right, having risen to this point in her life, she should not be able to learn the art of self-control in public space. If she's angry in the kitchen, if she's angry in the bedroom, if she's angry in her parlor, even at that, looking at her children, she should be able to say, for the sake of my children, I won't do this, I won't go beyond this. But on the floor of the house and in the public space, getting this angry, and to the point where you listen to no other person. All she needed at the point where she thought she was too angry was to listen to the voice of anybody she respects. But from the voice votes and from the signatures that endorsed her suspension, you could see that from the minority opposition members to the majority, from the male to the female, nobody ever rose in her defense. The two voices that came out was to defend her aides, which show that there's a compassionate, reasonable, and mature Senate, where Senator Joseph Okalu got up to say, exonerate the aides. They didn't ask their mistress to do what she did. And of course, when Senator Lawan tried to talk about her aides, the privileges she gets as this thing should be withdrawn. Because once you are withdrawn as a senator, you cease to enjoy the privileges. Since you want to enjoy the privileges and the rights, you must conduct yourself within the ambit. In any case, one of the resolutions was to the effect that she should no longer parade herself as a senator. So as one, will she be keeping security aides? As an individual, she has a limit to which she can do, but being a public officer, she remains accountable, especially to the institution to which she swore her oath of allegiance, to the country and to the office she holds. So to that extent, having violated them, in other crimes, she should have simply resigned or get expelled. It is not the first time we are seeing that in our history in the world. Nigeria is a member of the International Parliamentary Union, and she went to Switzerland to attend one of the meetings. One of the privileges that you don't accept is that you can be expelled. Australia has done it. US even sent out their own senator who misbehaved recently against Trump. He was thrown out of the place. And in this case, in Nigeria, this is also happening. Luckily, it happened on the day some British or European parliamentarians were in chambers when the Senate president read his rebuttal. And at that point, it became clear that we have a very mature Senate. Otherwise, what they gave to her would have been an expulsion and not a suspension. She deserved an expulsion because she has not shown the temperament and mien that she can sit at the highest level of our lawmaking body in this country. This is exactly what should have happened. And that is the issue that should be at discourse. And of course, by the time the court finished and this is the point I made before, and I will repeat it here, that it should not be enough to say you make allegations. It should also come to the point where those who make the allegations that are seen to be false, known to be false, especially from the courts, those persons should also receive the maximum punishment for false allegations. So we need to get Nigeria right, and the issue of misconduct in the highest decision law-making body of our country should not be swept under the carpet and should not be treated with levity, and nobody should give a smiling face to that on the basis of gender. Gender does not take you. In fact, there is no qualification. One of the qualifications for going to the Nigerian Senate is not that you must be a woman or a man. It is only age that determines that. And once you enter there, like Senator Itagiwa said, you are a man and a woman at once. You are dealing with persons. You are not dealing with gender. The gender sensitivity, today is World Women's Day. As I speak to you, I have even had to tell my own children. In fact, as I speak, I have to bring them from school to come and watch this program to show that I am not against women, but women should not use and weaponize womanhood. Womanhood should not be weaponized against men. The whole idea is that we come from a society that is patriarchal and therefore masculine. And therefore to encourage inclusiveness, knowing the usefulness of women, is what the world tries to do, because most cultures in the world are united against women. And it is to liberate the women and to take them out of that cesspool that the world came together in sometime in 1995 or 85 to do the Beijing conference and do the affirmative action. To that extent, we have a duty to protect it. And like I said, 4 of my female children are here to watch this video to say to them that it is not your gender that makes you who you are. It is your conduct, your character, your intellect, and your integrity that makes you who you are, never your gender. And we should never weaponize it against
Allow me to come in now, Honorable Obon.
It's a sign of weakness.
Right. Some of the knocks that the Senate has received, as a fallout from the proceedings of this week have been the issue of Senator Natasha going on to court, securing a court order, stopping the Ethics Committee from taking further action, which apparently the Senate disobeyed and ended with the slamming on her a 6-month suspension, in addition to other punishments that were meted on Senator Natasha. To what extent do you agree with the outcry that the Senate overreached itself?
Now, let me say this, and this is a point of information for which we must have to create a platform and forum for educating Nigerians about legislative procedures and legislative rules. Because the legislature has been absent from the Nigerian political scene due to the interregnum of military interventions, created by military interventions. So Nigeria is very unfamiliar with the parliament, and so parliament has become more of an irritant and rather than a cooperative and a representative forum for citizens. Under the legislative rules, any matter that is before the parliament for deliberation, look at this for instance, a parliament is about to pass a budget, the tax reforms are about to be passed, and then somebody goes to court and say that he suspects and contents of the act are going to affect his business, and therefore the legislature should not deliberate on anything about the tax reforms. What that means is that even other favorable act sections of the tax reforms should be quashed on account of that court order. That is why the scribers of our laws envisaged this and made the caveat that any matter within legislative jurisdiction of a particular parliament, once it is tabled for deliberation, only the outcome of that law can be challenged in court. But once that decision is taken to take action, that cannot be. In any case, the so-called court order you are talking about, I don't know if you have a copy, I have a hard copy. What it says, what the court ordered, was to the effect that the Senate should come and show why an injunction should not be slammed on them, preventing them from investigating Senator Natasha. This was what the court said. Come and show why we should not give an injunction. They never gave an injunction. Please read it. It is within the public, it is within the social media. It was an order asking the parliament to come and show why it should not have an injunction. There was no injunction. So when people misconstrue this without even reading the documents, it becomes very confusing, it becomes very childish, it becomes very juvenile and very vexatious. Because clearly, you do not know what the content of that order was. So those who are saying that it was an order, please, I want them to give you a copy and read it and show either the first paragraph third or fourth line, you will see it there. To come and show, this court orders the Senate to come and show cause why it should not be stopped from investigating Natasha. That was what he said. And at that point they were making it, the matter was already before the parliament and referred to the ethics committee. It was not even about the conduct. It was about the sexual harassment. But because she envisaged that they were going to punish her, she now diverted attention to the issue of her own harassment. Luckily for the Senate, somebody else, the Senate president's wife, who felt that the family has been sufficiently harassed, went to court to challenge it. Having done so about the sexual harassment case, even your station, even the media discussing it becomes offensive, it becomes sub judice. We can no longer even discuss the issue of sexual harassment. What we are discussing here is the misconduct of somebody whose constituents voted her to go and make laws for their good governance and for the betterment of their condition, only for her to go and be looking for the choicest seats in the Nigerian Senate. There are enough seats in her house. There are enough seats in Kogi Central for her to sit. She didn't go to the Senate to look for the comfort of a seat. So to that extent, this is where the issue is. So those who are clamoring and shouting about the disobedience to court order did not read the order, the so-called order they are talking about. And the judge was very careful. That's why he didn't give any order, because he was aware, or she was aware, the judge was aware that that matter was already was for deliberation within the House. And at that time they brought it to her, it would have been also against the law. And I've made it clear that the courts can make laws just like the parliament can pass judgments, can issue warrants of arrest. It's in our constitution. It's not a matter for conjecture. It is stated in black and white in our constitution that a National Assembly can, or a state assembly for that matter, any parliament which feels that within its own laws, within its own powers to make laws, anybody has flaunted the law in Nigeria, that person can be summoned. If he's summoned and does not appear, that person can have a warrant of arrest issued on the person from the parliament. That is the duty of a court to do. Right. But the constitution envisages a situation where, in the making of laws, people are going to be obstructed, and it gives those quasi judicial powers to the parliament, as it gave quasi legislative powers to the courts. So no court order was violated. On the contrary, the judge was very careful and was conscious of the fact that he ought not to intervene.
That point is noted, Honorable. Quickly, let's talk about, possible political solution to all of this. And again, I also want you to clarify a point you made earlier, where you said the legislature can regulate itself, but how far is too much, really, especially when the courts have had to wade in and declare suspensions of this nature illegal?
Now, there are situations, and a fusion of time and the passage of time have made our laws and judgments to be reviewed. Remember the Amechi case, where the court awarded this thing on the basis that it was for the parties. But at a later date, the same Supreme Court made other pronouncements concerning that same issue. So also it is that when the issue of 14 days came, is it a constitutional matter? Is it an act? Or is it just by a judgment of a court? If that is so, each court, especially the high courts, have coordinate jurisdiction. The appeal court sits over there, just like the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court can even review itself on account of fresh facts available to it. So if you say 14 days, and that 14 days was just an act of the National Assembly or a judgment of an appeal court or a high court, are you saying that the Supreme Court, if the matter is taken there, will still maintain the 14 days? So it is not about what the parliament has done, or in the past it has been. In any case, the political solution, like you asked, is what somebody referred to as the rigging of the second prayer of the Committee on Ethics in the House, which somebody jokingly said was rigged by the Senate President in his compassion. That second prayer was to the effect that if she brings a letter, a written apology, that she can have her term, her punishment reduced or vitiated at once. That is the caveat, that is the political solution she has. But if she continues grandstanding and wanting to, the court matter is not even within the purview of the court, of the Senate. It is a matter taken by a private citizen, the wife of the Senate President. She cannot be stopped from proceeding, because I'm sure that if the Senate President attempts to do that, he will not be allowing our democracy to grow. Those matters must be tried. That is why, for example, people keep referring to other cases, because they have never been taken to an end. It is only Reno Omekru had said that he had been compensated in financial terms. So I want to say that the political solution is for her to write that written apology and stop grandstanding, because you cannot, and no institution will allow itself to be so denigrated and to be put in public opprobrium in a manner that will bring us to shame among the Committee of Nations, especially given the position of Nigeria that only recently has been readmitted into the International Parliamentary Union as an executive member through this very Senate president who has done so well to keep Nigeria on the international map and on the status that it is today.
Honorable Cletus Obon, we thank you for your contributions on Political Standpoint today. Honorable Obon is the former chairman of the ACN and a former lawmaker and public affairs analyst. Thanks a lot once again.
Thanks for having me. I'm sitting, even though I'm on standpoint, I'm still sitting.
Right. All right, and there will be more on Political Standpoint when we return from this break. Stay with us. Well, thanks a lot for staying with us on TVC News. Well, to our next discussion now. Fiscal policies, which include government budget and tax reform bills, drive the economic stability of any nation, and Nigeria isn't exempted. This idea serves as the basis for the widespread interest in President Bola Tinubu's 4 tax reform bills to the National Assembly in October 2024. Which have now advanced to the final stage after the recent 2-day public hearings. The 4 transmitted tax reform bills to the National Assembly in October include the Nigeria Tax Bill, the Nigeria Tax Administration Bill, the Nigeria Revenue Service Establishment Bill, and the Joint Revenue Board Establishment Bill. Together, these bills would significantly affect revenue generation in Nigeria. There's the question of how these prospects can better position Nigeria to push the frontiers of global economy. Well, for more on this, we bring in now the chairperson, Nigeria-France Friendship Parliamentary Group, is also a member of the House Committee on Finance, Honorable Dr. Paul Kalejaye joins me from our Abuja studio. Thanks a lot for joining us on the program. Let's start with how the House is co-opting, or how the House is bringing in and marrying in all the concerns laid by bodies such as NYSC and Customs during the 2-day public hearings on these 4 bills.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me say that, like you're aware and you have stipulated in your intro, the National Assembly has a process at which laws are enacted, and you have said it aptly that we have gone through the public hearing, which is a very major component of enacting a bill or a law in Nigeria. And then at the public hearing, so much concerns have been raised by individuals, by organizations, by even government agencies as to what they think should be contained in the bill or the law, whichever one you want to call it, and those ones they want removed or adjusted. So, of course, after the public hearing, the matter has been referred to the House Committee on Finance, or both the legislative chambers, the Senate and the Federal House of Representatives. As I speak with you, the House of Representatives and, of course, indeed the Senate are already on with the consideration of the various concerns raised at the public hearing. So as we speak, the committees, the board committees are already considering those reports. And until when those reports are fully considered and then brought to the public, it's not incumbent on me to also make so much comment on that. But what I can assure Nigerians is to say that in the last 1 week, we've been working assiduously, in fact, very sleeplessly, to ensure that all of the issues raised are well dealt with. And at the end of it all, we're going to ensure that not only the concerns of Nigerians are put into consideration, we are also considering ensuring that we legislate and make a law that will be all enduring. Remember that the current tax bill that we're operating has been, enacted quite so many years ago, over 20 years ago, if not more. So Nigerians are assured that we will come up with something that is robust, something that is, good for our country, that will not only be, people's oriented, it will also take care of both the rich and the poor. But what is important to us as a parliament is to ensure that we can plug all the loopholes for tax evasion. The law will obviously not allow for tax evasion. It's going to come up with, some kind of penalties and necessary things to be done. Every Nigerian must prepare to pay tax. We all talk about developed countries. We talk about what we see over there. But we have forgotten that majority of the income of those countries are generated through taxes. But particularly if you look at UK, for instance, most of the components of financing their infrastructural development and some other social development are done through, taxes. So while we're not going to see over taxation of the people, but we're going to ensure that we all contribute to the basket that will make us to have well-developed educational system, that will make us have good health care, that will guarantee our infrastructural development, that will take care of our security challenges, and above all, that will take care of the poverty that we all cry against, that will ensure that we have an abundance of resources. Because once resources are generated, they also create further resources in terms of distribution of this wealth to the three tiers of government. And once the three tiers of government have enough resources to utilize in terms of their, economic, political, infrastructural challenges, it will dovetail into the entire country.
And I'm sure you're mindful of, the various forms of reaction that greeted the announcement of these bills by the presidency. Having gone through the two-day public hearings, what have been your takeaways?
Pardon, what has been what?
What have been your takeaways, your observations as a fallout from the two-day public hearings conducted in the National Assembly?
It's fine. The takeaways are very clear. One major takeaway is the fact that they are clamoring that some agencies that are being merged should not be merged, should not be put under one tax, tax jacket, that they should be allowed to retain, particularly those ones that has to do with Third Fund and NYSC and others. These are one major takeaway that, of course, that is being considered by the committee. Another major takeaway is the fact that the customs are also crying that, well, we don't have to have a unified, just one revenue collection point for the country. Why should FRS be the only collection agency? But then FRC is not just a collection agency. FRC is not collecting money, it's not overseeing, it's not, taking away the job of the customs. What FRC is trying to do is to have a picture and to have, a global view of all the agencies of government. The customs will still collect their taxes, they will still perform their duties. Nobody is taking away their jobs. So part of those are part of the concerns, and of course some other concerns are from, of course, the Arewa consultative forums. They are concerned about inheritance taxes. These are also being considered by the committee. Some other ones are issues of the military also looking at why they could get some exemption from taxes, particularly because of the nature of their job, the security, and then the security challenges in the country. These are some of the takeaways from the stakeholders' engagement that we had. But like I said, they are all being considered by the committees of the House of Finance, both the Senate and the House of Reps. And I speak with you now, the sitting is still on, the retreat is still on, and so it will be subsidized for me to make comments about what the findings or what our recommendations will be. Of course, at the end of it all, maybe by tomorrow when we round up or whatever, the chairman of the Finance Committee, Honorable Faleke, Right Honorable Dr. Faleke, will also address the press, and then you can have a snippet of what we're likely to come up with.
Right. Okay. So, as you've said now that both chambers are meeting, and hopefully by tomorrow, Nigerians would know the decision of the National Assembly as per the passage of these 4 bills that have to do with the new tax regime in Nigeria. Seeing as you're also wearing another hat that has to do with, at least where Nigeria-France relations are concerned, somewhat, what's your take on the Bola Tinubu's foreign policy, especially as it also stands with his agenda to boost the economy? How is it looking like from your end?
You talk precisely about the budget. Is that what you mean?
Right. I'm talking about the foreign policy. Before we talk about the budget now, in terms of enhancing foreign policy under the present administration.
Wonderful.
Where is Nigeria headed?
Wonderful.
From your radar?
From my radar, it's clear that the country is taking a major dimension in terms of foreign policy. And when I say major direction, this government is also interested, from what I have seen, particularly in our relationship with France. You want to understand that France, of course, as a nation, has also shown enough handshake to Nigeria. And that explains why the president was able to visit France. And during the visit, there were a lot of bilateral agreements signed. And we have started seeing some of those results. So in terms of relationship, we have always looked directly at the nations that hitherto dominate our landscape in terms of foreign policy. But it's now for us to start having some shifts in terms of nations that are more friendlier to us, nations that are likely to propel and understand our, the challenges of our own economy. So the nation's foreign policy is very focused, is dynamic, and is quite robust in terms of, if you look at the diplomatic shuttle, the diplomatic, engagement of the president. The president has been shortly, has been in various international fora, has been in various fora where trade have been discussed, where economy is being discussed. And you can begin to see that, for instance, in Ogun State, just last week or 2 weeks ago, the governor of Ogun State was, hosting, people from other nations who are interested in helping develop agriculture for Ogun State. They were part of the returns from various shuttle diplomacy that we've been having in terms of international engagement. So we are looking towards agriculture, for instance. So the nation's foreign policy will be looking more on those nations that has to do with agriculture, that also can enhance our technological development. And so what I'm saying is that, in a nutshell, is that our foreign policy is being a policy that has been dynamic. It's not static. It's not as if we want to stay at one point. We want to look at nations that are quite helpful to our, peculiar situations. We have security challenges. We must look up at nations that can also help us in terms of, our security challenges. We have challenges of, all kind of things that we needed to also look at some other countries who can also be of help to us.
Right, and just as you have said, the Nigerian government has also, gone out talking about the millions of dollars, about $50 billion, which it has been able to seal from various international agreements. But in terms of how much this would, materialize for the average person on the street, and where the National Assembly can come in to monitor these engagements and make sure that they bring the needed deliverables to both the economy and for every other ideal. What are your thoughts in this regard?
You see, like you said, for instance, the World Trade Center is organizing an economic summit in France in the next, 3 weeks, and then we, as part, the Nigerian French Parliamentary Committee or group, are also taking part. What is all about? It's about trade. It's about commerce. It's about new technologies in terms of development. So we're also going to take advantage of that, summit to also be able to propagate Nigeria in that place. Secondly, you also want to understand that when there are gains from such bilateral agreements, it doesn't dovetail into an immediacy. And what I mean by immediacy is that it's not as if just on the streets you can need to see the manifestation of those gains almost immediately.
Right.
There are a lot of things that needed to be put into place. The people who are also investing their resources into your country must also be able, yes, they have signed bilateral agreement to say we want to do A, B, C, D, or whatever. But then they must also come down. If you're also doing in their place, you also need to come down. They need to come down and start, like what I've said in terms of Ogun State. If they have, entered into relationship in terms of our Greek, those are Greek products. Even when they start now, we cannot see the impact almost immediately.
Right.
The ground has to be tilted. The things that are planted has to grow and germinate and all of those things. So that explains why Nigerians may not think that they will be getting the immediate gains of those international, engagements, but over time. And then there is the period you used to plan.
Right.
The planning. Those who fail to plan, plan to fail, and those who, so it's vice versa.
Right.
The period of planning is always there. You want to have a baby, you must be period of mating. There must be period of when the baby will be, in the womb for 9 months.
All right.
When the baby is delivered. So that is what government is all about. It's about planning, and then when you plan, you execute. And when you execute, you see results. So 3 stages must be complete. So in terms of whatever the gains are, people will see, obviously.
Right.
This regime is a regime that is concerned about promise and do.
All right, that's all we have time for our conversation. Dr. Paul Kalejaye, we thank you very much for speaking with us on Political Standpoints today.
Thank you very much for having me.
And that's a wrap on today's edition of Political Standpoint. We thank you all for watching. I am Kemi Fola Adeyemo. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing@tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
The copper matter dye pits in Cano are over 500 years old and remains one of the oldest dyeing centers in Africa. For centuries, the pits serve as a hope for artisans and tourists, showcasing Cano's vibrant dyeing tradition. Today, the historic site is struggling to survive, with fewer operational pits, unlike in the past. Ibrahim Hamisu is one of the 7th generation dyers determined to preserve the craft despite its challenges. He is now the public relations officer of the copper matter dye pit. Hamisu guided us through the intricate dyeing process. He explained how the use of natural, locally sourced ingredients continues to sustain this Asian tradition.
So this is the 3D problem of the dip. So number 1, 6 meters. Number 2, 4 meters, and number 3, 3 meters. Deep or range or down. So we take the 6 meters empty pit. We put the water, normal water, tap water, or well water. We put the water, 1,550 liters of water inside of 6 meters. So after put the water, this is the 3 ingredient to give the solution like this. So number 1, ash of ingredient. Number 2, natural indigo plant. And number 3, potassium chloride. So after put the water, normal water, tap water, oil water, 1,550 liters of water inside of 6 meters, we take the ash, normal ash. We mix the 40 bucket of ash. After mixing the 40 bucket of ash, we take the basket, cover the feet, leave 3 days. So after 3 days, we remove the basket, another put the ingredient, indigo plant. Indigo like henna. Henna to give one color red, indigo to give one color blue.
Many pits have been abandoned over time, dilapidated, filled with stones, and used as landfill for solid waste disposal. Hamisu says only 20 of the original 144 pits are currently operational.
Total pit in here, 144 pits, 144 in the ground. So 20 being used now.
The dyeing pits also serve as a medicinal purpose, providing locals with traditional remedies. Fermented water from the pits, stored for over a year, is used to treat various skin diseases.
After 1 year, it's no more used for the dyeing. This solution we turn as local medicine, because this is the 3 ingredient, all is natural. This is the ash from the tree, it's naturally. This is the indigo is planting here in Cano. This potassium chloride, this water after 1 year. We take the water, we keep the water as empty pit. Already I told you we're selling as local medicine. We use any skin problem in the night. We take the local soap, we wash the skin. After wash the skin, we take the water, we mop in the shower inside the skin. We take 1 week to 10 days, skin will be clear.
Mahmouda Haruna is one of the oldest dyers, having started the craft at the age of 7. With over 60 years of experience, he continues to find joy and purpose in the business.
When I was 7 years old, I began learning the art of dyeing from my father. I would attend school in the afternoons while spending my mornings helping him with the trade. As he grew older, I gradually took over the business, but I never stopped my education. Today, I take great pride and joy in continuing the legacy he started.
Mahmouda has trained more than 5 apprentices, many of whom remain in the dyeing business. However, cheap imported fabrics have reduced demand for locally dyed cloth, leaving artisans with fewer opportunities. Veteran local dyers here express concern about lack of export opportunities. They call on the government to weigh in and provide solution to the problem. The influx of cheap foreign textiles, particularly from China, has significantly reduced demand for traditional fabrics, leading to dwindling patronage.
Traditional material, this is the challenge for the traditional material for the Chinese people. You come to Nigeria and the exporting the fabric from the Chinese, so you clash the product of the opera matter because of the Chinese people. So
we are concerned that our products are not being exported, as we believe this could attract international interest and encourage foreigners to engage with our businesses.
The dyers continue to produce fabrics in different variety and designs, each carrying its own meaning and purpose. One of the dyers described the significance behind their intricate designs.
So each design, it has an NTB calling. We have some different design, different meaning. This one, the one we have in my hand, which you call Parliament House Design. So the meaning of Parliament, you know, Nigeria we are practicing democracy. The speaker in the center of the house, then the members around the house to make Nigerian progress. And second one, we have some like a zebra. Zebra design is a lot of the bush hunters. So if you can wear in this way, you go to the hunting the animal in the bush. So that's the initial name of this, what you call zebras hunters design. And we have some another design which you call moon, stars and clouds. Stars and clouds. During the rainy season, a lot of farmers, they are happy to get this design, to wherein they go to the farm to farming rice or maize or some different type of crops. And we have some another design which you call emir. In the house in the northern Nigeria, we are proud, very, very proud the emirs, the royal family design. So this design which you call emir's palace. So during the Salah occasion, the emir riding the horse and the district around the emir to go through around the city to show the people happy of the Salah occasion. And another design which you call moon, stars and clouds. The moon in the center, star surround the moon and the edges is clouds. So most of the farmers, they are happy to get this design after harvesting the crops. So they can take the crops to sell it in the market to get money to buy some house, car, and so many things.
Without urgent intervention, this historic cultural site will become extinct, largely due to a lack of government support.
No receive any organization of government to the helping the people of the Upper Matadai. No receive, no government in local government, in state, in federal, no support under the others NGOs or something like this.
Despite these challenges, the dyers remain hopeful that their collective desire to revamp the centuries-old Koparamata dye pit will be realized. Ibrahim Isa, TVC News, Cano.
Good morning, Marina Station and all the passengers.
Efficient, it's comfortable.
This development will go a long way in reducing congestion and emission.
The trains are a long-term solution to Lagos traffic challenges.
This is where we take the final, decisions on policies, programs of government. I will have to ensure that, the narration of Lagos as a PLC is taken very, very seriously.
This is a major pedestrian bridge linking Oyingo here to Apapa Road over there.
With this overpass, we are providing what we call a permanent solution.
This place is one of the most dangerous areas at the biosecurity environment.
This can go into the news and every crumbs of your neighborhood.
Our goal is to remain as Africa's model megacity, to move our GDP from the 5-6 position to the 3rd position, and we believe it's achievable with all the commitments we have.
Explore the city of Lagos, where dreams are made and possibilities are endless. Amadedoja Salamadini. I live in Lagos, inside Lagos.
Stay ahead with the biggest news stories. Go beyond the news headlines. Experience impactful investigations. Enjoy resourceful news coverage in real time. TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. Live every day on this channel.
TVC News. First with breaking news. At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News. First with breaking news.
On the program today, mild drama in the Senate chambers of the National Assembly as Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan gets suspended for 6 months. And later on, a youth dialogue takes place to create key recommendations to shape the future of tax reforms in Nigeria. And it is International Women's Day. We spotlight the victories and achievements, norms towards advancing gender equality. I'm Ademola Lawrence, and this is Live from Abuja, a show that takes you through the events that have shaped the week in Nigeria and across the world, from politics, news, entertainment, and sports. And of course, let's begin by telling you that Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, representing Kogi Central, has firmly declared that a recent suspension from the Nigerian Senate would not strip her of her legitimacy as a lawmaker. The senator, who has been at the center of a heated controversy, described a suspension as unjust and vowed to continue serving her constituent until the end of her term in 2027 and beyond. The Senate suspended Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan for 6 months over alleged misconduct and refusal to comply with the chamber's seating arrangement during the plenary session on 20th of February. A suspension followed a report by the chairman of the Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions submitted to the Committee of the Whole, citing multiple violations of Senate rules and others.
The Senate's Committee on Ethics and Privileges presented its findings on the alleged disorderly conduct of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, but even that process wasn't without chaos. As the committee chairman, Senator Nedai Maswen, attempted to present his committee's report, he was interrupted by Senator Akpoti-Uduaghan, whose newly assigned seat is right next to him.
All she got to tell me was that she knows, she can see how friendly I am to women by doing my work as the chairman of the Ethics Committee.
When a senator is speaking, no senator may converse aloud or make any noise or disturbance to interrupt him. This is a rule. So, distinguished Senator Neida Emaswe, you are protected by the rule.
With the chamber finally settling down, Senator Emaswe outlined the committee's findings, accusing Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan of displaying unbridled and uncouth behavior since assuming office. She was also found guilty of violating Senate rules and bringing the presiding officer and the entire Senate into public disrepute.
That Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, after being sworn in as a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, began to display unbridled and uncouth behavior amongst her distinguished colleagues, thereby creating constant conflict and disharmony. That from his investigation, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan had openly engaged in verbal altercation with Senator Godiya Akwashike and Senator Patrick Ndubeze, in which the President of the Senate and the entire leadership intervened in the interest of peace and harmony.
Her colleagues also publicly expressed deep disappointment, condemning her behavior, which they insist has tarnished the image of the Senate.
And we have our rules. And as chronologically put together here, there is no doubt that there has been a breach of our rules. And breaches of rules and laws definitely come with consequences. These are the consequences that have been put very clearly here, that ordinarily would have been avoided.
My own now is how to bring this integrity back. Once a damage is done, to bring it back is a long story.
All those who are served in the Senate or in the House of Representatives and who felt that their achievement should be measured by the number or the volume of content they created on the social media, who felt their achievement should be measured by the number of followers they had on social media, all those who felt grandstanding should be the order of the day. I'm sure you can begin to name them in both houses. Where are they today?
I don't want you to be bothered by sponsored and generated blackmail. But let us see how we can come back together, make peace, and work together.
The Senate upheld the committee's recommendations, approving a 6-month suspension, barring her and her staff from entering the National Assembly and stripping her of all privileges, including security details. However, in a rare show of leniency, the Senate exempted her aides from the stoppage of salaries and also gave a caveat for a possible reduction of her suspension if she tenders a written apology.
If they are not allowed to come within the vicinity of the National Assembly because they are here only at our instance, but that their salaries should be spared. Those who are in support of the amendment, that the salaries of the aides be spared, say aye. And those who feel that their salaries should also be withheld by the Clerk of National Assembly, say nay. The ayes have it.
Injustice will not be sustained. The pursuit for justice.
But Senator Natasha remains defiant, rejecting the suspension and vowing to fight back.
And moving on, a national youth dialogue on tax reforms has brought together key stakeholders to discuss and shape the future of tax reforms in Nigeria. Key recommendations from the meeting include how to simplify tax laws to attract foreign investments and support small business, establish a clear framework for taxing digital business and informal workers, and also introducing tax exemptions for low-income earners and startups, among others. Young people, policymakers, and stakeholders created a platform for meaningful discussion and collaboration on tax reforms, which set the stage for further conversation and reviews of the tax laws, ultimately contributing to a more equitable and sustainable tax reforms in Nigeria. Interesting conversations we'll be having this morning. Joining me live is the country director of Project Sprint, Mr. Israel James. Thanks for coming on the program.
Thank you for having me today.
Oh, interesting. Before you and I went on live, we're discussing how this can actually benefit, every young entrepreneurs who is coming into limelight. But let's just start from here. Now, since the presentation of these tax reforms at the National Assembly, there's been a lot of opera about the challenges that the new reform will have. What is your own take on the new bills, and how do you feel it is the right step to take at this time?
Well, first of all, I would like to say thank you for having me this morning. The tax reform bills at a time like this is very much important. And according to the chairman of the tax committee, Professor Taiwo Ayodele, the last time we had discussions about how to regulate our tax was about 30 or possibly several decades ago. And then we are at a crossroad in our economic reforms currently. You can see some of the economic policies that the president is bringing into place. And then it's very essential that we organize our tax so that we can usher ourselves into the new generation. And then as young Nigerians, we know that these laws are going to be very beneficial to our growth, our economic contributions to the country. So we decided to hold a stakeholders meeting such as this at a time like this at the National Assembly to see what areas around the tax bills we can improve upon and demonstrate our support for the ones who are going to usher us into the near future.
And I think that's a very good conversation to start with, because if you look at it, the Nigerian youth make up the largest demographic.
Over 60%.
Exactly, in the country. So it is very important this kind of conversation is being heard. But how do you think that this, as important as this conversation is, to help further, create that awareness for the tax reforms?
Well, one of the key aspects of the National Youth Dialogue on Tax Reforms was that we had it with lawmakers sitting in front, listening to the areas we were wishing to improve upon, and then they were taking notes, which was very much important. I mean, we had a partnership with the Youth Committee, the House of Reps Committee on Youth in Parliament, chaired by Honorable Olamijuwolo Alao-Akala, and we had several other young lawmakers seated there, taking notes and also promising to communicate the concerns of young Nigerians to the committee on the subject matter.
Okay, we already, while I was reading, I already read out some of the, recommendations from the meeting. And you look at those recommendations, it looks very juicy, and of course, it should be applicable to it.
Yeah, it should be.
It should be.
Yes.
First, I want to ask you, what are some other things that we didn't mention that you think that is part of that recommendation? And secondly, I also want to put it this way. The significance of this particular dialogue, to these tax reform bills that we're talking about?
Well, starting with the significance, I would say there's been several conversations around the tax bill, and just as you and I just admitted, currently the youths contribute to the largest demographics of the Nigerian population, exactly. And there's been no conversation leading the youth in that direction. So it was rather important at such a time for us to have that conversation. It goes further to show that there are several young Nigerians, even amidst of the polluted conversations that have been happening around the country. There are several young Nigerians who are interested in issues of national importance. That's the significance. Some of the other topics that were not mentioned was the controversial distribution of the VAT, the 60-20-20 formula, which has caused a large uproar across several groups, even the Governors Forum. Yeah. Well, I would like to surprise you that young Nigerians actually accepted the 60-20-20 formula. Now, the conversation around it is that 60-20-20 is going to help subnationals to go back to functioning effectively. I mean, if 60% of what you're going to earn is going to come from what you're producing, it puts you to go back to work.
Okay.
And that's one of the issues we've been having as a country. Our subnationals have contributed very little to our economic development, putting so much pressure at the federal level. Thank you.
Because you also look at, because that's one of the issues that the Nigerian Governors Forum actually had.
Definitely.
And they felt like there should be a compromise in terms of...
Well, that compromise is not necessary. I mean, like one of the stakeholders said during the dialogue, he said, governors should get back to work. And that's what we want as a country. We want to see situations where governors are taking charge of their security, in a railroad construction. Some of these things have been pushed back for the governors to get them to function.
Okay, so I also learned that the House of Reps conducted a public hearing on tax reforms.
Yes, that happened.
So
But,
did you participate?
I participated, but
okay, what are the things what are your concerns and your recommendation for that?
For me personally, the recommendation I would like to push is one that has to do with tax sovereignty and the reduction in VAT distribution. I mean, this is a shaping time in our country right now, and then several other foreign institutions are trying to come into the picture and say, oh, we want to help you with the administration of your tax and all. I don't think that's going to be a very nice idea at a time like this. We should allow ourselves as a country to handle the administration and the technical aspects of it. And also the value-added tax distribution, the 7.5%, I think it's extreme. We should be looking at 3.5% to 5%. Those numbers reflect our GDP per capita reality as of today, and that's like the best number we should be considering around the VAT distribution.
Why they are still thinking about 10% going to 10%?
No.
So, okay, but while we look at that, let's look at the recommendations, because that's the most important thing in this discussion. Let's talk about those recommendations and how it can get implemented.
Yes. So some of the recommendations...
Step by step. Let's do
step by step.
Yeah.
Okay, one of those was simplifying and streamlining the compliance for digital entrepreneurs.
Okay.
If you look at the scope of entrepreneurship, those ones who are leading and shining the bright touch of entrepreneurship of Nigeria to the world, you'll see we have fintechs, cryptocurrency entrepreneurs, and then the tax laws around those areas, they are pretty much gray. And then there were some recommendations that we were pushing to the House Committee on Youth in Parliament to also ensure that it's communicated to the Committee on Finance. Some of those was that we shouldn't tax, we should create a way that we are not taxing the net profit. So you know how the traditional entrepreneurs, they are going to be taxed on profits, but it's not the same way. It's quite a gray area for digital entrepreneurs. And we are saying, let's pay more attention to those areas because it affects several young Nigerians who are leading entrepreneurs in those sectors.
Okay, so if you look at some other recommendations, my own challenge is how do we implement? The implementation is the most important thing.
Well, that's why the president pushed the tax reform bills to the National Assembly, so that conversations like this can happen. So we've had ours, and we've presented some of our concerns to the committee, and I'm sure they're looking into it, and I'm sure it's going to be
Let's even broaden the scope of this conversation.
Sure.
The concerns that you have, let's even lay them down. And how do you think that those concerns are genuine? Does it encapsulate the genuineness of the tax reform bills itself?
But the tax reform bills itself, it's actually genuine. It's an excellent bill at a time like this. But there's, like I said earlier, there are some areas to improve upon. Some of those areas are the ones I've mentioned to you, the reduction in VAT, streamline the tax policies for digital entrepreneurs. And then if we look at it closely, and then we try to make it more friendly for these digital entrepreneurs, we are looking at creating jobs, several job opportunities. Now, when there are more jobs for young Nigerians, you now have more people to tax. Also, we are also looking at reducing taxes for low-income earners. So at first, they proposed 800,000 annually. I mean, it's not very feasible. The average minimum wage for any Nigerian is 77,000 naira. And if you're looking at that, you're looking at people around 900,000 to 1 million naira a year. So we are saying they should shift it to somewhere around 2.5 million naira a year. I mean, who contribute larger to the low-income earners? Young school leavers, young Nigerians below the age of 35 and below, who are just coming out of school and trying to make a living for themselves. I mean, they have to plan for their future also. So we should be looking at areas like this to ensure that it's more comfortable for the young Nigerians.
You know, your calculation seems very pretty and very nice.
Does it?
But the fact is, some Nigerians are not even earning that 77,000 there. So if you look at with that, it now brings us back to the table. The ones that are earning low, how do they cope?
Well, they still have to fall under that low-income earners bracket. So if you're earning below 2 million, 2.5 million annually, I think you should be exempted from the tax. So preparing you for some time for you to gear up and then contribute to the tax basket.
So when you guys were having this discussion, did you put that into consideration?
Yes, we did. Low-income earners was one of the key areas we submitted to the committee to be considered.
And in considering that, that also means that the young Nigerians who are trying to go into a business must be able to know that I can leverage on this.
On this, yes.
Okay, is there like an awareness that can help people know that this is what you need to know about going into having to pay tax and all of those things?
Well, there's going to be more information around the tax reform bills. There's going to be more awareness created in the area of that topic. But for now, we need to pay attention to what is going to be passed. I mean, the conversation doesn't stop today. There's going to be several other conversations leading to that. So for now, we're looking at reducing the VAT, increase the low-income earners bracket to maybe 2 million, 2.5 million, and then see how that reflects going forward the next 3 years.
I think one of the words we've heard in this government is investment. They're very huge on investment.
Yes.
So how do we? So how does this tax reform,
Well, the president has done quite a job trying to attract foreign direct investments into the country. As of 2 days ago, I saw on the news that the total amount is somewhere around 50 billion, which he's been able to bring in. So we are looking to bring in more. And some of the areas around that would be to, open up the conversation around the tax that is going to be awarded to those foreign companies. Nigeria, as a country, our tax for foreign investment is quite a little bit too tight, too tough for those companies. So we need to make some amendments around it. I mean, we should reduce the taxes on dividends or maybe even remove it completely, and then ensure that it encourages multinationals to come into the country and operate. So we can have situations where several multinationals are in the country and creating jobs for young Nigerians, further increasing the tax basket. So we have more people to tax because there are more high-paying jobs for people in the country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Israel, for joining us on the show.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's really nice having you to talk about this. We'll go on a break. When we come back, we're still celebrating International Women's Day. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Politics. In Nigeria, almost every part of our lives is touched by the politics we play. Governance, legislative matters, the economy, security, foreign affairs, internal affairs. Have a feel as strategic plays in the political space determine how we live in Nigeria. The players, the drama, chess piece moves. Be kept informed. Watch analysis of major happenings in the political space and how it affects you. Watch Politics on Sunday.
Advocate and a published author.
I am the founder of Celebration, a businesswoman, and a fashion icon.
I am a wealth coach and a real estate developer.
I am Amaka Rakwe. I'm a corporate commercial lawyer and an entrepreneur.
Welcome to Warhaka. I am Ramatu Shehu Oyibo, an entrepreneur and a business coach.
I am the voice of an average Muslim woman, an hijabite, and a lawyer.
I am a polymath and a serial entrepreneur.
I am Murayo Afolabi Brown, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment. I'm a media consultant, producer, and broadcaster.
The ladies of your view are made of women from different professions, tribes, cultures, and religion. Join us every Monday to Friday as we share our views on topical and social issues.
Voted as the best TV station of the year. TVC News breaks into the core of every event as they happen. Following all nationwide big and impactful stories. Without the news from every perspective. Covering every human angle. I am Veronica, bringing you the news you would want to watch.
Welcome back from the break. Let's now take you through some stories that made headlines during the week. The Federal Executive Council has approved 10.299 billion naira for the procurement of diagnostic kits for diabetes, antiretroviral drugs for resistant HIV/AIDS patients, antibiotics, antihypertensives, anti-diabetics medications. Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Ali Pate, said government interventions in the health sector was in line with the president's aspiration to ensure that Nigerians get access to quality and affordable health services. And former President Olusegun Obasanjo has charged citizens, particularly the nation's youth, to play their roles patriotically towards ensuring that Nigeria as a country attains an enviable status in the Committee of Nations. It asks Nigerians that are yet to attain the age of 80 to brace up for the obligations of the nation building, stressing that if we do it well, we'll have an enviable Nigeria in our lifetime. After 17 years of operating in the shadows to ship illicit drugs worth billions of naira across the world, the reign of 59-year-old drug baron Ogbonaya Kelvin Jeff has come to an end after operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLA, arrested him at his hideout in Ojo area of Lagos. And in business, International Monetary Fund, IMF, alleged fears that the country was on the verge of sliding into a debt trap, saying Nigeria's debt level is moderate and not high risk. IMF's first Deputy Managing Director, Geeta Gopinath, says this during an exclusive interview with This Day in Lagos. The subsidiary of the Nigerian National Petroleum Commission, a company limited, NNPC, Exploration and Production Limited, NEPL, has said it plans a daily production increase from its current production level of 370,000 barrels per day to 550,000 barrels per day by 2027. To achieve this feat, the company made on an average about $4 billion on an annual basis for the next 5 years. And outside Nigeria, President Donald Trump on Wednesday issued what he called a last warning to Hamas to release all remaining hostages held in Gaza, directing a sharply worded message after the White House confirmed that he had recently dispatched an envoy for unprecedented direct talks with the Palestinian group. Mr. Trump, in a statement on his Truth Social platform soon after meeting with the White House with 8 former hostages, added that he was sending Israel everything it needs to finish the job. And Cyclone Alfred stalled off Australia's east coast on Thursday as officials shut airports, schools and public transport while residents stockpiled supplies and sandbags homes against flooding expected when the Category 2 storm hit. The storm is now likely to make a landfall by Saturday morning near Brisbane, Australia's third most populous city. The Bureau of Meteorology said in its latest update, compared with the prior projection of a landfall by early Friday. And this one sweets me a lot. Since 1911, March 8 has been set aside by the global community to celebrate the International Women's Day. This day honors women, recognizes their achievements, and promotes actions towards gender equality, aiming to create a safer world for all women. This year's theme, Accelerate Action, offers a pathway to celebrate women with disabilities in Nigeria and also advocates for continued investment at the local and global level in inclusive policy for women with disability who have historically been disadvantaged and forgotten in the global discourse of inclusion. The same also highlights the urgency of taking steps to achieve gender equality and eliminate barriers hindering from women from reaching their full potential. Everyone, everywhere, can play a part in helping afford gender equality. From a wide range of International Women's Day, campaigns, events, rallies, lobbies, and performance, to festivals, parties, fun, runs, and celebrations, all International Women's Day activity is valid. That's what makes it International Women's Day so inclusive. Interesting. Joining me in the studio is the Global Secretary of the Network of Women with Disability, Mary Omayeme Victor Magaji. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
I hope I pronounced your name well.
No, you didn't, but you're forgiven.
Please forgive me. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
First of all, happy International Women's Day.
Well, same to you if you're a he for she. You sound like you're a he for she.
Of course. Okay, so let's just go into it. In your experience, how does being both a woman and having a disability affect your everyday life and your career? Let's start from there first.
Okay, well, it's a play of intersectionalities. Women with disabilities normally are faced with, a double burden in the society, and this stems from the fact that, first of all, we are women, and then secondly, we are individuals with disabilities. And so, the society is still trying to grapple with the complexities of dealing, with disability, especially when it's now combined with, gender, when it has a gender flavor. Yeah. So it affects women with disabilities in different ways. Exclusion in employment, limiting, career opportunities for women, empowerment programs, limited access. And when we talk about access, we're talking about both systemic and infrastructural access. Because a lot of time, a lot of emphasis is placed on infrastructural access. And that has to do with ensuring that buildings, physical buildings, public buildings are accessible, in terms of providing ramps and all that. Exactly. But that's not all that there is to accessibility. What about the system? If I can get into a building, but I cannot get into the system, I'm also limited. You understand? So when we advocate for accessibility, we advocate in both ways. So we want a system, whether it's in the private sector or public sector, we want the system to be accessible in that. How inclusive are your policies, for instance, in your workspace, such that a woman with disability can come in and based on her qualification and merits, she can gain employment? Or is your system such that when a woman with disability comes, you're already stereotyping her, you're already like, what is she going to be able to do? You understand? And then when she eventually gets in, you're giving her the job based on sympathy. Understand? Not on her merits. We don't want that. So it just means that the system is not accessible. And then sometimes again, when the woman eventually gets into the job, how accessible are your facilities within the building? I'll give you an example. In my office, there was a particular day I was in the elevator, and the elevator doesn't speak. So I was alone in the elevator this time around, and the elevator just kept going up and down, up and down. Wow. And I was just going everywhere until someone eventually opened the elevator. I was like, Mary, how are you doing? I said, I'm here. I've been here for like 3 minutes somewhere. He said, why? I said, I've been going everywhere because I don't know my floor. You understand? But then if the elevator, for instance, was speaking, say, first floor, second floor, I can access it myself. So you see, accessibility is very vast. It's not just being able to access the building.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so, and I think that conversation also has to do with the workings of different organizations, how they are able to put that into play and, of course, implement it. But let's look at today is International Women's Day. And there's been that approach and that call for gender equality. We even talk about the disability part of it, but let's even first talk about the gender equality that has been, highlighted for decades. now. How do you think this can be achieved?
Gender equality is, like you rightly said, a fight that has been ongoing. And we, as much as we wish that we could come to an end with this, it looks like the fight is getting even more intense. Take, for example, the National Assembly. There was a time we had 8% representation of women at the National Assembly. But then with increased advocacy, we now have 3%. So there's a gap there. There's a lacuna there that we're trying to figure out, in the civil society space, in the government, because a lot of times people will tell you, oh, but then the nomination forms are now free. A woman can just go in and pick it. But then I say that it's not just about the financial cost. What about the social cost, right? What about the psychological cost? There are many costs that are involved in a woman getting into the place of leadership. And then getting in there is one thing, sustaining her there is another thing. You understand? I don't want to go into all that we know that is happening right now, in the political space. But we see these things play out, and we know, we just don't want to admit it, that it's not just about the financial cost. And then talking about the inclusion of women with disabilities with regards to gender equality. I don't think that we should make it an afterthought. Women with disabilities are women first, before they had a disability. And disability can be acquired at any point in life. I wasn't born with a disability. I acquired it, along my life's journey, and it could happen to anybody. So we should not be treated as an afterthought. So collaboration is going to be very important. We have to ensure that we are genuinely involved in driving access and inclusion for women, including women with disabilities, understanding the peculiarities that are involved, and navigating ways to ensure that they are brought to the table.
While you were talking, I remember I had a discussion with somebody, and I said that one of the issues I have with women not trying to also take the space is when it comes to, let's say, for example, when it comes to electoral time, that's when you see that, politicians come to women and they use them for campaigns, and everybody is just, so, and the women they take it like that. Nobody is trying to have a conversation like, let's have a seat at the table as well. You and I, instead of having to say it's until when it's election time, you'll now be taking me up and down to go and be dancing.
There are two things to that. I understand you perfectly. First of all, that's why we advocate for women empowerment, because if a woman is empowered, there's some rice and beans that would not be attractive to you, right? Because you know your onions, you are empowered, you can go for it. And then when we talk about women representation also, when it's time for elections, I'll give you an example. There was a woman with a disability, Lois Alta, who contested, and she could not secure the seat. I always tell her, though, that she won the process as the first woman who even dared to run for a political office, an elective one. But you see, the system, just like I said earlier, is just inhibiting, right? It's relegating. So the politicians come around and they're like, okay, that's why there is a problem of, shall I say, intentionally disempowering women, so that when they come around, whatever they offer looks attractive. You understand it? So that's what I think that, the game is. But advocacies are ongoing. A lot of advocacy is ongoing, and I know that the paradigm is shifting.
Okay, let's look at the specific barriers that have historically prevented the voices of women with disabilities from being included in Nigerian society, and how can we effectively dismantle these barriers, particularly in the areas of healthcare, employment, and of course marriage. When I was giving my introduction, I think I mentioned that there's certain barriers that inhibit women with disabilities particularly. And part of it is the negative perception. And this is a cultural barrier. And this prevents a lot of women with disabilities from
getting married and having a family life. Why? Because we're still in a country where, unfortunately, people think that if you're a woman with disability, you'll probably be having offsprings with disabilities, because some people think that disability is genetic. While there are some disabilities that are genetic, not all are genetic. So it behoves on the family to find out, you know, what kind of disability that, you know, the woman has, you know, before. But even if it were genetic, if two people, I believe that if two people are mature enough to come together to say, oh, they want to get married, I don't know why disability should be a problem. Right, you understand? And then talking about dismantling barriers, the attitudinal barriers is going to take a lot of continued sensitization to dismantle it, because Rome was not built in a day, even though they didn't have technology at the time. You know, we have come this far. Things are better than they used to be. At least in Nigeria, we know that there was a time that they were killing people living with albinism, right? And that doesn't really happen as much anymore. So you can see that we are penetrating, but how far we have been able to penetrate is a different topic altogether. And that is why we would need to have some kind of tracking system to track the impact of our advocacy, you know, to ensure that the society is more inclusive and equitable.
Interesting. I think that I like that part where you said that some kind of tracking system, because you just look like there's always the paperwork, you know, and you just sit down there. It doesn't. We don't even know if it's implemented, if it's submitted, and all of those things. And I think that tracking device is actually one of the most important discussions to have. And that brings me to this question: how can organizations create inclusive environments that empower women, you know, majorly with disabilities, to take leadership roles? And what are the support systems that are essential for this to be successful?
Okay, I think that first of all, we should have mentorship programs and create some kind of leadership, you know, pathways for women and women with disabilities in workplaces, in political environments, you know, and all that. And by mentorship, I mean that, you know, we can have women who are probably already in leadership positions, or who have been in leadership positions, take on women with disabilities, encourage them, teach them the way, you know, just bring them into the fold, you know, and then pour in the knowledge, the experience that they have. I think this would also help, you know. And then again, in workplaces, for instance, if we can have training programs to, first of all, educate the employees, the rest of the employees, about the fact that there is a person with disability now in the system, and it doesn't mean that the person is unable, because, you know, a lot of time disability is used interchangeably as inability, which is wrong. So it doesn't mean that this person is not capable or less competent than you are, but it just means that the person needs extra support. So if you see the person on the way and there's something, you know, if it's a visually impaired person, something is on their way, you can take it out. You can just render some little support to just ensure that the environment is inclusive, not for you to start distancing yourself and all of those funny things that happen in some environments. I think these are ways that we can help to make our workplaces inclusive. I mean, there are many more, but these are some highlights.
Okay, so lastly, I just want to ask you, I'm very sure you've experienced a lot in terms of how this play out. So in your personal experience, what would you suggest, you know, policies and programs be better designed to ensure that we have women with disabilities included and addressed, rather than having them being an afterthought in gender equality initiatives?
So I say that when programs and policies, women with disabilities must be brought to the table. Because there is nothing for us without us. And it's he who wears the shoes that knows exactly where it pinches. So you can't just sit there. You don't even know what is happening. but you just have some idea at the top of your head, and then you begin to draft policies that you think are inclusive, but then in practical terms, they are not inclusive. So we advocate that women with disabilities should be brought to, that's why it's important for women with disabilities to be given elective or appointive positions, because it starts from the leadership. We need people to be on the table to design these policies from the outset. And then we need the government to push for the enforcement of the laws that we already have. Of course, we already have the Disability Act, and then it has been domesticated in certain states. We need for the government to be able to push those policies to ensure that the society is more inclusive and equitable. And then I also think that we need to be more collaborative, women with disabilities, with the policy makers, with other members of the civil society organizations, and even with ourselves, as persons with disabilities or women with disabilities. I think with all of this, we should be able to have a long-term solution to exclusion in Nigeria for persons with disabilities.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think one of the submissions I really want to take home is the fact that there needs to be continuous discussion on how to make sure that people with disabilities, majorly women with disabilities, must be brought to the table. Having conversations about, what it's in for them. The system must be able to recognize them.
Imagine if now that we're celebrating International Women's Day, we're also highlighting the achievements of some women with disabilities, or they're getting some awards, or they're honoraries or something. It just helps to encourage and bring them to the spotlight. These are the kind of inclusion we're talking. A lot of times people think that inclusion is one big giant project. It doesn't have to be. It starts with the tiniest things, like recognition, like addressing issues that are just within your capacity to address before we start going to the tall orders.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I really have. Happy International Women's Day again.
Same to you again.
I don't know why you continue saying same to me.
Because you sound like a he for a she.
Yes, I am. Anyways, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. So that's our conversation on International Women's Day. We'll go on a break. When we come back, entertainment and sports. I'll be right back.
I am the founder of Celebration, a businesswoman, and a fashion icon.
I am a wealth coach and a real estate developer.
I am Amakora Akwe. I'm a corporate commercial lawyer and an entrepreneur.
Barkamu da warhaka. I am Ramatu Shehu Oyibo, an entrepreneur and a business coach.
I am the voice of an average Muslim woman, an Hijabite, and a lawyer.
I am a polymath and a serial entrepreneur.
I am Murayo Afolabi Brand, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment. I'm a media consultant, producer, and broadcaster.
The ladies of Your View are made of women from different professions, tribes, cultures, and religion. Join us every Monday to Friday as we share our views on topical and social issues.
Voted as the best TV station of the year. TVC News breaks into the core of every event as they happen. Following all nationwide big and impactful stories. Without the news from every perspective. Covering every human angle. I am Veronica, bringing you the news you would want to watch. Voted as the best TV station of the year. TVC News
is touched by the politics we play. Governance, legislative matters, the economy, security, foreign affairs, internal affairs. Have a feel as strategic plays in the political space determine how we live in Nigeria. The players, the drama, chess piece moves. Be kept informed Watch analysis of major happenings in the political space and how it affects you. Watch Politics on Sunday. Life is
And welcome back from the break. Now to some entertainment news. Omomi, the wife of late musician Mohbad, has expressed a fury over Feyisayo Ogedengbe, the auxiliary nurse who administered the fatal injection to her husband. In an interview, Omomi stated that she could not forgive Ogedengbe for her nonchalant attitude and lack of remorse while admitting that Mohbad reacted to the injection. Interesting. An Hollywood actress Adesua Etomi has opened up about a battle with morning sickness, medically known as hyperemesis gravidum. Okay. Yes, following the death of another woman who suffered from it. According to the American media outlet People, the lady Jess Crenshaw suffered from the severe ailments which causes acute nausea and vomiting, sometimes resulting in weight loss and dehydration. And the the legal representative to social media critic Martins, aka a very dark man, has broken his silence on Mercy Chinwo's latest move against his clients. According to the document dated March 3rd, 2025, Chinwo stated that she had to be compensated with 1.1 billion naira over defamation suit. Mrs. Chinwo, of course, also demanded a public apology from the activist, stating that he must delete and retract all the allegations made against her and make an appearance in court within 14 days. Just hours after its release, Dream Count Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's fourth novel has already secured a place on the long list for the 2025 Women's Prize for Fiction. The UK-based prize, now in its 30th year, celebrates the best novel written in English by a woman, awarding £30,000 to the winner. Adichie, whose works have shaped contemporary literature, is nominated for Dream Count, a novel that follows 4 women in America and Nigeria as they navigate the complexity of memory, identity, and the weight of their choices. The 2025 Academy Awards took place in Los Angeles, celebrating the best movies of the past year. Anora was the best winner of the night, taking home Best Picture, Best Actress for Mikey Madison, Best Director for Sean Baker, and Best Film Editing. Andrew Brody won Best Actor for his role in The Brutalist, while Zoe Saldana, Emilia Perez, and Kieran Coughlin, A Real Pain, won Best Supporting Actress and Actor, respectively. Interesting. Now let's move to sport. English Premier League title contenders Nottingham Forest have reportedly secured a pre-contract agreement with Fenerbahce fullback bride Osai Samuel. And of course, this move has raised fresh questions on the future of Super Eagles defender Olaino at the City ground. According to Turkish outlet Tafkim, Forest have struck a deal to sign Osai Samuel ahead of the summer transfer window. The 27-year-old Nigerian international is nearing the end of his contract with Fenerbahce, and with no renewal on the table under Jose Mourinho, he appears to set for a return to England. Osai Samuel, who previously donned the colours of Queen's Park Rangers, has been a key figure for Fenerbahce with 168 appearances, scoring 7 goals and providing 14 assists. And Super Eagles forward Moses Simon has been linked with a move to Syria side AS Roma from FC Nantes. And of course, this year makes 5 years since the 29-year-old joined Nantes from Levante. During that time, he has made 199 appearances for the club, scoring 35 goals and providing 38 assists. However, despite having a year left on his contract, the Nigerian international could be heading to his final season with the French side. According to report, the pacey winger is on Roman's radar and, of course, could be open to a move to Stadio Olimpiaco as the summer transfer window approaches. Further reports claim that several clubs, including OGC Nice, home to his compatriot team, Murphy and Olympic Marseille, are also interested in the winger. And the Nigerian Football Federation on Tuesday reviewed a provisional list consisting of 39 players for the upcoming 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers against Rwanda and Zimbabwe later this month. This move was unexpected, as it was the first time in a long while that the NFF will release a provisional list before a round of qualifiers. Nonetheless, the list is expected to be cut to 23 eventually. This means that 16 players will be left out ahead of the confirmation of the 23-man squad. And of course, 7 of the players, of course, they said will be left out. Interesting. And that's our conversation for you today. Thank you very much for joining us on the show. I want to say happy International Women's Day to all the women all around the world, Nigeria most especially. We just want to say that it's been a very interesting year for women in Nigeria, most especially in the political arena. Our heart out with you. Have a wonderful weekend, and bye for now.
Hello, NIDA Impact lovers. We have good news for you. In the quest to keep Nigerians abreast of the happenings in the digital space, NIDA Impact, a flagship TV program of the National Information Technology Development Agency, is now showing here on Television Continental. It is, as always, educative, informative, and innovative. NIDA Impact. Keep a date with NIDA Impact, your guide to a digital Nigeria.
Wherever you see destruction, it's because God is absent. There is no destruction in God. So who started killing from Genesis? Satan. Jesus exposed him. The thief cometh not, but for to steal, to kill, and to destroy. But I am come that you may have life and have it how much? More abundantly. I prophesy as your amen is coming like thunder. Whatever is yours, receive it now.
Fact-finding interviews, but questions cut to the core.
How would you say your administration has fared in these sectors?
I will dig in to get to the heart of issues, from local politics to global insight. Join me as I unearth the power plays, jaw-dropping revelations, and the unfiltered truth. This isn't just politics, it's unraveling the stories that matter. Brace yourself for Politics Tonight every weekday at 8 p.m, where every decision echoes along the corridors of our lives. Politics Tonight, only on TVC News.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707 272 8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
What an action-packed sports week we've had, as the outgoing week provided sports fans with lots of memorable moments from the world of football to basketball to tennis and more. Welcome, folks. This is Sports Week. I'm Samson Olede. In the world of football, during the course of the week, you had Europe's Premier Club competition making a return with the round of 16, talking about the UEFA Champions League, and Aston Villa secured a commanding 3-1 victory over Club Brugge in their tie. Villa produced a clinical performance against the defensive errors of the Belgian side to take control of the tie. In other games, you had Arsenal crushing PSV by 7-1, with Captain Odegaard scoring a brace in there, while Karim Adeyemi scored a brilliant goal in Dortmund's stalemate against Lille, and Real Madrid narrowly edged City rivals by 2-1, talking about Atletico Madrid. Let's enjoy some of the stunning goals scored in the UEFA Champions League.
Time this season, they were made to pay. Liverpool's substitutes, Darwin Núñez and Harvey Elliott, combining for Liverpool's only shot on target of the match. 3 minutes from time to give Liverpool.
Still talking European football, you had Joshua Zirkzee scoring his first goal in Europe for Manchester United, but the Red Devils were held to a draw by Real Sociedad to leave their Europa League last 16 tie poisely balanced. Real Sociedad equalized through Mikel Oyarzabal's penalty, awarded after a review by the video assistant referee for a handball by captain Bruno Fernandes. Manchester United will feel hard done by not winning that game, having dominated for almost an hour, with Andre Onana not having had to make a save before the hosts were given the penalty. Let's relive some of the stunning goals scored in that match and others as well.
As it on the spot and levels it in stoppage time. One rapid. Well, it's finished there, Banja with honours even.
Now, during the week, Sports' biggest award did reveal its nominees, talking about the Laureate Sports Award and Paris 2024 Olympic champion Simone Biles, Leon Marchand, as well as Mondo Duplantis headlines this year's nominees for the 2025 Laureate World Sports Award. Marchand and Duplantis will have the standout Olympic performances in the spotlight as they go head-to-head for the Laureate World Sportsman of the Year award. Now, in the women's category, football's Aitana Bomati, winner of the 2024 award, is again on the shortlist for this year's prize. Also nominated in the women's category are US and Australian Open winner Aryna Sabalenka, 11-time Olympic artistic gymnast medalist Simone Biles, Sifan Hassan, who won Olympic bronze at both the 5,000 and 10,000 meters as well as women's marathon gold, and 3-time Olympic 1,500 meters champion Faith Kipyegon and Sydney McLaughlin-Lovren for breaking the world record in the 400 meters as well as the 4x400 meters relay. Now, 6 athletics gold medalists from the Paris 2024 Games are among the nominees for the award. The ceremony is set for April 21st and will once again be held in Madrid. During the course of the week, FIFA president revealed and confirmed that the 2026 World Cup final will feature a halftime show inspired by American football's Super Bowl. Now, the tournament will be the biggest in World Cup history and will feature 48 national teams instead of the traditional 32, with the final holding at the New Jersey's 82,500 capacity MetLife Stadium on July 19th. Infantino says the show befitting the biggest sporting event in the world will take place after the first 45 minutes of the game. He also confirmed that British pop rock band Coldplay would be collaborating with FIFA to help attract and select musical performers. The 2026 tournament will feature 48 teams and 104 matches taking place across 16 host cities and 3 nations. Co-host Canada will host 13 matches, same as Mexico, while the other 78 matches, including the entire tournament from the quarterfinals onwards, will be hosted in the United States of America. Still talking national team football right here on the home front. During the course of the week, Ahmed Musa and Sadiq Umar making a return to the Super Eagles fold as head coach Eric Chow named his provisional squad for Nigeria's World Cup qualifiers against Rwanda and Zimbabwe this month. Goalkeepers Stanley Nwabali and Adeleye Adebayo, defenders William Ekong and Calvin Bassey, as well as Ola Aino, while midfielders Alex Iwobi and Wilfred Ndidi, and forwards Ademola Lookman, Victor Osimhen and Simon Moses were all included in Chelsea's first squad list as the new gaffer of the Super Eagles. Other players on the list are goalkeeper Maduka Okoye, defenders Bruno Oyemachi and Zaidu Sanusi, midfielders Frank Onyeka and Fisayo Dele Bashiru, as well as forwards Ahmed Musa, Samuel Chukwueze and Sadiq Umar. For defenders, Igor Ogbu and Ifeanyi Onyebuchi, midfielders Anthony Dennis, Chrysanthus Uche and Daniel Mustafa, as well as strikers Tolu Arokodare and Ako Adams. They are all receiving their first call-up to the national team. Nigeria 5th on the Group C log behind Rwanda, South Africa, Benin Republic and Lesotho, and will face Rwanda in Kigali on the 21st of March before taking on Zimbabwe's Warriors at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium on the 25th of March. Still talking about the Super Eagles and preparations for the big one, talking about the World Cup qualifiers. During the course of the week, the media officer of the Super Eagles, Promise Afuge, celebrated his birthday, and you had superstars talking about the Super Eagles, all wishing him a very memorable year ahead. Let's watch what they said.
Dear Promise, I want to wish you a very, very happy birthday today. 6th of March is your day. You always do your best to make sure that we get covered and everyone celebrates us when things are going well, supporting the team. But on the 6th of March, all of us will be celebrating you. So thank you so much for all you do, and I want to wish you a very, very happy birthday, long life and prosperity. God bless you.
Happy birthday, Mr. Promise. I wish you the very best. Enjoy your day and stay safe. Ciao, ciao. See you soon.
Happy birthday, big bro. Wish you more life, more blessings. Media man. Stay safe. Enjoy your day. Enjoy every moment. Blessings. Ciao.
Hello, Promise. Happy birthday, man. I wish you all the best, man. I wish you all the best life can offer. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, big bro.
Promise, just wanted to wish you a happy birthday. More life, more prosperity, more grace, more happiness and more health to you and to your family. Have a happy birthday.
This is Wilfred Ndidi. I just want to say happy birthday to the media officer of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Promise, enjoy yourself, take care of yourself, wish you long life, prosperity. I wish you the good things of life, everything that you wish for yourself. Make sure you have fun, take care of yourself, and have a good one. God bless.
Away from football matters now, Nigeria is preparing to host the 2025 West African Chess Championship, and the best players from 12 countries in the region would converge on Lagos. Senior correspondent Solomon Ajuzego has more details.
It's countdown to the 2025 West African Chess Championship. The best masters from across 12 countries of the region will lock brains in a witty game of pawns and crowns on the board.
The whole idea is annually we must know who is actually the champion of this group.
The best 5 men and 5 women players will jostle for the West African chess crown.
We are expecting 10 people from 12 countries. 12 countries include Nigeria. So average of 120 players. At the moment, Nigeria is favored because, number one, we have the current champion who is a Nigerian, and 2, we are also the highest rated in this particular group.
Leading the Nigerian team is 17-year-old schoolboy and national champion Ferdinand Terse and West African champion Abdulrahman Akintoye.
At the previous one, there were just a few Nigerians, maybe like 3 or 4 Nigerians. But this, we will have more Nigerians because it's happening at home. And we have lots of very talented players. So it's not just about me. Of course, I want to defend my title if possible. You know, I will do everything I can to achieve this goal.
It's going to be a very tough tournament. We are going to be having other strong players coming from other countries in West Africa to participate in the events. It's going to be a hard nut to crack. I'm preparing towards the events. Hopefully, I'll come out on top.
The competition holds in the first week of April.
31st of March is actually the arrival, while the tournament runs from 1st of April to 9th of April.
The winner from West Africa will join other winners from other regions of Africa from 2024 and 2025 for the African Super Zonal Championship 3 days later.
The champions of 2024 and champions of 2025, that is 5 plus 5, making 10 of them, both male and female, will be competing for a title. It's a new title. We call it Super Zonal Champion.
Over 9 days, Nigeria's best masters face their best rivals from the West Coast for another chance to square up with champions of other continental regions. Solomon Ajuziogu, TVC News, Lagos.
For young people across Lagos State, Ebola grassroots football is about to return, and more than 3,000 youths in Lagos State are expected to take part in the Footprints to Greatness Football Empowerment Project. We have more details in this report.
This discussion and training, which had former Nigerian players Ifanyu Udeze and Yemi Olanrewaju, as well as other football people and school teachers, is just the beginning of a statewide project involving more than 3,000 of these youths.
Participants in this program that will be nominated from the grassroots teams, be male or female, can pick a trade, and definitely it makes it easy for them to graduate through these schools, pick up a trade, learn the trade, and they also get started. They get startup kits.
One after the other, they give the youngsters the pep talk.
The age of 16, 17, when you get to abroad, for sure, you must be under someone to do what? To help you, to mentor you, to teach you things, where to go, where not to go, when to sleep, when not to sleep, what to eat, what not to eat. And you must abide by that, by the rules.
We need to be honest with our players, because that's where I think the problem lies, in grassroots. When you have a player in your academy who is 27, 28, and still struggling to play in NLO, please tell them to acquire his skill. It's for their own good.
Your future is bright and your potential is limitless. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise. You have the power to shape your own destiny, and we are committed to supporting you every step of the way.
Because whether you like it or not, you are playing football now. When you are 35, particularly you girls, you won't be able to play football again, no. By the time you born 1, born 2.
Brought together in this program are 80 boys and girls football teams in 18 vocational disciplines and 20 skills centers. While acquiring this knowledge and skills, they will be competing for top prizes on the field.
they'll play from the different divisions of Lagos. And there are 5 divisions in Lagos.
I always put that at the back of my mind, and they always say when you're educated, you'll be actually be successful. My football skills is just a talent, and I'm working to actually reach the top. Any other vocational skills, I know they are very important because they are going to help you when you're out of football.
Without education, I'm not sure if you can do anything because education is the best. So me, I put education before any other thing.
Titled Footprints to Greatness, it has brought together the youngsters who will be taking part in the tournament to teach them how to combine the chasing of their dreams in sports with vocational skills and proper education. Solomon Ajizugu, TVC News, Lagos.
And as we hit home stretch on the show, let's turn our attention now to the sport of tennis, where a tearful Nick Kyrgios was forced to retire from his first round Indian Wells match with a wrist injury, as his return to tennis suffered yet another setback. The Australian, playing his first match since January's Australian Open, trailed Botic van der Sloot 7-6, 9-7, 3-love before ending the match early. Kyrgios became visibly upset when speaking to the trainer about his right wrist, which he had surgery on in September 2023. Let's watch highlights of that game and others.
Beautiful play. Get out of here. Comes and goes. And it is taken. Botic van der Sloot. Kyrgios on the runaround, not going to get to that.
Game.
And away that goes. Kyrgios wasn't entirely sure where van der Sloot was, but here he is. And he will get the handshake from Kyrgios.
Game, set, match. Van der Sloot.
The wrist, the ongoing issue for Nick Kyrgios, and tears here on Stadium 1 tonight for the Australian. For large portions of this match, he gave this a really good go. He'll get a warm reception here.
And finally, the Los Angeles Lakers stared down the barrel of a double-digit deficit, wobbling under the weight of a relentless New York Knicks squad, but turned the corner around to win their 8th successive match. Luka Doncic and LeBron James, 2 generational talents, separated by eras but united in brilliance, combined for 63 points, with Doncic leading the way with 32 points, 12 assists and 7 rebounds, as well as 4 steals, while LeBron James poured in 31 points, grabbed 12 boards and dished out 8 dimes. Here are highlights of the 8th successive win of the Los Angeles Lakers.
For Doncic inside, and Doncic scores. And he immediately looks to Tyler Ford. Knicks sitting in that number 3 spot in the East. And Hayes able to finish it. Mitchell Robinson tried to close out. A lot of contact there. Knicks get back. Doncic finds LeBron. LeBron head of steam, lays it in. James and Hayes working together. Bridges staying with James. Just too big. Bridges. And the Knicks up 13 is LeBron James. Quick release, able to lay it in.
And I like that they're exploiting that matchup. Josh Hart gives up a little size.
Pivotal. They've had great success on that Knicks bench. Challenging calls as Benson hits a 3. So that sequence did not work out well for Tibbs. You could see it on his face. Jemison in the paint. Oh, tough bucket right there. Luka spinning off Shannon. Shannon banging with him. LeBron, a flyby, extra pass to connect. Corner three is good. Put another 5 on the clock. Doncic trying to shake him. Towns staying with him. Tough shot. Oh, Luka Doncic. That's a little magic right there. Now it's Anunoby on Doncic. The switch again. Doncic over Towns. Oh!
And that wraps up this week's edition of the show. Thank you so much for watching. Do have a splendid sports weekend. I'm Samson Olede.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known, for when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
You're watching Beyond 100 Days with Nifemi Oguntoye. President Tinubu, since he assumed office,
they are on our way to progress.
6 out of the 8 APC federal lawmakers.
I have a movement structure that's going to take back our party in Enugu State. Because this one I'm seeing is tales by moonlight. It's not working.
So I'm wondering what you think or who you think can stop him now.
He doesn't own the party.
One of the causes of inflation is because people cannot go to the farm.
The government still needs to do more so that people can eat.
I believe what clamoring for is more responsible use of social media. Not that people just go in there and think that they can say anything to anybody.
Tinubu is not one who believes in the same thing. I mean, he wants to get it done. He will face it. He will get it done.
Yes, the president, from inception of his administration, focused squarely on diversifying the economy and driving in investments to, cushion the effect of everything that we've seen, ranging from COVID-19 to the global commodity shocks, global financial crisis, and all of that.
I was privileged to have worked under a governor who believed in the system, who also built up the system, and I'm going to do the same.
All right, that's our show today, everyone. Thanks for being a part of it.
TVC News, first with breaking news.
Voted as the best TV station of the year. TVC News breaks into the core of every event as they happen. Following all nationwide big and impactful stories. Without the news from every perspective. Covering every human angle. I am Veronica, bringing you the news you would want to watch.
Sometimes, it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
So, I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything.
If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet, sour taste for all. Their demands, a familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides. from the east to the west, north and south. Community Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking it.
This is Business Nigeria. These are the stories we are tracking right for you at this time. Federal government says Nigeria is close to achieving food security as President Trump signs executive order to establish government's Bitcoin reserves. Stocks stumble as investors grapple with United States trade policy uncertainty. Well, let's quickly look at the commodities market this afternoon and see what it is looking like. First, gold, and it's $2,929.50. Silver, $33.09. Copper, $478.45. Platinum, $975.23. Today, it's a flip-flop. Looking at the percentage rise, for gold, it's 0.10% positive. For silver, it is 0.20% negative. And for copper, it is 0.48% negative. And for platinum, it is 0.48% in the positive. For change, we have plus 2.90 for gold, negative 0.07 for silver, negative 2.30 for copper, and 4.61 negative for platinum. Corn is looking, well, it's down for the percentage, 0.11%, and it's minus 0.50. It sells for $463.50. That's per ton. Wheat is $547.25. Cocoa is $8,187, and cotton is $65.15. And it's flip-flop again. Cocoa is plus 121.00, cotton minus 0.03. And for percentage points here, we have for corn it's down 0.11%, wheat 1.22%, and cocoa is 1.50% positive, and for cotton, it's down 0.05%. It's a mixed bag in that market. This afternoon, let's take it to global markets. A lot is playing out with the flip-flop from President Donald Trump, relaxing some of the tariffs again and saying starting up by April 2nd. Investor sentiment was fragile today following a turbulent week besieged by confusion over United States trade policy and a global rise in borrowing costs. Wall Street faces headwinds from a darkening outlook for U.S. growth, and U.S. stock futures regained some lost ground, with Nasdaq futures up 0.24%. S&P 500 futures tacking up on 0.11%. European futures are tumbled, with Eurostock 50 futures sliding 0.94%. DAX futures sank 1.24%. While we have the Japan's Nikkei similarly fell to 6 months low, while the MSCI's broadest index of Asian Pacific shares outside Japan shed 0.75%. In China, stocks fell in line with their regional peers, with CSI Blue Chip Index down 0.53%. That's what we have here in red. They're bleeding. For Nasdaq and S&P are the only ones in green for today. The Shanghai Composite Index also shed 0.46%. Hong Kong Hang Seng scaled a 3-year top before reversing some of those gains to last trade at 0.7% lower as investors' enthusiasm towards artificial intelligence continue to fuel the market. Crude oil prices gained today, but were set for their biggest weekly decline since October, as the uncertainty around U.S. tariff policies is creating concerns about growth. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude rose to sell for $67.22 per barrel, positive 1.30%. Brent crude futures experienced an upward review of 1.30% to sell for $70.36 per barrel. Bonnie Light is down 2.84%, selling at $78.62 per barrel. For the OPEC basket, crude oil dealers offer $72 $2.50 and with a positive outlook of 0.17%. Well, let's go to our first discussion this afternoon. Over the past decade, the workplace has undergone a remarkable transformation in fostering gender diversity. While significant strides have been made in increasing opportunities and leadership representation for women, achieving true inclusion remains an ongoing endeavor, requiring continuous efforts, commitment, and action. From breaking long-standing barriers to actively accelerating gender equity, the journey is far from over. As industries evolve, particularly in technology, aerospace, automotive, healthcare, entrepreneurship ways, ensuring women's participation is no longer merely a matter of fairness, but a strategic imperative for innovation and, of course, progress. As we continue to celebrate women across the board, International Women's Day is just tomorrow, and it's just the whole month. It's almost for the celebration of women. Let's talk to Ijoma Ndukwe Egurono. She's the Chief Executive Officer of Bube's Foods Limited. She joins me from Abuja to, talk about all of this, challenges women face, businesses, and all of that. Good afternoon. It's good to have you join the program.
Thank you so much, Tolu, for having me.
Yes, I think we should start with women in business in Nigeria, comparing it to some African countries. Let me ask you, because I know you've traveled far and wide with doing business. What are some specific challenges or you think women face in their day-to-day business dealings?
Tolu, there's a myriad of them, right? But we would look at things like limited access to finance, to women, really. And then some cultural and social barriers. I can tell you for a fact that even though we may trivialize it, but certain things that, the men would get easier when it comes to, cultural things, women still struggle. There's this societal norm that hinders women from really, taking the bull by the horn and going all the way in terms of running their businesses, right? And then also you have some bureaucratic bottlenecks. And we may argue that this affects both men and women alike, but with women also, on the back of the cultural and the social barrier that I mentioned earlier, it does affect them a lot more than the men. And then for women in business also, you're talking about limited access to market, right? So these are a few points amongst the many things that do affect women in Nigeria, particularly when it comes to business. When you look at countries like Rwanda and South Africa, they have a lot more policies that, is geared around and towards women inclusion when it comes to business.
That sounds, it's a good start, let me say. But sometimes, too, some will believe that women are favored in some cases. But let's not go there now. Let me ask you about if you want to talk about that, yes, I would allow you, of course. But International Women's Day 2025, the theme this year is accelerating action for gender equality. We've been talking about this gender equality for some time now. Let me ask you, what do you make of it, considering the present economic situation as it affects women?
Okay, so thank you, Tolu, for that question. Literally, if we even look at the two words that make up the theme for this year's International Women's Day, which is accelerate action, we agree and admit that certain progress is being made when it comes to women in business.
Yeah.
But we're talking about speed now and acceleration, right? And thank goodness that International Women's Day is not just around Nigeria. So this is a global thing, a global phenomenon. Of course, you know that I'm in export and I've happened, to sit in certain conversations, right? But now bringing it back to Nigeria, right? We're talking about policy inconsistencies. I'm in manufacturing, and to run a business, you're talking about how do you do your annual projections, quarterly projections, and all of those interesting metrics that do drive a business to profitability. So things like the rate of inflation, the currency devaluation, and these policy inconsistencies, right, then affects the level of growth, the level of action that women in business, we're speaking particularly to women today, right? And we're not going to go into the conversation around are women favored in business and all of that, Tolu, even if you want to drag me in that direction. But it's things like this that then, affects women in business from making reasonable progress, right? And in my opinion, is that to accelerate this action for gender equality in business, we need things like targeted financial inclusion strategies, stronger policy implementation that enforces equal opportunities for women and even in the government space beyond just women in business, right? Digital and entrepreneurial education that will bridge the knowledge gap and the skill gap between execution to really bring these gains, the economic gains of women being in business to fore and to reality. So for me, in my opinion, is that economic growth and gender equality are intertwined. You know how they say when you train a woman, you literally are training a nation. So investing in women-led businesses, it's not about favor, right? It's just simply smart economics, Tolu.
I used to say my CEO is a woman and she's doing well. So I know that women can do it. So I'm not one of those that have that mindset of thinking that when a woman is the boss, she can't do the needful. I even believe that they can be stricter and manage well other than men. Well, I know that the men can also do better, followed by women. But let's move forward. I'm also concerned really about scaling up business entities and meeting up with export demands. Yes, when I met you, you've been in the export space, doing pretty well, and I would ask you, how well are we faring now at this time? My worry has always been standards. How competitive are we enough to take out the opportunities with AFCFTA? I want to see our products, just like yours, on the shelves when we go to the United States, when we go to anywhere we go to, comparing with other products. When are we going to get to that point? I know some of our products are doing pretty well, but can we do better?
The reality about life is that no matter where you are, you can always do more. You can always do better. And I would say, that sometimes it may then fall on the back of the trainings that I'm talking about or that I had mentioned earlier, right? So if you don't even know what's obtainable, because the truth is, must you have traveled outside of the shores of Nigeria to be able to export? Absolutely not. So you may not be familiar with certain expectations, if that makes sense. And then also when we talk about the access to finance, to create standardized products, it costs money. Right? I mean, now you're talking about my product, and then for those of us who are on the show who don't understand, I sell pap, akamu, ogi, right?
Yeah.
And I could have, at the point when I started the business over a decade ago, look at it like, oh, it's just pap. But because from the get-go, my conversation in my head was, how do I package this product in a way that Africans in diaspora, because pap is not just a Nigerian meal. So South Africans, East Africans, people do take it in the way that they take it culturally, right? But just saying that if people are even aware of the standards, and I will tell you something. Somebody was talking to me the other day and was talking about our regulatory agencies like the NAFDAC.
Yeah.
We may say whatever we want to say about these agencies, but truth be told, and I understand all the bureaucracies and all of that, and I'm not even downplaying that. But I can say to you for a fact that these organizations, if for whatever reason you can follow their laid down rules and regulations, irrespective of the bottlenecks that you will meet, irrespective of the challenges that it may pose in following that, you would have you would make a lot of progress. And so I can say to you, when we did a whole container of pap, right, the 20-foot container of pap all the way to the US, nothing stopped the product from going to the US because we had followed all the processes. Right, and we're talking about AFCTA right now. So it's export. It's about inconsistent product standards. There are things in manufacturing. Who is training? So I'm speaking right now in terms of manufacturing, right? Because that's what I understand. In terms of export, which is your question. we have huge export potentials, but who is training us in terms of what the requirements are, what the needs are, and then who is making sure so that by the time it gets to the ports, I mean, these products are going to leave from somewhere. So when it gets into whatever country, so and I'll use the US, we export to Canada, UK, Australia, right? But I'll use the US, for example, right now, right? It's going to go through the processes, the FDA, the x-rays. It's checking things like what quantity of metal does this have in the food? I mean, food processing and packaging. So inconsistent product standards and quality control. Many SMEs struggle to meet the international certification requirements for very many different reasons. And then the branding. I'm a visionary, like most women in business, right? And then most business owners. A lot of times we are fixated on our vision for the product or the service that we're almost in a hurry to bring this to the market, if that makes sense, without really focusing on excellence. And then, of course, I've talked about the limited knowledge of export procedures and supply chain inefficiencies. So you don't even want us to talk about this last point. And I can tell you, we were doing this export, and our products, the container sat in the ports for 8 weeks. And by the time the product got to destination, it was close to my best before date. Hopefully, you understand what that means for the business. It was such a colossal loss.
Yeah.
So when we then talk about supply chain inefficiencies and export and how ready are we are making some progress, but we need to do like a whole lot more.
Can imagine what that would look like. Oh, I already said that you're doing well regards to your packaging of your products. Not every player in the market can boast of that. Now you've talked about NAFDAC. I want to be specific about the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Do you think they are doing enough? I know a lot of work is going on, but standards, certifications, and all of that. Do you think a lot of work is going on around that at this time? Yeah, I'm putting you on the spot, I know.
Yes, you have. But in reality, you know, they are doing some work. Honestly, you know, I wish I'm one of those people who would sit here and then bash every government agency, but
more needs to be done.
Because also, I've been there. Sorry, please, what did you say?
But more needs to be done.
Yeah, you know, so they're doing some work, but there's more need to be done. Absolutely. Sometimes, and I'm still going to make reference to the conversation, because like I said, it was just about 48 hours ago with the Minister of State for Industry, right? And we're talking about some MSME sensors where they will then have data of who these business owners are. Because according to the conversation is that you go to an agency like Smeden, right? And there's no database because people are throwing around numbers. It's like, oh, we're 40 million SMEs and all of those interesting conversations. But then when you go to these agencies and ask, where's the data, right? You don't have things like that. I mean, not that you don't have things like that, but according to that conversation is that you have a database of about 4 million SMEs. The question is, so where are the other 36 million and who's capturing them? Now, I said that to link it back to an organization like NEPC. So I've been privileged to go on an NEPC, which is the Nigerian Export Promotion Council sponsored export event, all the way in Miami, Florida, several years ago, right? And I know that a lot of these opportunities, and I know that they do these trainings, but the question is, how many people are beneficiaries of this? Because if you don't have the data, I'm so data driven, right? This is not about emotions, it's not about sentiments. If you don't have the data of the people who really need to access your interventions, be it trainings, be it grants, be it whatever it is, access to market, then you can't do the best job in the best way that you can do it. So that will be my take when it comes to things like Export Promotion Council. And then one more thing, I mean, we're talking about them as Export Promotion Council. For example, I'm having to, so, you know, when it comes to supply chain, like I talked about earlier, you're talking about warehousing in all of wherever it is that we want to enjoy the export proceeds. So how about people like NEPC open the market, do interventions where it's like, okay, we have this centralized warehousing, you can bring in your products, you know, just very little things like that that will make the journey easier, especially for startups and small and medium scale entrepreneurs, which is where I fall in. And so maybe I'm speaking for myself.
All right.
So that will be my take around NEPC.
All right, we have 1 minute to wrap this up now. What would be your message to business owners that would like to scale up, of course, and compete internationally?
Master your market. So master your industry. For you to be able to compete internationally, you need to know. You need to know what it is that you're doing. You need to understand the needs of your customers. You need to understand the trends shaping your industry. So it's beyond, as CEO of your business, it's beyond just going into the office and, whatever it is. You need to be very knowledgeable. You need to be aware. We've talked also about, the quality of the packaging and the standards and all of that. So I would also say invest in quality. It may cost you, upfront, but then long term, you would, benefit a lot from investing in quality. Leverage technology. Leverage technology. That's what it is. The world has gone far where you're talking about AI and all of those, very interesting conversations. Then you want to also build strong networks, right? Then think beyond borders. Think beyond borders. It's okay to start small, but just think big and think beyond borders. And last but not the least is resilience. I wish I could say that this journey is, the easiest. For example, with the pandemic, my business in particular was wiped out, literally. But, resilience is that thing that even in the face of the challenges and the obstacles that you're being faced, you just keep going towards, bringing your vision to reality. So that would be my take, in terms of what I would say to any business owner who wants to compete internationally.
Thank you so much for your time. I really do appreciate this. Ijoma Ndukwe Egoronu is our CEO, Bobes Foods Limited. Thank you, and a happy International Women's Day as we move on. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Tolu, for having me.
All right, then. Well, let's see other stories now before we maybe get a broker to see what is happening at the market and even waiting for the market figures to trickle in so that we know what the market is looking like today. Well, U.S. President Donald Trump says reciprocal tariffs on nations imposing levies on American goods will take effect on April 2nd. President Trump said this during the signing of executive orders in his Oval Office. It described India as a very high tariff nation and reiterated his administration's stance on imposing equivalent tariffs. Mr. Trump signed orders significantly expanding the goods exempted from his new tariffs on Canada and Mexico that were imposed this week. It is the second time in 2 days Mr. Trump has rolled back his taxes on imports from the U.S.'s two biggest trade partners, measures that have raised uncertainty for businesses and worried financial markets.
The big one will be on April 2nd when reciprocal tariffs. So if India or China or any of the countries that really, India is a very high tariff nation. I'll tell you what's a high tariff nation is Canada. Canada charges us 250% for our milk product and other product, and a tremendous tariff on lumber and things as such. And yet we don't need their lumber. We have more lumber than they do. We don't need Canada's lumber. So what I'm doing is I'll be signing an executive order freeing up our forests so that we're allowed to take down trees and make a lot of money and then reharvest trees. We don't need cars from Canada. We don't need energy from Canada. We don't need anything from Canada. So where we can be self-sustaining, which is in most things. Look, we have more oil and gas than anybody.
Well, that's our show for today. But before we go, let's tell you that the all-share index of trading today is down 0.23%. The market is closing the week in red. Well, we have for the gainers today, we have the likes of okay, for the volume, let me give you further breakdown of the market. We have deals for today. The volume is 348 and 182,000. That's and the value is about 9 billion plus. And of course, that's the breakdown for today. ASI is 106 538.6. Well, that's what we have today. We'll give you further breakdown with regards to market for in our subsequent bulletins. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. Stay safe, always get busy, and get the cash.
Albert Chinua Lumogu Achebe was born November 16, 1930 in Ogidi, Nigeria. He went to Government College in Umuahia, Nigeria. In 1948, Achebe won a scholarship to the University of Ibadan to study medicine, but after a year, he changed his major to writing. After graduation in 1953, he became a script writer for the Nigerian Broadcasting Service, NBS, eventually becoming the head programmer for the discussion series. In 1956, he visited London for the first time to take a training course with the BBC. On returning, he moved to Enugu and edited and produced stories for the NBS. Achebe was unhappy with books about Africa written by British authors such as Joseph Conrad and John Buchan because he felt the descriptions of African people were inaccurate and insulting. In his spare time, he worked on Things Fall Apart. The novel was published in 1958. The book won immediate international recognition and also became the basis for a play. His second book, No Longer at Ease, published in 1960, is set in the last decade before Nigeria achieved independence. In 1961, Chinua Achebe met and married Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they eventually had 4 children. The third book in the African trilogy, Arrow of God, was published in 1964. Achebe published his fourth novel, A Man of the People, in 1966. The novel tells the story of the widespread corruption of Nigerian politicians and ends in a military coup. During the Biafra conflict, Achebe's house was bombed and his friend Christopher Okimu was killed. Achebe and his family went into hiding in Biafra and then fled to Britain for the duration of the war. From 1972 to 1976, Achebe held a visiting professorship in African literature at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. After that, he returned again to teach at the University of Nigeria. He became chair of the Association of Nigerian Writers and edited Uwandi Igbo, a journal of Igbo life and culture. Although he wrote many essays and kept involved with the writing community, Achebe did not write another book until 1988's Anthills of the Savannah. In 1990, Achebe was involved in a car crash in Nigeria, which damaged his spine so badly he was paralyzed from the waist down. Bard College in New York offered him a teaching job and the facilities to make that possible, and he taught there from 1991 to 2009. In 2009, Achebe became a professor of African Studies at Brown University. In 2012, he published the essay, There Was a Country, a personal history of Biafra. Achebe won the Man Booker International Prize for his life's work in 2000.
Stay ahead with the biggest news stories. Go beyond the news headlines. Experience impactful investigations. Enjoy resourceful news coverage in real time. TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. Live every day on this channel. TVC News. First with breaking news. At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
African art is functional. It serves a purpose and not a dominance. It is not a means to collect the largest cheering session. It should be healing, a source of joy, spreading positive vibrations. Now, these and many more you will be experiencing today on the Art Express. Welcome. Today on the show, I present to you a photo and vintage exhibition by Akin Alabi titled Makoko Through My Eyes. Now, this exhibition offers a unique perspective on the vibrant community of Makoko as it marks its 20th year anniversary as a filmmaker at the Iwalewa Gallery of Arts, Lagos. Let's take a look.
My name is Pastor Olufemi Alabi. I'm the father of the celebrant Akin Alabi. He has been somebody of inspiration. We consider him to be a gift of God. And we raise him up. He's our only son. We have 3 other girls.
So I don't even believe that the things I do, I'm the first person that.
He used to be creative, playful at home, always drawing our wall in the home. Used to be full of his drawings. So, he's disciplined, prayerful.
And I told him that idea. Oh, I have this idea. But I don't
He
know.
wasn't stubborn.
He
has always been
I've never seen that kind of thing.
A child of substance. We love him.
My name is Akin Alabi. I'm a video director, photographer, and vintage collector. The title of today's photo exhibition is Makoko Through My Eyes. So Makoko Through My Eyes came as a result of me wanting to celebrate my 20th anniversary as a video director this year. And I thought, okay, how best can I, celebrate this feat? Okay, let me have a photo exhibition. And I decided to also, focus on Makoko as a community because it is a place where I find very fascinating. It's a place where I find that the kind of spirit that they have there is the can-do spirit, which is also the kind of spirit I have in me. So I found that connection between us, can-do, and I believe that's also the Nigerian spirit. So that is what forms why you see that in this photo exhibition, what you're seeing there is life in Makoko. Yeah, so this particular artwork here is called the Reomi, and which is, when you find children playing in water, because a lot of us, live on the land, we hardly go to the beach or whatever, so we don't play on water. But here, they live on water, so playing inside water is just second to them, it's second nature. So I saw these boys playing inside the water while I was on the Cano, and I decided to take that picture, because you can see that they are also happy, they are enjoying life, even though they don't have the best things of life, but the little they have, they are enjoying it.
Makoko is a beautiful place, it's a tourist attraction. Whenever you're talking about Lagos, you're talking about Makoko waterfront, it's a place where everybody wanted to come and view and see this side view of it. So you being here about Makoko is not a place whereby other people used to think of. It's a place where people feel like coming. That's where Makoko is, a beautiful community.
The exhibition Makoko Through My Eyes offers a unique perspective on the vibrant community of Makoko, showcasing the beauty, resilience and hope of its people. Through Akin Alabi's lens, the exhibition invites viewers to experience the sights, sounds and emotions of this iconic Lagos neighborhood, and he will be taking people back in time by showcasing antiques from his wide vintage collection.
Akin Alabi is my only son. When he believes in something, in doing something, he follows it and makes a success of it. And I can say that he has a media touch. What he touches brings success.
Akin Alabi,
is well known for making magic with virtually everything and anything that he finds in his hands, and his works speak for themselves. It's interesting that he has done this for about 20 years now, and he's someone that pretty much deserves to be celebrated in the industry for all the vintage music videos that he has ever produced, and all the artworks in terms of photography, vintage collection that he has ever done.
For me, it just shows that nothing is impossible. So it does not mean that if you have a particular talent and you have actually worked on it, it still doesn't mean that you cannot develop a different talent from.
Because it's actually a narrative about ourselves. That's why the exhibition is actually titled Ila. Ila is actually a tribal mark in West Africa, as I have knowledge about. And also not just a tribal mark for identification, it's even a tribal mark for medicinal, for health, for history, for documentation. Like the Ibadan people, they have tribal mark in the tummy to date what time it is or when they are born. Some of them in the in Ondo State, where they have it, they use it for medicine, like, you know, when they have stomach upset and all that. And why also in the far parts, they also use it as means of identification to know themselves, you know. So this is why Eli is so important. It's also a medium in which the artists actually use the pencil and paper as an illustration to define what his message is all about.
So my name is Fatola Israel. I'm an artist, a creative artist, and also a visual communicator. You know, I like to think of what I do as a way of educating people, entertaining people, you know, a way of accommodating people, accommodating stories and ideas, people from different life experiences. I like to think of myself as a vessel to tell all these stories, all these ideas and history around how we see ourselves. Yeah, so, you know, like I said, we're here today to continue to teach the stories of our history, right? Based on what I've been doing over the years as an artist, I believe it's necessary to give voices to certain topics, certain themes and stories and ideas that are fading. Many of those things are very relevant. They used to be a big deal, but because of the advent of, you know, modernity and, you know, everybody now is trying to be tush and all that, we don't talk about those things anymore. So I feel like I owe it to my heritage, to my culture, to give voices to all these stories. And one of the major stories is the story of beauty, the story of identity.
I'm here to witness today's exhibition, being his first solo exhibition. So he's somebody that we've been together in the studio for many years. So, and I've been seeing him as someone who is so diligent to his work. I mean, he's very, very committed when he's working. So today's exhibition with the team Ila. So I'm so much interested, and because I also have the mark too. And in Yoruba, some people call this type of Ila Abajakan or Tondo or Pele, which is quite originated from Ondo State as of that time.
For the fact that I'm an artist and to some extent I can say that I'm very good at what I do, But one fascinating thing that has catched me, and I've heard it from someone before, say something about my work that way, is that there's no trick in his work. The trick is the artwork itself. So if you look at the work from afar, you're seeing something. When you get closer, you're seeing the same thing. There are some works, so when you see them from afar, they are collected, they are fascinating, they are interesting. But when you get closer, you now see illusion nikini. But these works are as great as you're seeing them from afar. And what the works make you feel, they are very, I don't know, it draws personality out of you. As for an artist, I don't know regular people, but as an artist, it just makes me feel like, yes, there's more to do. Art is life himself, from creation to the end of creation. Life started with art, let there be, and there is. So the fact that you can imagine something and they will exist is a God character. So art is life itself.
Amazing stuff, amazing piece of works, very immersive works. Israel makes love to his art materials, and it doesn't just create, he puts his emotions into it. We both work in the same studio back then in 2018 and 2019, yeah. So he has always been a friend and a brother. So his work ethics and work process has always been fascinating to me. So seeing this creation here, I'm not surprised at all.
Today on Theatre, Artbox Communications, in collaboration with the National Troupe of Nigeria, presents a play titled Tafawa Balewa, The Golden Voice of Africa, written by Ola Awakon and directed by Denja Abdullahi. Let's go there.
It is a unique privilege which I shall remember forever. And it gives me great strength and courage as I dedicate my life to the service of our dear country. Today we stand as one people, united in our diversity. Let us build a Nigeria where every citizen can flourish and contribute to our collective prosperity.
My name is Hussein Zaguru Abdelkader, and I played the lead role of Tafawa Balewa in the stage play Tafawa Balewa, The Golden Voice of Africa. This is the second premiere which we did. Initially, we had the first premiere at Abuja, and now we premiered the Lagos edition, which happened live here at Terra Culture, Victoria Island, Lagos. And it's actually like a double combo because we have two shows in one. We just had the first show, and we're preparing for the second show, which will take off any moment from now. Well, it's crazy because these are like one of the major stage play I've featured in. And why this is a biopic, so it's not just an ordinary stage play, it's tales of legend. And Artworks Communications have tried to bring out the stories of our heroes so we could learn from their leadership. And this is not just a production that is meant for you to just watch and sit back, but for you to reflect, because it teaches us a lot of lessons which we should have as people of our great nation.
I am so excited about the gentleness of our first Prime Minister. He is truly a very gentle man, ready to lead Nigeria like this, to prosperity.
This your gentleman talk. Are you sure that not crushing on the Prime Minister?
My name is Shizara Buchinwosu. I come from Cano James Pierce Anglican College. This stage drama actually taught me a lot because I did not really prioritize the fact that there are actually people that led this country to what it is today, and how those people sacrificed things, and the fact that Tafawa Balewa was so humble, even though his position and everything. And it really taught me a lot that even though he was held in high esteem, he was still able to humble himself, which is a very hard thing to do.
My name is Madka Ifepekuya. The name of my college is Cano James President College. What I can say I've learned from this stage drama is that we need to learn how to humble ourselves, because for a whole first Prime Minister of Nigeria to be able to humble himself, and most people will feel that he left with a lot of things, but actually he didn't, and he couldn't leave enough inheritance for the rest of his kids. And even though he was the first Prime Minister, he was able to humble himself for the people he works with, and for those he doesn't work with, and things like that. So we should humble ourselves. And I learned that it's really good to have integrity. Integrity stands out, makes it to stand out a lot.
I used to tell your grandchildren that you don't give room for nonsense.
That is because I do the best to bring the best out of me. Hey, Kunasu, all of you sit up tight or I will beat you.
Anything that has to do with storytelling, most especially this is a biopic. You need to go into deep research to be able to tell the story of an individual, and so that you don't misinform people. Away from reading, away from listening to people, I also had a conversation with the family members, because these are people that are directly connected to Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. So I spoke with the children, and they gave me the right perspective to go, added to my own research. So that has culminated into what we have today as the story Tafawa Balewa, the golden voice of Africa.
This play, Tafawa Balewa, follows the life of one of Nigeria's finest leaders, who the world acclaims as the golden voice of Africa, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, the first and only Prime Minister of Nigeria. We follow his journey from childhood to his teenage years, adulthood, and his eventual appointment as the first Prime Minister of Nigeria. From a rough and humble beginning, Abubakar struggled to become relevant among his people. The play captures how his resilience, commitment, selflessness, and thirst for knowledge set him apart as a truly exemplary leader. The play also answers a lot of questions that people ponder about his life, principles, and actions, as they directly and indirectly impacted Nigerians.
Governor, the only solution out of this is to declare the state of emergency. Crisis, crisis, crisis. Crisis in the Western region. In 1962, it was the intra-party wahala within the Action Group Party. In 1963, it was the population census crisis. In 1964-1965, it was the electoral crisis within the same Western region, codenamed Operation Wetie. The First Republic is threatened under our well-meaning Prime Minister.
It's not easy to still have stage performance being relevant, being updated when we have, film camera taking over the acting, so to say, in the creative industry. So what Olawakan is doing, because I want to expect that they will continue to do different series of legends in Nigeria, is quite commendable.
A fantastic play. I look forward to more of the series, and he's doing a good job, and I will appreciate philanthropists to help him, so that children, if at 63 I'm appreciating this, I'm sure younger children that are younger than me will be able to appreciate it more.
For your comments that is advocating unity? Well, this is politically motivated. Which politically motivated, yeah? Which politically nation. Haba. Did you see other headlines praising the government?
Like which one?
Which one is that? Look at it. Balewa, the unifying force behind Nigeria's progress by the Northern Advocates.
Hey! Did you people hear what he just said? He said, Northern Advocates.
I remember another one. He says, Tapawa Balewa, the man who brought stability to Nigeria by any time.
I think it was a phenomenal job that Olawako and the entire team did. Depicted the legend and nationalist, somebody who we all admire. We learned about the school, but not in detail. So he went further to explain to us all the dynamics surrounding his death and how he was trying really hard to bring Nigeria together. So it was a really interesting play, and I wish more people could have watched it.
Very nice. It's profound. Is encouraging. You know, like somebody said the other time, any society that has no regard for history is a society that has lost its soul. What Mr. Olawakon is doing, and successfully too, is to make all of us wake up to what happened in the past so that we can look at how we can use the experience of the past, the lessons of all those things to shape our future and to be able to move forward. I think it's a very laudable initiative.
Wow. History is not most probable in written traditions and tales of the past, but can be conveyed through contemporary arts. Now, this is the second play in the Tales of Legend series of Artworks Communications. Well done to them. Kudos, guys. Now, till we come your way again, same time, same station next week. Keep living in the arts.
Good morning, Marina Station and all the passengers.
Efficient, it's comfortable.
This development will go a long way in reducing congestion and emission.
The trains are a long-term solution to Lagos traffic challenges.
This is where we take the final, decisions on policies, programs of government. I will have to ensure that, the narration of Lagos as a PLC is taken very, very seriously.
This is a major pedestrian bridge linking Oyingo here to Apapa Road over there.
With this overpass, we are providing what we call a permanent solution.
This place is one of the most dangerous areas at the biosecurity environment.
This can go into the news and every crumbs of your neighborhood.
Our goal is to remain as Africa's model megacity, to move our GDP from the 5-6 position to the 3rd position, and we believe it's achievable with all the commitments we have.
Explore the city of Lagos, where dreams are made and possibilities are endless. Amadedoja Salamadini. I live in Lagos, inside Lagos.
Kano State, the commercial capital of northern Nigeria, is on the march to progress and innovation with Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf in the saddle. Be part of the vision that is transforming Kano State into a hub for economic growth and opportunities. Hear directly from the governor as he engages the people, listens to their concerns, and shares his vision for a brighter future. Explore the developmental projects embarked upon by his administration to change lives, from infrastructure, healthcare, education to tourism. Watch the rich history of the culture and tradition of Kano and savor the vibrant spirit that unites the center of commerce on Cano Spotlight, Thursdays at 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
Hello, NIDA Impact lovers. We have good news for you. In the quest to keep Nigerians abreast of the happenings in the digital space, NIDA Impact, a flagship TV program of the National Information Technology Development Agency, is now showing here on Television Continental. It is, as always, educative, informative, and innovative. NIDA Impact. Keep a date with NIDA Impact, your guide to a digital Nigeria.
Wherever you see destruction, it's because God is absent. There is no destruction in God. So who started killing from Genesis? Satan. Jesus exposed him. The thief cometh not, but for to steal, to kill, and to destroy. But I am come that you may have life and have it how much? More abundantly. I prophesy as your amen is coming like thunder. Whatever is yours, receive it now.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
2013, big tech wasn't really here. So what have they seen in the past 10 years, which is making all of them want to put their HQ here? They've seen indigenous, tech startups achieving things that took them years to figure out. They've seen how we are using the limited resources we have to solve real problems. They've seen.
The first thing that you notice is that we are all young people. So when you look at the passion and the dedication, that is just enough motivation to see that the team is actually the right team to actually make Clinic Pesa be able to stand out.
The ultimate success for our company is we want to be a household name. So we talk about this within the team. We want to be like Amazon, we want to be like Google. This is not, we are not looking to sort of be just another player.
We are a global economy. We are in a big, gigantic world, and we've all got to work together. We've all got to collaborate. And that collaboration has to include the continent of Africa because there are so many unique opportunities there.
I'm Onyencha Crispinus, the founder and CEO at Clinic Pesa, and I'm a software engineer by profession. The people who work for Clinic Pesa, typically, the first thing that you would notice is that we are all young people. So they wake up every morning, every day, to go effortless and tirelessly to just go and push and make sure that Clinic Pesa is out there to first gain new customers. Second, also compete favorably. And third, to get the right value for its customers. So when you look at the passion and the dedication, that is just enough motivation to see that the team is actually the right team to actually make Clinic Pesa be able to stand out. The insurance coverage is very low, most especially in Africa, and even when you look at Uganda.
So one can give you a medical service for free. For people here to access our services, for example, Jofla Medical Center, there is a cost attached to it. Clinic Pesa has helped people to save for that. No one else had done that. But now, people can easily save and have money on their accounts. When they come here, they just have to show us the money on their account and they pay the bills. You can even save like $10, $20, $15, and at the end of the month, you have $300, $400. They can easily cover up the bills in Jofla Medical Center on any service that we have. It has helped people not to fear to go to health facilities. It has saved mothers to deliver from homes. They come to the center because they have saved for 9 months and they can easily come and access the service. So really it has helped people to adopt coming to hospitals than staying home and dying there without the money.
Clinic Pesa has benefited from big tech companies like Google. When, for example, we look at our infrastructure, it is purely powered by Kubernetes, We have zero downtimes. We have greater uptimes when we want to do upgrades and things like that. These are all big tech technologies that we're actually using. So when you look at the computers today that we're actually using, the operating systems are all powered by Microsoft. And this is one way of how you see our companies actually benefited from the big tech companies. Our business model has actually changed because of the big tech products in Africa. Most especially when you look at the aspect of scale, before scale is something that you would actually be scared of. So we are able to pivot your business model. That means charge a little bit low and push for the aspect of scale in numbers so that you're also able to serve more customers, and then you're also able to sustain the business at the same time. Today, we are close to clocking 1 million customers also. And without the big tech, it will be a little bit challenging. So I don't think there is a downside of tech companies coming to Africa. The only thing that needs to be done is regulation. The big tech companies are too big. If they do certain businesses, there are certain business lines that typically are not meant for them. Because they are too big, it means they would do what they call monopoly. If we were to roll out mobile money on WhatsApp, for example, it will typically monopolize the entire market. So that's why I'm saying there is need for regulation to avoid the aspect of monopoly, but then there is no harm in letting the big techs venture in Africa, because then we are coexisting.
The health tech startups that I'm looking at, the fact that some of those startups are reducing maternal deaths, are accessing health at a cheaper, affordable, faster rate than other solutions. It doesn't matter then if that founder has failed before, but what they're currently doing or working with is something that can actually have a lot more impact. So I just look at some of those in our engagement. We look at some of those founders maybe that have failed before as having a second chance to build something that can be more sustainable, and we encourage them through the journey of that second trial or even third if they're serial founders.
There's some research out there that second-time founders or repeat founders can learn from their past mistakes. That's pretty obvious. I think that regardless of how many startups you've founded, there can be some lived experiences that can help make you scrappy, a great problem solver, able to stretch a dollar. And so it is a factor that we consider whether a founder has founded more companies. And other factors that might contribute there would be if they've worked at a startup before, or if they have a really well-rounded background or a deep specialty in a certain pressing topic like AI.
Anytime you take money from investors also have sort of what they are trying to achieve. So anytime you're taking money from them, you stand at risk. But then as a founder, you need to be in control. You need to know what you want to do. You need to tell the investors where you're going, where the company is going, and stand your ground. But then once you bring on investors, it's like a marriage, right? They have their opinions. You have to listen to them. You cannot brush them aside that easily. But that is it. I think the ultimate outcome of the company lies on the founders, not the investors, because the investors do not really have much say at the early stages. I remember in my previous company, for example, we had to take some investment from someone, and they wanted us to wear a ring for monitoring. And we said, no, we are not taking the ring. So the investment goes up. So I think you have to decide on what you want to take, and you have to know what you want to do. My name is Andrew Kwa. I'm the CEO and founder of Rigalus Incorporated. What really inspires me about the people that I work with is the opportunity for all of us to build something great. So we are sort of like just at the beginning of building something great. And the team, the energy, the zeal, the enthusiasm with which they take on the vision is what really inspires me about that. So at Rigalus Inc., we are building an operating system for emerging market pharmacies. So you take Rigalus as sort of the OS, like you have a Windows, you have a computer, we are just Windows to that computer. So basically what we want to do is make sure that the pharmacy is able to run and then we're able to connect every other space, every other thing to it. So telemedicine, be it supplies, be it insurance, anything, you can connect to it. Well, for us, if you ask us as regulars, the ultimate success for our company is we want to be a household name. Like, so we talk about this within the team. Like, we want to be like Amazon, we want to be like Google. Our key vision to the future is really like anything that you want to buy. Not only pharmaceuticals. Anytime you want anything, just regulars should be there for you. In terms of challenge, I think it's very interesting. A bit of disclosure here. I was in a hospital for a month. And I couldn't do anything. And at that point, for me, that was sort of like, I didn't really have any answers for that. In terms of challenges, you realizing maybe at early points where we're trying to raise funding and not getting funding, that becomes sort of like a sticking point. Okay, if you don't get this funding, this doesn't really even take off to even become profitable. So we were able to lead ourselves through that by decreasing burn rates. So very minimal team. As you can see, we still have a very minimum team. We are trying to reduce the burn as much as possible so that when the funding climate changes, then we can be able to sort of like bring in more funds and bring in more people, more bodies into it. The influence that the big tech is having, they are mirrored. Like you have positive, negative, and other, but I'll dwell on the positives. The fact that they are shining a lot of light on us, internet connectivity is increasing. You have ability, access to AWS, Amazon, Google Clouds, and all that. I think that is going to help a lot of innovation. It's going to drive a lot of innovation. Things that we couldn't do before, now we could do. Like now you could actually have somebody in Ghana selling to somebody in the States. So that's one of the pluses for big tech. In the next 10 years, I think big tech is going to be almost everywhere. They are owning stakes also in companies anyway. So I think anywhere that you turn, any company that you try to use, you cannot sort of escape their claws. Like their claws are going to be on you. But I think if you look at the positive side, there's more of an upside than a downside for us. Yeah, so I'll say Google and Amazon because we use AWS service. We also use Google Cloud. So those are the key benefits. As early stage startups, they give you a certain amount for free, which is very good and very beneficial. It helps you to not think about cloud cost and all that. And you can deploy over that. As you scale and you make more money, you'll be able to sort of pay them back or start paying. But for now, I think the benefit that we've gotten is being the community, the server space, and all that is free for startups once you apply for them. Tech is needed. Like tech is live. Like right now, everything that we are doing is tech. Like you can't really do anything without tech. So I think what the reaction should rather be should be embracing it, seeing the best way in which you can harness it to improve us, to improve the things that we do as well. But not rather sort of, we don't want big tech, sort of, no technology in our space, because like you can't stop it. Like this is like an idea whose time has come. Like there's no stopping to that.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
People in the U.S. have to look at Africa as more than just a source for lower cost labor. There's a ton of tech talent in Africa, and I think sometimes it can be a bit exploitative where people say, oh, well, I can go hire African developers and they're going to be cheaper. We can't look at that talent on the continent in that way. We've really got to understand that Africa, with so many opportunities, natural resources, like there are so many different problem spaces, opportunity areas in Africa that developers are working on and have a unique perspective, and they can export that perspective to the US and the rest of the world in a way that others can't. And so that's the opportunity.
eCampus helps you learn smarter, become employable, and attain prosperity. I'm excited about a lot of things, right? But I think what crowns it all is the enormous amount of opportunities Africa presents. It's exciting, because everywhere you look, there is a problem to solve. And for me, those are great opportunities. I think what drives us at eCampus is the desire to create a path to prosperity. And how can we do that? Through education, skills development, all right? So from junior high school to senior high school, there shouldn't be any breaks. Then they are in the university around age 17, 18. By 21, they're out of university. Within the time they're in university, they are taking our employability assessment test to earn an employability score. That puts them in internship just after the first year. So by third year, they've done 4 internships. That's how many years of experience. So by the time they graduate, those companies they're internship for are now giving them meaningful jobs. And he's only 23. So by 33, he's been working for 10 years. By 35, 2 years extra. You should be independent and now extend your hands to your other family members. Then you can now, from 35 to 75 or 80, which is your life expectancy, you can have a life and be happy and think of new things, have the freedom to be creative, innovative, and create real solutions. And now we're back to try and error, what works, what doesn't work, for another 500 years? Nah, that cannot happen. We have to support each other. We have to build the partnerships, the collaborations to make sure that we create this path to prosperity. Nobody is forcing anybody to follow that path, but it has to be there. For those who choose to take that path, they should be guaranteed prosperity by the age of 35. I think that will change the dynamics of Africa. If this fails, that will be a disaster for me. I'll feel betrayed. I'll feel like maybe I betrayed all my brothers and sisters. No, it shouldn't feel. I don't think it's going to feel. I don't see that. But should that, we'll do everything to make sure it doesn't fail. But then if it does happen, we tried. Big tech influence in Ghana and how the future looks 10 years from now. So I have this conviction that to have a fair idea of the future, you have to look into the past, right? So I'll take you 10 years into the past, somewhere 2013, right? Big tech wasn't really here. So what have they seen in the past 10 years? Which is making all of them want to put their HQ here, right? Google brought their AI HQ here. Twitter brought their HQ here. Why didn't they come in 2013? Why? Or 2003? Why? Because they've seen something. They've seen indigenous, tech startups achieving things that took them years to figure out. They've seen how we are using the limited resources we have to solve real problems. They've seen, if for nothing, they've seen how we leapfrog bank accounts and became mobile money driven. So we started building our artificial intelligence in 2017 at eCampus. We call it Nile because we saw what it could do for us. And that was mainly because of the vision and the purpose of our business, right? Like I said, we want to create a path, a clear path to prosperity. So it requires a lot of predictions. You have to predict whether they'll pass the exams at this time or not. So you can be in second year, all right, of junior high school. When eCampus, Nile, our AI predicts that no, you are 85% ready for the exams. You go register as a private candidate, right? So you just jumped the final year. You've saved one more year in that path to prosperity. So we require a lot of prediction, right? If you want to get employed into a marketing sector, right? We want to be able to predict how efficient you will be in terms of your general knowledge, technical knowledge, commercial knowledge of that industry, right? So very quickly we realized that to achieve that level of prediction, you need artificial intelligence, right? So we started building our own from source. And at the time, it wasn't so popular. So we were forced to build our own. We are happy we built our everything from scratch. They had sessions with statisticians, had sessions with teachers, with employers. A lot of people were involved in the building of this data set and core of Nearly. So yes, we are fully aware that is the next thing. And how it's gonna help us generate revenue is the preciseness or the precision of our predictions, which is the real value to our customer. Will be so evident that everybody want to try that path.
We are an extended reality technology company specializing in building the African extended reality ecosystem. And we do this in the form of enterprise solutions that are scalable, but our business model is quite unique because 60% is the commercial projects we do, and 40% is what we call ecosystem building, where we want to build value in extended reality technologies. So we do this in the form of hackathons, discussions, boot camps, just to make sure that this information and this access to hardware and software is democratized in Africa. This is the main office. This is actually where we have a lot of meetings, brainstorms and stuff. Come on in. This is some of the team members. So here we have market intelligence, business development, project management. So a lot of the, more or less the hardcore team sits on this side, and then we distinguish between the hardcore team that runs the business, and then we have the guys who are actually doing a lot of the development work and the editing. So please follow me. What really inspires me about the people that I work with is really the fact that we all graduated from the same university, which is the University of YouTube Premium. We taught ourselves each and everything that we know because there was no schools for extended reality in Kenya, dating back even 2015 to date. And I like the fact that I work with a young team that is motivated and self-driven and self-taught. So this really excites me about the team that I work with. This is where we do a lot of the dev work from 360 filmmaking. So that particular side is 360 videos. Those are editors and directors and sound specialists. And then this side we have the AR team that creates a lot of the augmented reality and VR experiences that we create. So this is really where the hardcore of where the cogs are really run from the business. This is really where the magic happens. The rest of the other guys are kind of boring. I think what Black Rhino brings to Kenya and Africa is the fact that we are early adopters of the technology itself. We understand how to deploy it from a highly pragmatic, Afrocentric perspective. We look at it as a gift, and the idea that Black Rhino has built and continues to build infrastructure around the technology is really one of the voices that we have in the region, whereby we are giving back to a generation, because you might not know this, but by 2025, half of the world's youth population between the age of 18 to 25 years old is going to be in Africa. So we see ourselves as agents of change, accelerating the adoption of extended reality technology in Africa. This is where I sit actually, but I'm allergic to sitting in this office because I feel like I want to be together with the rest of the team, so I rarely sit in this office. This is just a gift from my niece who designed the office for us in some of the places that I've traveled to in the world that she thought that was a good gesture because we gave her the business. Let me show you guys something cool. This is actually, we have two companies, Black Rhino and White Rhino. So this is White Rhino. It creates, it's a video company that does commercials, human interest stories, documentaries, etc. And then Black Rhino is the immersive company. So the reason why we have 2 rhinos and a boomerang is quite symbolic, because no matter how far you throw us, we'll always come back to one. When one being, we are both rhinos. And whatever challenges we have, we'll always come back together and face them. Success looks like first educational reforms, my friend. A lot of people learn through schools, and I feel like the schools are underprepared. Success is having immersive curriculums, teaching young people how to create AR and VR at a very young stage. And not just AR and VR, now you have what you call no-code technology that can allow, it really shortens the learning curve. And I feel like this is where success is, when you have educational reforms and you have individuals coming out from these institutions prepared for the market. So when I talk about how success looks to us is, first, success is by changing mindsets. We actually have to change people's mindsets to understand that there is value for this technology itself. Demonstrating the socioeconomic value of this technology is so important. So for us, number one, it means changing mindsets. Number two, reforming the educational system. The skills being acquired are not the skills required in the market. And we have to make sure that certain reforms are put in place so that individuals from the grassroots level can understand the value of this technology from a fundamental perspective to hardware and software. So I'll be very happy if these things happen. And of course, ultimate success is if we launch and we are a global company. So that's what the success looks like for us.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Good morning, Marina Station and all the passengers.
Efficient, it's comfortable.
This development will go a long way in reducing congestion and emission.
The trains are a long-term solution to Lagos traffic challenges.
This is where we take the final, decisions on policies, programs of government. I will have to ensure that, the narration of Lagos as a PLC is taken very, very seriously.
This is a major pedestrian bridge linking Oyingo here to Apapa Road over there.
With this overpass, we are providing what we call a permanent solution.
This place is one of the most dangerous areas at the biosecurity environment.
This can go into the news and every crumbs of your neighborhood.
Our goal is to remain as Africa's model megacity, to move our GDP from the 5-6 position to the 3rd position, and we believe it's achievable with all the commitments we have.
Explore the city of Lagos, where
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with
Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in wa ba'd. الصيام عبادة ربانية وشريعة نبوية وامتحان إيماني. Fasting is a commandment from Allah, a legislation from the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, and a test of our faith. With these, we come on to the 9th day in the month of Ramadan 1446, and of course, the 9th day in the month of March 2025. I am your host today, Imam Imran Rufai, welcoming you and signing you into your beautiful program, Ramadan Kareem on TVC. It's my pleasure to be here today again. It's a beautiful morning in the glorious month of Ramadan, a day in which some others have been yearning to witness, but Allah has spared you and I till this date. I'm indeed very happy to be here with you, my viewers out there. We have a host of programs here for you as usual on this show, Ramadan Kareem on TVC. I shall be anchoring the Ramadan talk, and at the same time, I'll be with you on the quiz segment where we'll be having a lot of questions to pose and to give you options where you pick the ones that you feel are quite okay by you, and I'll tell you whether you get it or not. And of course, I'll announce the prize winner for the day. I'm going to see the best and the greatest person that will answer the question today. You are going to be greatest because you have the right answers to my question. And of course, we shall be spending time at the kitchen with the chef. And without much ado, we'll round the program off with a beautiful dua where we are going to be sharing some supplications from the Quran and the Sunnah. And of course, you never forget that we have the segment where we listen to soul-inspiring nasheed. These are many more, are some of the things you should be looking up to. We'll never forget to appreciate our sponsors. While we greet them, appreciate them, we announce them. Before we go into this, please get ready. I'll be back very soon. Don't go anywhere. It is Ramadan Kareem on TVC. I'll be back very soon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh once again. You're welcome back, and it is still Ramadan Kareem on TVC. It is time for the Ramadan talk, where we listen to some of the messages from the Quran, from the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and of course from the experience of the companions of the Prophet. Not leaving out the advice from scholars who can guide us through all this collection of knowledge from the Quran, from the Hadith, from the companions. And today, we still want to follow the trend with which we started on this show right from the first day we came online, we came on air to share the period of Ramadan with you. If you remember, and for the opportunity of those who are just joining us, we started by talking about welcoming Ramadan. We said, Marhaban bi Ramadan. Then we entered into the second phase of it, where we discussed about emulating the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in Ramadan. Having said that, we were able to analyze some duties in Ramadan, and we told you out there that one of the greatest duties in Ramadan with respect to the chapter of the Quran that introduced Ramadan to us is fasting. And then we went straight into the ahkamu al-fiqhiyya, ahkamu siyam al-fiqhiyya, the legislative, the jurisprudic legislations on fasting. And of course, we're able to tell you what vitiate the fast, what can encourage your fast, what can add to your reward in the fasting of Ramadan, and the likes. But today, we want to make a continuation on what we started yesterday. Yesterday was the 8th of Ramadan, the 8th of March, 2025. We want to look into one unique thing about the month of Ramadan. And I guess you can have an idea of what is unique about Ramadan apart from fasting, and that is Al-Quran. Al-Quran fi shahr al-Quran. let's discuss about the Quran in the month of the Quran. We have introduced you into this topic. We had defined Quran yesterday. We said Al-Quran. What is Quran? Huwa kalamullah. It is the words of Allah. The content are the words of Allah. Al-Munazzal, revealed, sent down upon Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Al-Manqul bit-Tawatur. It was narrated with a very large chain of narrators, clearing any doubt that they can cooperate or agree upon lies. No, it won't be possible. Al-Muta'abbad bitilawati, whose engagement through its reading will be recorded for you and I as an act of worship. Al-Maktub, written bayna daffatay, between the two pages, the cover page and the close page of it. This is the Quran we have been talking about since yesterday. We want to go deeper into it as it affects, as it concerns the month of Ramadan. Let's start from the area of the story of how it was the mother of the believers, where she said, أول ما بدأ به الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم, the first thing that the Prophet started with, may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, min al-wahyi, from revelation, ar-ru'ya, was dreams, ar-ru'ya, dreams, as-salihah, and the dreams that will come to pass, good dreams, authentic dreams. And when he saw this, فَكَانَ لَا يَرَى رُؤْيَا إِلَّا جَاءَتْ مِثْلَ فَلَقِ صُبْحِ. The Prophet will not have a dream except that it comes out to be as clear as the horizon, as the stars. ثُمَّ حُبِّبَ إِلَيْهِ الْخَلَاء. Then later the Prophet started developing interest in seclusion. وَكَانَ يَخْلُو بِغَارِ حِرَاء. And he used to seclude in a place called غَارُ حِرَاء. فَيَتَحَنَّثُ فِيهِ وَهُوَ تَعَبُّدٌ. And he continued to worship Allah in that cave, supplicating to him, pondering over the creations of the heavens and the earth, thinking deep onto how this would have been possible without a superpower, thinking about how this would have been sustained without a might behind it, thinking about the continuity of how it had been before his own existence, before the existence of his own fathers, before the existence of his own forefathers, and the construction, the constellations, the heavens, the earth. Who would have been behind this? He started to think about it, to ponder about it. Don't forget, he had not become a prophet by then. It all started with a dream. So, al-layali, he would do that in the night. Dhawat al-adad, a number of nights. قبل أن ينزع إلى أهله, before he now goes back to his family to meet them. يتزود لذلك, to prepare to go back. He comes home after pondering in the night, then he goes the next day again, preparing, pondering and thinking about everything. ثم يرجع إلى خديجة, and he will return back to his first wife by name Khadija bint Khuwaylid. This was the situation with the Prophet. فَيَتَزَوَّدُ لِمِثْلِهَا, and he will continue to prepare for the next day, for the next round of thought. حَتَّى جَاءَهُ الْحَقِّ. He continued with this until the truth came upon him. وَهُوَ فِي غَارِ حِرَاء. فَجَاءَهُ الْمَلَكُ. Then the angel came to him. فَقَالَ, the angel told him, اقرأ. قال, he said, read. Then the Prophet said, ما أنا بقارئ. I cannot read. I'm not literate. I'm practically not literate. قال فأخذني, the Prophet narrating, he said, he now held me. فأخذني, he held onto me. فغطني, he pressed me. حتى بلغ مني الجهد, until I exhausted my breath. Allahu Akbar. ثم أرسلني, then he released me. أرسلني فقال, and when after releasing me, I gained my strength, I was able to breathe. He said again, اقرأ, read, I want you to read. قلت, then I told the angel pressing me, as at then he never knew it was an angel, but the command was just coming. He said for the second time, Ma ana biqari. I can't read, for God's sake. I can't read. فَأَخَذَنِي فَغَطَّانِي. He held me again and he pressed me against myself. الثانية, for the second time. حَتَّى بَلَغَ مِنِّي الْجَهَدَ. Then I exhausted myself. I became so weak. When he saw that I was exhausted, he released me again. ثُمَّ أَرْسَلَنِي. He left me again. فَقَالَ. He said for the third time, اقرأ. Read.